Suprabhatam. A very good morning to everyone here. I, Dhanashri Patrikar, welcome you all on the behalf of the organizing committee on the second day of this national workshop sponsored by NAC Bangalore in collaboration with the IQAC RTM Nagpur University. The theme of this workshop covers pedagogy per se and NEP at large, and this surely the three sutri of NEP, that is Jnana, Pradnya and Satya, would surely be instrumental in realizing the SDGs. I extend my warm greetings and regards to the dignitaries on and off the dais. We are indeed very fortunate to have amongst us Dr. Ajit R. Thete, former Joint Director, Technical Education and Director, Center for Development of Leadership in Education, Pune. He will be addressing on the topic Integrated, Comprehensive and Alternative Pedagogical Approaches in Higher Education. To chair this very session, we have with us Dr. Ganesh Kedar, Professor and Head, PG Department of Mathematics, RTM Nagpur University. I request Dr. Rita Vadettiwar Madam to please welcome Sir with a sapling. Yes. Sir, Dr. Thete Sir and Dr. Kedar Sir, I invite you on this dais. Now may I request Dr. Rita Vadettiwar Madam to welcome Dr. Kedar Sir with a sapling. Now I request Dr. Kedar Sir to welcome Dr. Ajit Thete Sir with a sapling. Dr. Ganesh Kedar has his major in solid mechanics and operations research. He has supervised ample of doctoral theses. His exuberance is explicit when we have a glance at his academic as well as administrative excellence. Sir has organized many workshops, seminars, and conferences. He is a member of various professional bodies like Indian Society of Theoretical and Applied Mathematics, Von Karman Society of Advanced Study and Research in Mathematical and Social Sciences, Marathi Vigyan Parishad, the Indian Science Congress Association, and the member of Board of Studies Mathematics, RTM Nagpur University. Sir has participated in ample number of workshops, as good as he has written 49 research papers which were published not only in the national importance journals but also of journals of international importance. He has 332 citations, 10H index and 10 I10 index to his credit. This is a great benchmark to look up to, sir. I now request Dr. Kedar to introduce our speaker for the session, Dr. Ajit Thete.
Very good morning to all of you. Today's speaker, Dr. Ajit Thete, organizers and participants present over here. Once again, I welcome you all for this first session of today. We have a speaker, Dr. Thete, for this first session. He has awarded educational qualifications as BE Civil, Master of Technical Education, Master of Engineering, Master of Business Administration, PhD, and Fellow of Institution of Engineers. He is a member of 7 professional bodies. He has professional experience of 36 years in teaching administration and mentorship for institutional development for quality standards. Presently, he is working for prestigious universities and institutions in India for faculty development programs, curriculum development, and other quality-driven projects. He served as a joint director in technical education in the Department of Higher and Technical Education, Government of Maharashtra. He also served positions such as head of the department in civil engineering. He has developed and authored the unique document of quality learning system that is being used for last 21 years across 1,000 and more institutions in the state of Maharashtra. He has authored 5 books and contributed chapters to 2 books. He is the first author in India to write a book on outcome-based education for the higher education. He has 126 research papers in his credit and traveled across Asian and European countries as a part of academician. He has worked as a member of task group Department of Science and Technology and chairman Strategic Planning Technical Education DST Jharkhand. Currently he is working on different committees and statutory bodies of Government of India and Maharashtra, such as member of CSR Committee on Technical Education, Government of Maharashtra, Advisory Committee, GMNIRD, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Member Government Council, MSME, and Government ITI, Aurangabad, Evaluation Committee, YCMU, Nashik, Board of Studies in Universities and Autonomous Institutes. He is also a member of Impartiality Committee, TUVSUD, South Asia, a leading certification, testing, inspection, auditing, and training company of Germany. He has worked in all types of institutions like universities, conventional colleges, medical colleges, dental colleges, engineering colleges, vocational education, pharmacy colleges, and management institutes for different quality management projects inclusive of outcome-based education. His domain of work includes strategic planning and policy design, curriculum design following NAP 2020, project development, curriculum development, outcome-based education, instructional system design, institute design, and much more. So it is very long to read all or everything about him, and we are very fortunate to have such kind of personality for today's session. So I request Dr. Thete to start his presentation over here. So I invite Dr. Thete.
बोल रहा है
पड़वा से आराम है
हाँ
और गिला दो पत्ती उत्ती खोज गिला थे
हाँ
Good morning. I welcome you all on the first session of second day conference I really thank the chairperson of this particular session, Professor Dr. Kedar sir, being a part of this session. We have Director IQAC, all faculty members, from especially Pharmacy Department, Mr. Dr. Rajesh Ugale sir, and many more faculty from across the nation who are attending this program. The theme that has been selected or been for this 2 days conference is a very comprehensive and significant theme, and we all are being a teacher. While teaching in the institutions or while working as a teacher in various capacities, always there is something in our mind is about this development of students, development of their future capacities so that they can be really successful in the life. When we do a variety of innovations in our institution, me also as a teacher have come across many such type of the challenges, and I try to address those challenges by using the innovative pedagogical methods. Today, to understand a very integrated and a comprehensive picture, and there are very alternative models on which we can deliver in the institution. And when we talk about the pedagogy, pedagogy is not restricted only to a classroom teaching and a laboratory teaching. It goes across the cross-section of developing the students for future life and future career. And something beyond that, something, because as we, since morning we talk about Sustainable Development Goal 4 and the National Education Policy, which has taken many inputs from them. So herein, our role of institutions, of course, all type of institutions, including universities and colleges, all these things, we now have to think how we can really deliver the teaching learning process and variety of educational activities so that whatever agenda is there before us, that agenda can be properly addressed. This is the basic theme of my presentation, and that's why I put that title as Integrated, Comprehensive and Alternative Pedagogy in Higher Education. I have put 3 words. First of all, I'll make it very clear about these words as such. Now my present agenda is Pedagogy in National Education Policy 2020. You will find variety of policy initiatives have been taken into that. Then what is the concept of that pedagogical aspect? What keywords are there? And how pedagogical approach, a theme of presentation can be done. And then designing pedagogy according to NEP 2020. This is my agenda which I'll be presenting before you on the guidelines of these 5 points. Now, when we talk about pedagogy in outcome-based education, because we know that when we come to the point of outcome-based education, this pedagogy in context of outcome-based education is very important. When we do outcome-based education, we cannot ignore domains of education. I'm going to tell you on these aspects. Then, of course, I have taken 4 case studies to present before you. I know the time constraint, and I will try to cover up those points. Otherwise, my PPT is there with you, which you can refer to them. Then there are different instructive system design models. I understand that very few training takes place in the instructional system design. A variety of alternative models can be used while teaching students, while happening teaching and learning. And the instructional system design models will help all teachers to design their instruction as such. And of course, the integrated comprehensive pedagogical approach is what I am going to talk about. Friends, hello. Now these particular words I have taken from our policy document, chapter number 12. In chapter number 12, Especially when we talk about
पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट आहे का सगळं
the policy document of National Education Policy has given thrust on pedagogy and curriculum. Pedagogy and curriculum is not new to us, but then whatever we are expecting in the National Education Policy, in that National Education Policy, the emphasis has been given as a policy initiatives in our case of the National Education Policy document. And that we need to understand when we go to, I'll quickly move to the, so that you can see that particular slide. Remove that, please. Yeah. I have intentionally put this particular slide. High quality pedagogy is necessary to successfully impart the curricular matters to students. Pedagogical practices determine the learning experiences that are provided to students, thus directly influencing the learning outcomes. So I have gone through since 1964 policy, I've gone to the different types of the policy document. This is an NEP document, is the first document where they have gone to the penetrated to the educational processes, pedagogy and the curriculum design as such. This is a message to all of us that how we can incorporate this into our processes. Yes? I don't want to tell you the definition, my dear friends. But when I'm talking about pedagogy and whatever paper on which I'm going to make a presentation on integrated comprehension, integrated alternative approach in the pedagogy, I would like to see to this definition, pedagogy is art, science, or profession of teaching. Yesterday, informally, we were discussing, we were unnecessarily been discussing on andragogy, pedagogy, etc., etc., etc. But whenever we talk about the teaching process, we need to understand it's an art and science, and it's a profession in teaching. So irrespective of either you're teaching to a school education or higher education, you have to understand. Second definition, there are a good number of definitions. Here I have taken the second definition. Pedagogy is the approach to teaching, is the theory and practice of learning, and how this process influenced by social, political, and psychological development of learners. This we need to understand. Means, as I said you sometime before, why we want to go for an integrated and a comprehensive alternative models, because it is not just a content delivery related to a whatever domain you are dealing with, but you have to think about the holistic development of the student. And obviously, when we talk on this particular task, this is focusing on the development of the student also. The keywords which I will be discussing quickly, I'm talking about domain knowledge, I'm talking about NEP 2020, outcome-based educations, domains of learning, Bloom's taxonomy, instruction system design, integrated, comprehensive, alternative models, and I'm of course going to talk to you about the pedagogy. Now the pedagogy approach on which we are going to talk about, here we talk about an integrated approach. Now, as I told you in the very beginning, as a teachers or as an universities or as an institution, whenever you are designing a pedagogy is not, again I'm repeating, not limited to a planning, lesson planning or delivering a particular domain knowledge. But now we have to think that in the background of the pedagogical perspective, their scope, we need to see that how we can have a holistic development of the student. And that's why here an integrated approach at university level, at department level and institute level, we have to focus on development of domain knowledge. Domain knowledge is very important when you go in the world of work. Obviously, National Education Policy 2020, lot of initiatives has been taken, and it is a guideline document for all of us whenever we design a curriculum or design a pedagogy at the institute level. And of course, as a part of NEP only, we have an outcome-based education. There are many other points, but here my focus is on these three aspects whenever I'm talking about an integrated approach as such. Why I'm talking about a comprehensive approach? A comprehensive approach because here I would like to focus on the development of knowledge, skills and attitude. We know everything and everybody, you must have gone through the not only National Education Policy document, but even National Knowledge Commission report 1994 and so many documentation. You know that even if you go long back to the 1964, what Kothari Commission says that the future of the nations are being shaped in the four walls of the classroom. So only theoretical input is not sufficient today. We have to focus on development of knowledge base, skills and attitude. And while doing so, we cannot ignore Bloom's taxonomy. I'm going to take, many of you must be knowing about the Bloom's taxonomy, but in the context of this today's presentation, I'm going to focus on these aspects. So this is what I mean to say, an integrated approach, a comprehensive approach means you will plan the teaching learning processes and activities in such a fashion that we will be able to address developing the knowledge, skills and attitude part of that, and that too in the line with the Bloom's taxonomy, whatever it has been mentioned. And of course, when I say alternative models, there are a good number of models. I know that I won't be able to cover. There are 25 models which are right now in practice, which we can use for the teaching students and creating a teaching learning environment in the institution. Few, 2, 3, I'm just going to quickly touch to these models. But alternative model, and I want you all people, and I'll make an appeal that please go through the instructional system design model. Because in higher education institution, obviously we are dealing with the adults. And adults in the classroom, you know that they are more and more get bored if you deliver only content. I can see today also that you being all adult and very learned delegates, when you listen to these things, because many more things are known to you. But then, when you practice these different instructional system design models, that's why I've taken one case study to just share with you. Now, why a NAC has a role to play and why our university has contributing or conducting this program along with NAC Bengaluru, that we need to understand. I was discussing since yesterday and many times and even today with the ma'am about the role of NAC. My dear friends, if you see these 7 wonders, what we call 7 criteria of NAC, these are all under the framework of pedagogy. Moving from criteria 1 to criteria 7, if you design your pedagogy in the institution, you will find NAC has given a good pedagogical initiative, and you will see a pedagogical reflection when you go to the details of the each and every criteria, right from how do you plan, how do you ensure curriculum enrichment, etc., to the holistic development of the student, and so on. So, what I mean to say here that we should use NAC as a quality tool when we are marching towards these pedagogical innovations that we have to practice for. And hence, the theme of the presentation I put integrated, a comprehensive and an alternative model of the education. And that is how we can do the pedagogy as such. The first integrated part is the domain knowledge. And when we talk about domain knowledge, what I mean to say that if the student belongs to the history or he belongs to a commerce or a geography or a botany or a physics, maths or statistics, he must be a disciplinary mind. That disciplinary mind is very important. Though we talk about interdisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach, but to develop that interdisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach, we need to focus on the disciplinary knowledge. And the knowledge dimensions that we'll have to develop among the students is about the factual knowledge is very important. You talk about statistics, you talk of mathematics, you talk physics, you talk of arts, you talk of economics. But then, why this particular economic model is being used and what is the concept behind that? What are the principles behind that? What is the procedure for developing that? Okay, so all these aspects has to be there along with creative knowledge. Not only disciplinary knowledge, but when you are giving them factual knowledge, a conceptual knowledge and a procedural knowledge, equally, when we talk in the light of NEP about interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary knowledge, you have to develop creativity. And a simple example I'll tell you. A student to become a master in economics, his knowledge in mathematics and statistics is very important. A student to be successful as a person of humanities, he's a man of a social science. His social science knowledge has to be supported from the economics, and even from the political science. Then and then only can work in the field of the social science and so on. So here, whenever you are teaching pedagogy, a creativity has to be brought into that, and a synthesizing knowledge. Right in the UG level and PG level, you have to develop this knowledge as such. And then at the end, you have to develop pedagogical approaches have to be used where a metacognitive, see, this is how where Bloom's taxonomy come in picture. This is about the dimensions of the knowledge come into the picture. How is that we're going to develop? Basically, when you are teaching any concept or you are teaching some procedures or you are teaching some higher level of analysis or evaluation, what type of teaching methodology, what type of technique and treatment is required is very important. So from domain knowledge point of view, this metacognitive, that is what we have to understand. So that student thinks about, when you go back to the world of work, he thinks about whatever I have learned, how does it context to the given situation? Because he doesn't work or prepare for one type of organization, one type of the job. He does variety of the job, and that's why as a part of a domain knowledge, we have to focus on the metacognitive aspect. And here, you can go for a variety of pedagogical approaches when you develop this particular. You can use more of a problem-based learning. You can use of case studies, field visit, demonstration, laboratory methods, and project method. Of course, depend upon the faculties in which you are working. You need to understand that to develop this aspect, a classroom teaching is not sufficient. And we need to go for a systematic pedagogical design and incorporate those pedagogical approaches which can focus on to this. Then coming to the next aspect of national education policy, I will not talk much on this because I know since yesterday, you are talking about this aspect. But to just highlight, when we talk about National Education Policy 2020, and when we are discussing about it, we need to understand as an institution, as a teacher, what is the future of nation is going to be there. When the word vibrant knowledge doesn't, I mean to say, and you must be, you agree with me, that we don't mean that everybody will become a research scholar. But whatever domain of knowledge in the skill area he is developing, he must be able to demonstrate it to the highest expectation at that particular level. And that's why we want a vibrant knowledge, and the word which is used is a self-reliant in SDG 4 and even in NEP. How to basically focus is in not what, but how to do that. I always say, being a math, I'll just give an example, being I'm an engineer, I say that you learn so many things, so many rules in mathematics, but really do you know which rule is important, which rule is to be, how to use simple integration, or double integrations, or differential equation, or there are so many statistical rules are there, how to go for these aspects. And that is why we need to, we as a teacher, we as an institution, we need to this pedagogy which will focus on how to do. Then skills development is very important. Outcome-based education is a part of that. Holistic development, we have not focused on, people are graduated, but every report says that they are unemployed, they are not getting job. Now it's our institution, even today in our country, we know that how much is the percentage of the poor people, they don't have jobs. And that's why it's our institution, our responsibility as an institution that developing the skills and development of holistic development. Okay, that holistic development, not only field of the domain, but in the variety in which we have to prepare. Challenges are there, stress management is there, social values, human values, professional ethics, so that he has to be not only that, as ma'am is here yesterday, we were discussing about the Upanishad. In Upanishad, it is said that you should focus on development of 5 koshas, 5 domains of your personality. Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya. These are the 5 domains of your body, so you must be good in health and hygiene. Liveliness and versatility has to be there. Your attitudes, what we call the soul, has to be well developed. Your mind, disciplined mind, creative mind, synthesizing mind, and at the same time, you have to be Anandamaya, emotional balance has to be there. So, when we talk about holistic development, is important. For that, knowledge of self is important. Interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach is very essential today, because we know that a student of economics or a student of commerce go and work in an IT company abroad as economist, as a manager, financial manager. So we need to, while delivering, because I'm very much want to specifically say here, because this program is organized and conducted by the university, we need to, I'm repeating again, we need to focus more and more in the humanities, commerce and management. Science, I'm talking about basic science, because more focus is given to so-called as a professional education. But what about the backbone of the entire economy? And that's why I say that no, even humanities, commerce and management science is a professional education, because they play a very vital role in the significantly. And that's why herein, when I'm learning management, when I'm learning commerce, when I'm learning sociology, when I'm learning psychology, all these aspects, you have to talk about the interdisciplinary approach and multidisciplinary approach. And of course, now more and more models are coming in our NEP, multi-entry and exit model. And that's why I will not focus much onto that, because it will take more time. But there is now provision of multi-entry and exit. After 1 year, you get a diploma. For second year, certificate, diploma, and graduation. But for that, you have to plan a pedagogy in such a fashion that after 1 year, if he's taking an exit, he must be an employable. Not only a certificate. Certificate will not give the job. No doubt in the policy document by the UGC, they have mentioned about that. After first year, you will give them some British course and 2 years of training, on-the-job training, which will prepare him for the world of work. So, but then, for that, creating those who are opting for such type of the things, our pedagogical aspect we have to think. So this is an aspect of the national education policy. And in national education policy also, you can have a very much pedagogical approaches we can use. Of course, I'm going to talk in integrative view in the end, but same what I said, problem-based learning, project approach, flipped classroom, here we have to introduce, self-learning we have to induce, then hybrid learning, online education we have to be there, co-curricular and extracurricular, you have to focus more on that, because inner talent of the student will come out of that, and of course, outreach program and community-based learning. Either of any faculty, community-based learning will give them real how the world works and how it is going to be benefited. So our pedagogy in context to the national education policy, this is an integrated approach and a comprehensive approach you have to take. I'm not going to talk much on this line, my dear friend, but I just wanted to say that even in national education policy, the Bologna process, outcomes of Bologna process, where it is the Washington Accord also it has been come. These are the 4 objectives of higher education accepted all over the world. We have to design our pedagogy keeping in view, in a nutshell, these 4 objectives. Preparing for employment, obviously, we have to plan. Preparing for life as an active citizen in democratic societies. Then personal development, and of course, the development and maintenance of a broad, advanced knowledge base. Here I'm not talking about the last slide, is about the research oriented. Research orientation is of course there, but when we cater to the variety of the target group, I mean to say learners, and the domains of learning on which they are gaining the knowledge, abilities, or their career, we need to see that this Bologna process model, or rather objective which has been accepted internationally, has to be brought into our picture of our institution whenever you are designing a curriculum and whenever you are designing a pedagogy as such. Friends, we are going to talk on outcome-based education. Why outcome-based education has got a 19 location in the national education policy, they mention about learning outcomes and outcome-based education. Why for? The father of outcome-based education, William Spady, has given 4 principles of outcome-based education. And I want that we all institutions, whenever we are planning, designing the pedagogy, focus on clarity of focus. What really, for what type of the profession, career, job they are going to prepare. So in every aspect, whenever you plan a design a pedagogy, you have to focus on a clarity of focus. Expanded opportunity. This is very important. Don't teach only in the class. Take them to field visit. Wherever possible, give them demonstration, case studies, flip classroom, because the learners sitting in the class are of different learning styles. And to address this learning style, the unitary approach is not sufficient, and you have to give them expanded opportunity. Give them homework, give them assignment, put them on project, group work. So an assignment not only on question papers. Majority of the assignment, when we talk, assignment based upon question, no. Upon field activities, assignment on the library, on website. Because the learning, self-learning has to come out, and there you have to focus on the expanded opportunity. You have to design pedagogy in that way. High expectation. I may come as a certificate student, diploma student, undergraduate, PG or PhD student. What is the highest level of expectation? There we teacher has to plan the pedagogy. We have to define our outcomes in such a fashion that student, after completing a course or a program, reach to that highest expectation which is there. And the last is design down approach. This, whenever you go for a pedagogical design, we should see where student has to be there and go downwards. If he has to, what type of the job he is going to perform, what type of abilities are required. So it's an appeal to all of you again that follow these Spidey's 4 principle whenever you design a pedagogy as such. This is the outcome-based education model. Okay. Earlier, we were not focusing much on mission and vision of either any institution or a department. But now, when we talk about outcome-based education, I'm again appealing that we'll have to start with mission and vision. If I go on talking on mission and vision, it's a 6 days program on this particular activity. But mission and vision of the department, of the institution, what are the program educational objectives for which we are preparing our students? I'm taking a case study later on. What career, what professional achievement you are expecting? What are the program outcomes? What knowledge and ability you are developing by the end of any UG program, PG program, or research program? We were the first in the one of the university. We developed outcome-based education for research program, PhD program, leading to research. Because there, many times it's not very clear that what he or she is expected to do after completing the PhD qualification. So what I mean to say that this program outcome, and when you go at a macro level course outcome, this course outcome has to be designed in a systematic way. This outcome-based education, you'll find design down approach has been used, design downward and delivered in the upward aspect. This approach in a pedagogy is essentially required when you go for that. Okay, same I put in another diagram. When we do so, we have to understand about the domains of learning. As I said, and you must have might be same opinion that we in the institution focus more on the theoretical concepts. A very little on skill, and if you talk about attitudinal part, oh, negligibly. But then when I'm talking about a holistic development, when I'm talking about a vibrant knowledge, when I'm talking about a self-reliant student, how is that I'm going to only doing a shaping student in the 4 walls of the classroom? And that's why, my dear friend, we have to see a cognitive development. I'm again repeating at this stage that I don't mean I'm always talking about PhD, PG and UG student. Whenever at course level, at program level, and now in multi-entry and exit, we are giving certificate, diploma and UG program. All level, whenever you do, basically cognitive, whatever we call a disciplinary mind has to be developed. Then psychomotor skills. Even student of commerce does require lot of skills. Students of arts required in a social science, mathematics required, engineering required, pharmacy required. We need to have develop one model where for course-wise and program-wise, what should be the skill matrix has to be there. Irrespective whether it's a professional program, because I very much clearly and explicitly said that we want here to be very important in terms of the, okay, sorry, I will be moving fast because time is very short. Sorry. So, when we talk about these pedagogical approaches, we have to focus on these aspects of domains of learning, and we have to also focus on the affective domain of that. When we talk of taxonomy here, I won't not going to talk to you about taxonomy, but this will tell you, this graph will tell you what is the highest level expectations required in a cognitive domain. Do you want your student to create? Do you want them to evaluate or analysis? Based on that, for cognitive development, you have to use the pedagogy. When you go for a psychomotor development, skill development, there you have to provide whether you want students to articulate, you want them to a precision level, or you want really to come out with a naturalization, because students are completing their education. They must be able to, when we talk about interdisciplinary approach and multidisciplinary approach, their naturalization has to be there. And this should not be ignored. Teaching attitude, attitudes cannot be taught, they need to be developed. So, when we talk about this, where we really want our students to be there, when we talk about holistic development, obviously everyone wants on the organizing. In a given situation, he must be able to organize himself or herself. And he not only that, he's internalizing, becoming a role model for others. And that sort of the attitudinal development we'll have to do when we go for that. And there, my dear friend, we have to use our teaching methodology, how you can do. I have drawn a graph on a cognitive process. I have taken a cognitive domain as such. In cognitive domain, in a cognitive domain, I have seen here, remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Okay. Now, what I did for any course, for a knowledge dimension, going for factual, conceptual, and to a metacognitive, if you draw a graph, I want everyone should go with such a type of graph. Every course, every program, where you want your student, whenever go for a pedagogical design, you should have such type of a pictorial design before you, that where you want your student, if you are teaching a course or if you are teaching a program. I've taken an example of a cognitive domain. Where do you want? Do you want to understand to be a conceptual level? You want to apply to a principle level? You want to evaluate to a methodology procedure level? This sort of the picture we'll have to draw when we go. Quickly, I have another 5 minutes which I'll go to that. I'm taking an example. I've taken an example of a BA history program. Whenever you are going for a pedagogical design based upon this discussion, what are the program objectives for which we are preparing our students? To opt for a job in the field of education, public services, to prepare for competitive examination, to opt for higher education, to opt for personal social enterprise, and the development and maintenance of broad and advanced base. This is the program education objective. This is the career and professional achievement for which we are preparing. So we have to plan our pedagogy in that direction. These are the outcomes on which we have to develop. I cannot go on reading all these things. I will just read the part of B and C. To articulate factual and contextual knowledge of specific place and type to make careful comparison. If you talk about the history, what is the pre-independence, post-independence, modern history, world history, Indian history, so and so on, he must be. And the ability to use bibliographical tools for that. Course outcome, I have seen civilization. You are teaching this particular course. Now you want them to describe the evaluation of human society and transformation of ancient civilization like Mesopotamia, Greek, China, Roman, etc. How you are going to teach? Because they should be able to describe how these different society has evolved. And but just by teaching in a classroom is not required. This course outcome will direct you that here more of you require flipped classroom or a participative approach or a case study approach, or even sometimes you go for a project approach to understand. Taking one more example, compared to each and other among the several societies of the world. So to compare again, we have to go for a variety of program. This is for BCom. Just have taken an example. You have to design to prepare for competitive higher education, same are there. Now here, when we talk about program outcome, again I'm reading few, describing various concepts and theories, providing strong academic foundation whenever he goes for that. For that you have to plan. Demonstrate educational skills in the areas of marketing, finance, accounting, HR, tax, economic, and several other branches of commerce. This ability we have to develop. How you are going to plan your sessions into that. Same is for the outcome. This is for science and technology. I've taken an example of a physics. Physics, again, you go for a research. They go for advanced knowledge and focusing more on the fundamental and systematic or coherent understanding of academic field of physics. Not only that, if you read within that, condensed matter physics, molecular physics, mathematical physics, analytical dynamics. This is where you have to take our student of UG, I'm talking about UG student. Demonstrate the ability to use skills in physics and its related area of technology. Understand our UG program presently we are teaching and what type of outcomes are stated by UGs in the according to that. I've taken a mathematical physics. In mathematical physics, apply the knowledge of calculus, vector calculus, probability and probability distribution. Whenever you go for reaching them, mathematical physics. So this ability I have to develop. How I am going to develop this ability? Not by teaching classroom. I have to given them lot of exercises, case studies and problem solving where they can develop this ability. So a pedagogical innovations and integrated approach that is required here. This is for pharmacy I have taken. Again, our outcomes which are required at a master in skill domain of specific to discipline, successful employment in business and industry, and higher education. Pharmacy knowledge, modern tool usage, leadership skills, and professional identity, so and so on. And for that, if I'm talking about a pharmacology and toxicology as one of the course in my pharmacy, what pedagogy and what ability I have to develop according to Bloom's, compare the mechanism of actions, adverse effect and dosage of various drugs. Demonstrate isolation of different organs, tissues from the laboratory animals by simulated experiments. This is where we have to take to our students, and that's why how the pedagogical aspect have to be used into that. So, my dear friend, here we have to go for alternative models. As I said to you, 25 models are there. I'm not going to talk about those 25 models, but I'm going to give a very snap work of that. But before that, try to understand instructional design is a technology for the development of learning experiences and environment which promote the acquisition of specific knowledge and skill by the student. Very few, yes, time, yeah. These are the different models. So friends, this is what I wanted to really say about. There are too many models. So sorry, I'm slightly going about that. And just last two slides. This is how you have to plan your institutional level. Integrated approach you have to follow. This I have given a picture of integrative model. And I will not go to these models. Again, I have disturbed. So friends, this is how there are 25 stages which I have stated into my books. And of course, whatever said by, let us sacrifice our life today so that our children can have a better tomorrow. This is my book on outcome-based education, which talks about this pedagogy as one of the parts. Okay, thank you all. I'm sorry, sir, for taking 1 or 2 minutes more. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, no issue. I understand. Yes. Any questions? If you have quick 2-3 questions, if the chairman allows, yes, please.
We have been exposed to the outcome-based education and There is a fairly good framework that is available to discuss or to evaluate what cognitive knowledge that he or she possesses. But if you have to take attitude also into consideration, because what happened earlier was there was a lot of freedom given to the faculty to judge his or her attitudes, and the marks were given as per that attitude, and attitude was also one of the component. But now what we have seen is there is a framework that is given.
True.
Suppose if you have to give some internal marks, in our case there is 30 marks and 70 marks. So if I have to give 30 marks, he has to get some marks in internal examination, class test, sessional, and some assignment. So if we divide those 30 marks into 5 or 6 different parts, the relative weightage becomes very less. And if you have to incorporate attitude also in those 30 marks, it will become unfair for the faculty to take entire thing into consideration and give the marks. So how do you suggest on planning bringing attitude into the
You're from which faculty?
Science and technology? I'm an engineering faculty in LIT.
Okay. Science and technology. Now I'm giving an example of science and technology. Number one thing, we need reforms in continuous assessment process. Right now, whatever model we are using, that model is not applicable if you really have to assess, number one. Number two, you need to enlist that what human values and professional ethics are required to be developed among the students. And based upon that, you have to carry out the assessment, because from faculty to faculty, the list of social values, human values will remain more or less same. But when we talk about engineering, in engineering perspective, he has to follow certain legal requirement like environment and sustainability, certain materials and standards, whatever given in the ISO, we have to follow those as per the standards. Okay. Then you have to follow certain methodology. You have to follow legal. You have to follow safety precautions. So these are the attitude, and these attitude, of course, as you have to assess. Before assess, I say that you must have pedagogical tools to develop them, and then go for a comprehensive assessment of that. So, of course, this will change from program to program, but this is how you have to design it. Present model doesn't suit to that. Yes?
Is to assess the higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy output, like create and assessment is the challenge, sir. And please throw light on that.
Yeah. I fully agree. Basically, for that reason, whatever learning experiences that we are designing. See, what is happening, I'll tell you a very simple story. If I'm teaching student to that level, if I teach means demonstrate by using any method. Suppose you want them to create. How you provide a student a learning experience of creating the things? If you take and give them a task of creating initially and the group work and then and the individual work, then there is no, because I'm telling you frankly, for me also it was a task, but we did this. And for all of you to just tell you, CDIO, you can write CDIO. Conceive, design, implement, and operate. This curriculum philosophy is followed in majority of the European countries, and they focus on how do you really able to, whatever, any faculty, he's able to operate, and that is how, see, pedagogy, that's why I say, it's not a course I'm teaching to a student. You have to understand, you're teaching them a program, not a course. And that's why lot of integrative approach within the department, within the institute, whenever you are planning, we require that. So it takes an entire village to raise a child. This is how we have to follow the principle whenever we go for the designing. Okay. Thank you so much. Any questions you can pass on to ma'am or sir, and I will definitely reply to them. I once again thanks the university for giving me an opportunity to share with you. Time is always a constant, as it is today. But thank you once again, Honorable Chairman, sir. Thank you. Over to you.
So it was a very nice lecture, but due to the time barrier, we could not extend some time because we are having lecture on 10 past 10, 10:10. So you should not reach to 2020. So Dr. Thete throw some light on integrated, comprehensive and alternative pedagogical approaches over here. And as he said, the pedagogy, art, science and profession of teaching. So he emphasizes on the point that instead of only the teaching, we must focus on the holistic development of the students, and for that the students must have the disciplinary knowledge for that. And we are also using the tools, but not but that must be used in the organizing manner, because we are preparing the students or the knowledge of them in the shape of cone. But because in NAP now there is a expected multi-entry and multi-exit, so that we must, that is the very tedious task to design the curriculum accordingly, that when they exit from the program over there, they must reach at certain level over there. So anyway, at last I must say, we are shaping the humans and not producing the machines. So that aspect also to be considered over there when we think about the development of the students. So I am very much thankful to Dr. Thete to deliver such a nice talk over here. Thank you. And also I am very much thankful to organizers also to give me an opportunity to listen you as well as to chair this session. Thank you. Thank you all.
Now I request Dr. Ganesh Kedar sir to felicitate Dr. Ajit Thete sir with a Gram Gita, a memento and a certificate. Thank you so much, sir. Now, he has joined already. Rao sir has joined. He's yet to join. Okay. Okay. Now I request Dr. Smita Acharya madam to felicitate Dr. Ganesh Kedar sir with a certificate. Thank you, sir, for also mentioning Panchakosh, which helps in reinstating the relevance of philosophy at large. Thank you. Okay. Now I welcome Professor S. Srinivasa Rao, Professor of Sociology of Education, Zakir Hussain Center for Educational Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, who has joined us virtually today. He will be sharing his insights on the topic Understanding Classroom Transactions. To chair this session, I welcome Dr. Rajesh Singh, Director, Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. I request sir to take the place on the dais. I request Dr. Dheeraj Kadam sir to welcome sir with a sapling. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Dr. Rajesh Singh has an embellished administrative as well as academic experience for almost over 28 years. He has been awarded with the State Teacher Award of Maharashtra. He has completed 4 research projects and 1 departmental project. He has over 18 research papers and 5 books to his credit. His administrative excellence is inexhaustive, from being a head to the Director of Academic Staff College to being the member of Senate Academic Council, Board of Studies, coordinator of grant projects, to being a convener of various seminars, workshops, and conferences. I now request Dr. Rajesh Singh sir to introduce our today's speaker, Professor Srinivasa Rao.
Very good morning, Professor Srinivas Rao.
Good morning. Good morning.
And my dear participant friends, guest speakers, and head of the department, also chairman IQAC, who is doing all these activities. I have been given the responsibility of introducing Professor Srinivas Rao. But before that, I will say a few words about this activity. And in the brief, I will say that the IQAC is doing remarkable work here for bringing the changes in the pedagogy of the education system, pattern, examination system, teaching style, curriculum, innovative practices, everything. If you will attend this 2 days program, certainly you will get many new ideas here, and after going back in your institutions, you will try to implement. Certainly some new thing will come. I reached here very late, so I could not attend the lecture of previous speaker, but whatever 1 or 2 minutes I attended, I noticed that really lecture was very excellent, and I missed a big opportunity. And sir, I will say my apology to you, because I have planned to come here little early, around 9 o'clock only, but because today whole India is celebrating, whole world is celebrating Yoga Day, so I was also busy in that. So whatever responsibility I have been given by the organizers. So first is that to introduce our renowned speaker, Professor S. Srinivasa Rao. Presently he is Professor of Sociology of Education, Zakir Hussain Center for Education Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Professor Rao has completed his PhD in Sociology of Education from Jawaharlal Nehru University, and he has worked from 92 to 97 in that institute. And before that, he has also completed his MPhil from the same institute. Basically, he has obtained a master's degree in the sociology from Hyderabad University. But I am glad to read this biodata because he has completed his graduation in the Faculty of Science, and also I think his major was physics. So our IQAC coordinator is from physics. I am also a graduate from taking the subject physics. So really after reading this biodata, I am your fan, sir. Because from science you have shifted to sociology, and that too sociology related with the education. A nice combination which is, I think during our era, it was difficult. And even these days, it is difficult to shift from science to art, and that to real art of sociology and education. In US, probably it is a practice, but it is difficult in our country. Professor Rao is having a 24 years of teaching experience and vast experience of administration. He was chairperson and head of the department, president of Comparative Education Sociology of India, vice president of CESI, managing editor of Sage Journal, and so on. Professor Rao has given consultancy to many institutes, organizations, and he has visited Canada as a faculty of enrichment fellowship. Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, visited faculty of education McGill University, Ontario Institute of Studies in Education, University of Toronto, and so on. Professor Rao has published many monographs and edited books. He has published a large number of research papers, and he was executive committee member from 2021 to 20. Still, it seems he is the member. So many things are here which I must introduce, but due to the paucity of time, I am skipping. Professor Srinivasa Rao will deliver today lecture on the topic community participations and innovations in classroom transactions. So quite interesting topic it seems, and I hope that you all will enjoy. Certainly I will take also opportunity to learn from Professor Rao, because still sociology and education both are difficult for we science people students. We could not understand still the basic concept of sociology, demography of our country, so complicated. And then education itself is a very complicated thing. Still a lot of research is going on, new concepts are coming on, and our Vedic period education system to online education system, you can see that how the things has changed, and the future how will change, that is beyond imagination. So I will request Professor Srinivas Rao, please start your lecture.
Am I audible now? Am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes, sir, you're very much audible now.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry, actually, this is, I wish I was there, but somehow I think I could not be physically present in Nagpur for this workshop. Therefore, I think this particular mode of transaction has its own, issues for a long distance kind of communication. Uh, so I must thank a very liberal introduction of me by Dr. Rajesh ji. I also thank Dr. Ravi Kanzai and all other organizers of this workshop for inviting me to share my understanding and ideas with the participants of this particular workshop. Uh, so I think there is a slight change in my title because Professor Kumar Suresh was speaking on a similar subject of community participation in higher education. I thought I want the community participation dimension, but focus more on understanding the classroom context and its pedagogical implications. For example, I think any discourse of quality for teachers like us must begin with the understanding of our classroom context. This is where the quality is defined. This is where the quality actually is practiced, and this is where the kind of the future generations of students or children emerge. So therefore, any meaningful transaction or discussion of the quality enhancement and innovations in education has to begin by understanding the context of the classroom. So I'll share actually the slides. I think maybe I must have lost it in the rejoining. Is it visible? Are the slides visible? Are the slides visible? Can I know this?
Sir, it's yes, sir. It is
Okay.
visible.
Yeah. So what I'm actually trying to argue here is that in order for actually quality to be enhanced in our everyday educational processes, uh, we need to really look at what happens in the classroom pedagogical contexts and how our understanding of educational processes actually gets translated into some kind of outcomes. So therefore the general discourses of quality often tend to assume, and this is where actually we also make a lot of assumptions. I think as teachers we keep talking about a whole lot of things in our everyday classroom experiences, and we form certain kinds of ideas about our students, what we teach, how we teach it, and what actually ultimately are going to be the outcomes of our engagement in the classroom. It is also actually the site where we tend to define who is a failure or who is a successful student. Ultimately the success or quality of education is also measured in terms of what we do with our basic units of transaction, namely the students. Student is actually at the center of our world of teaching and learning, and therefore in any kind of educational institution, be it school or college or a university, we must understand that it actually is a kind of a coming together of two important components in a given society, namely the teachers and the students. Imagine you visit a particular school on a Sunday and you find all the sites of the school, classrooms, playgrounds, canteens, administrative buildings, everything actually is closed and there is no interaction, there is no presence of elements of human society, and therefore, what you see actually in those kinds of situations is that mere mortar and cemented structures, the material kind of structures. And can actually these structures merely make what we call a school or a college or university, or how do they transform from being a kind of inanimate material object into a animate kind of lively kind of situations of human interactions who seem to be coming together for producing a very important function for the society, namely to provide uh, the future functionaries, future citizens, that what the adult society actually requires is being shaped actually in our classrooms. So therefore, I think if you have heard about the Kothari Commission's opening remark that the country's future is being shaped in its classrooms, and therefore classroom actually becomes a very, very important site for us to understand. So I think as teachers, is our responsibility restricted towards the bright and the best? How does our everyday life get centered around the notions of only the successful, the bright, the intelligent, the kind of the one who gets the good marks and good ranks for the college or university or school? Or should we also be bothered about the child or the student actually who is not so intelligent, not so bright, but we do actually kind of use certain kind of categories to brush them aside, that as failures, as poor learners, as passive learners, as dull, different kinds of notions actually we tend to adopt. And that actually, how does that impact the overall kind of context of quality in an educational situation? So the quality of how we define the quality of educational process has to move beyond what we generally call as the best, bright, intelligent, and the mere notion of the quality. Rather, it must include how we tend to sort of incorporate even those who may not actually be as bright, as intelligent, or as actually kind of successful as some of the students, as gifted actually as some of the students. So therefore, I think the notions of quality boils down to the understanding of this teacher student relationships within the context of a classroom. You meet actually the student every day, and that actually gives us certain kinds of perceptions about each other. It's not actually that we as teachers forming certain kind of opinions about the students, but the students, upon seeing us, also are making certain kind of perceptions of us. So therefore, the general discourses of quality often tend to assume that the students' educational achievements or learning are manipulable and that they can be altered easily irrespective of the students' structural contexts or cultures. In a country like ours, actually, which is hugely diverse, you have a varieties of student body, student composition that come into our classrooms. And every student actually brings with him or her a unique kind of experience emerging from their own specific diverse situation. And that actually will have an impact in the way they learn within the classrooms. Now, I will not be very much enthusiastic if we say that a particular school or a classroom has got 100% result. Underneath that, how the experiences, how deep actually are these experiences of schooling or college education or university education are for a student, and how those experiences are carried forward into the society in which the child is going to lead his or her life for the rest of the life. And these are the people actually who are going to be important in the overall functioning of any society or any nation. So therefore, I think what we make of the student in the classroom, not simply in terms of how the market or the kind of kind of a corporate idea of excellence tells us actually to define. Rather, it's not actually kind of uniformity or standardized kind of product all the time. A soap may be of the same size, same color, same odor. If it actually is manufactured in an industry, and can we treat the child as a soap? When the child actually comes out of the educational institution, the child actually takes with her or him a kind of a unique set of experiences, which then shape the kind of contribution that child is going to make to the future society. So therefore, whatever commonsensical or general kind of perceptions that center around the quality in today's society, they resist the structure and agency of both the teacher and the child and the classroom context. Therefore, such a kind of argument is not tenable, and I argue here that the specific student cultures of learning arise not just in relation to the structural conditions in the larger society from which children come from, but also most importantly due to the beliefs and practices within micro school and classroom situations and pedagogical contexts. So therefore, I think what I'm trying to basically argue here is that how schools and universities seek, nurture, and celebrate those who are designated as the bright and the successful. But to identify and nurture such potential successful kids, they tend to label those who do not fit into the criteria of success as failures or poor achievers or poor learners or slow learners or problem children. So the definitions of bright and poor learner or active or passive learners are simply the intelligent and dull to use in everyday school or college or university language is symptomatic of the larger social construction that fit the kind of society in which we are living currently. And maybe we need to look at these labels more carefully so that we understand how these labels are meant to serve, to perpetuate, and to exacerbate the and reproduce actually the similar kinds of inequalities that already exist in the society. So therefore, I think if you want to have a kind of a decent understanding of the classroom context, we need to understand certain assumptions. What are these assumptions? As I said, that if you want to understand the schooling process or educational process, we need to understand that there is something which is called everyday life of a school, of a university, or a college. That the school or college actually begins its operations at a particular point in time in a day, say, for example, 8 o'clock in the morning. If it is a school, it begins with a school assembly where there is a kind of a assemblage of all the children with the principal and the teachers, and the principal kinds of gives the messages of the ethos and the, the belief systems, the values, the ethics that the college or school tends to sort of believe in or practice, and therefore the children are expected to internalize those kinds of values in order to make the learning experience in tune with the general ideas of education of the top management or the teachers in the school. In a way, actually, if the principal actually communicates in an assembly, it also is a message to the teachers as well. So therefore, as educational leaders, actually you tend to sort of communicate what I would like in my school or college, and therefore the teacher actually also begins to kind of operationalize those kinds of ideas when he or she practices the teaching learning within the educational institutions. Children are also actually, they also begin to understand. So therefore, the any typical school day or university day or college day begins with certain kinds of messaging like this, and then the structuring of the schooling or university education or college education begins to take shape in terms of what you call structuring of into periods. And any school day or college day would have about 5 to 8 classes or more than that for sometimes. And every period is supposed to be having a particular amount of time, and each level or class or standard of education would have particular disciplines or subjects to be transacted. If you look at actually the class one, we begin with a general understanding of everything, language, mathematics, everything together, environmental science, everything together. As this child keeps moving upwards, the knowledge areas get disciplined, and therefore one tends to become a kind of a biologist or a zoologist or a political scientist or an economist or a sociologist as we actually move up to the class 12 uh, and actually even beyond. So maybe I think once the child comes into the college or university, I think it even becomes more and more specialized in terms of the disciplinary areas of specialization. So what it means actually is that it begins at a very homogeneous level in any educational system, and the number of periods given to certain kinds of subjects tell us that these subjects are very, very important in the given contemporary kind of a society. For example, I think if you look at any school timetables, you will see that the subjects like mathematics, sciences are given more importance and more number of periods than the liberal arts and the language kind of courses. So therefore, what happens is that it actually tells us actually that there are certain kinds of disciplines are valued, and it's a kind of a messaging actually that gets reflected in the very structuring and organization of the knowledge areas within the school context. So even actually before we even actually want to get into this whole discourse of how knowledge gets prioritized and distributed within the educational contexts, and how actually that has a linkage with the larger society that is going to kind of receive these children once they are out of the education system. But let me tell you actually that any educational institution has its own everyday life. We actually begin with an assembly and we get into the periods. We sort of, transit from one period to another period. There is a kind of a behavior that is expected. For example, I think, you, when you get into the first class of the day, you actually are at a particular kinds of, mental state, a certain kinds of joy, freshness you bring actually to the school early in the morning, and then you tend to sort of look forward to the rest of the day. But as the day progresses, maybe the heaviness, the kind of teaching, learning that takes place within the classroom, the spaces actually, all of a sudden you keep looking forward to the recess. Sometime actually after 2 to 3 periods or 4 periods, and then suddenly I think you can see the energy of the child coming back to life during those periods. I think you can see the life of the students, actually the enthusiasm that is there in the child, uh, so much actually energized when they enter the school, when they get into the recess, and when they tend to sort of leave the educational institution for the day. So therefore, I think there are points, I think, where the child seems to be extremely happy, but somewhere I think in between, when the child is in the classrooms, what happens? Why is the child, docile at times? Why is the child dormant? Is it actually merely because that the child is learning, child is hearing the teacher, or is it because the child is also compelled to sit and listen to, no matter what his or her condition, mental condition is, in terms of teaching and learning? So I think it's easy to say actually that okay, these are all what we know. I think in spite of all that, the child has to learn, and therefore child must stay and sit in the classroom for his or her own benefit. And therefore I think otherwise, I think if he or she doesn't pass, if he or she doesn't understand what is being taught, then the child may get termed as a failure in the society, and therefore that I think will also lead to certain kind of disadvantages in the employment market, and therefore one doesn't really want to forego such opportunities, because ultimately the aim of any or the instrumentality of any education is to seek a job and become settled in life. But in face-to-face interactions on an everyday basis, should we merely look at teaching and learning from the point of view of how much and what has been actually the learning in terms of the textbooks, or in terms of the performance in the examination? um, if you actually think that this is the main object of any education, then therefore I think we tend to believe that because the knowledge that the student gains in a particular subject only makes him or her a successful candidate in the job market. But then if the same person actually cannot perform well in that job market, for the lack of actually these soft skills or a kind of behavioral kind of shortcomings, uh, then don't we not actually blame the education systems, the classroom transactions, or our own actually how we treated the child at the school level? So therefore, I think if at all, I think we want to understand the idea of classroom experience in a holistic fashion, it must certainly go beyond the notion of teaching and learning from a strict instructional point of view, instruction in a particular subject. It must actually include and get into the interpersonal kind of relations as well. So what I'm trying to argue here is that the what we call as everyday life of a school has deeper meanings actually for us. It actually is the building block. It's a kind of the, essence of what kind of future citizens we require, and how do we actually prepare these citizens for tomorrow's world. It's not merely by memorizing and kind of mugging up what is there in the text, but understanding each other, whether it is understanding of the teacher by the pupil, or understanding of the pupil by the teacher, or understanding of the peoples actually among themselves or among the teachers. So therefore, it's a kind of all kinds of relationships or social relationships. Social relationship is nothing but any two or more individuals getting into certain kind of meaningful exchange. That exchange actually can also even be in terms of the gestures or in terms of language, actually what we call as symbols. No, language is nothing but a set of symbols. So it's actually whatever we interact in terms of a particular kind of a language, even right now actually we are interacting. And this is actually through the medium of language, which is a set of words, and each word actually has its own meaning. And similarly, I think in everyday social life of the school or a classroom, we tend to communicate these kinds of meanings every minute of our existence within the premises of the school. So, therefore, I think if at all we want to understand as teachers the classroom context, we need to understand what happens every day within the classroom we are teaching. So, for example, I think I'll just give you one micro kind of example. We all actually must have experienced our classroom situations. When the teacher is not there, classroom must be, hitting the roof actually with all kinds of noises and sounds, drums and beating the benches, all sorts of, I think the students express themselves actually without any control, without any order, and therefore I think they seem to be enjoying the, company with each other. But as the word goes, actually, one student says actually that the teacher is approaching the classroom, then slowly you can see the noises actually kind of disappearing. And as the teacher enters the classroom, there's a pin drop silence. The noises actually come to a halt. Why does this take place? How do we understand it? The certain kind of everyday activity has certain meanings. Even if you don't tell the student to be silent, even as a teacher, you don't even have to give a command, but the children actually get into some sort of an order in the classroom. But if it is the first class for you as a teacher, a new teacher, then the students might not have actually seen your classes, they might not have interacted with you before. And then the students also begin to kind of speculate what kind of a teacher you are going to be, and they'll probably have certain idea as they keep seeing you actually as you enter the classroom, in terms of your demeanor, in terms of your body language, in terms of the first word actually or first sentence you utter in front of them. Is actually this, the child begins to sort of form ideas about what kind of a teacher he or she is. Is that teacher a strict teacher or a lenient teacher, or actually can we also play around with this teacher? So therefore, I think the meanings that are conveyed in this everyday contexts of the classroom, we begin with a kind of a stage of speculation. We speculate the other person. For example, I think if I'm going to a class for the first time, either actually I'm told about that classroom in the staff room by a teacher who might have taught that class before, that this class is like this class is like that, and therefore I think I begin to carry the imagination of the or experiences of others who had some experience with that particular classroom. But when I approach, I actually carry these things. If I'm the first one, actually, my first day of teaching in my career as a teacher, there's a particular way in which actually I begin to kind of imitate and internalize certain idea of who I am, why I am there, actually, what kind of teacher should I be, whether actually this, what is the purpose of my being teacher. So how should I behave with the children? All these questions come to our mind. Don't you think so? I think this is how we actually all started. are first classes as teachers. As we actually, and this is actually, that is the stage of speculation. We keep speculating about our classrooms, about our ability to teach, our ability to communicate with the children, the ability actually to effectively.
It is showing, I guess. Left side. Sir, sir, are you there? Rao, sir? So you're not audible, sir. He's working on the slides. So can you please put your presentation on the slideshow mode? I think he's working on it. So you're not audible either. Sangeet. So you're not audible, unfortunately.
Hope you have not muted me from the other side.
Okay, sir, now you're audible.
Okay.
Very, yeah.
Okay.
Can you please
I'm audible now, no? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is the slideshow clear?
Not yet, sir.
Are the slides coming up? No.
So the latest slide is visible to us, but the slide is not yet on.
Okay. This one itself.
So can you please put it on the full screen mode?
Yeah, I already kept it. I kept it actually. It's on the full slideshow mode.
Screen with us.
Yeah. Maybe I think it's troubling. Maybe I think there's some technical issue there. Okay. So if you're audible, I think if I'm audible, can I go ahead actually because there's
Okay,
I
please
need
carry
to.
on. Please carry on.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So what I'm trying to argue here is that the everyday life of the classroom has its own kind of uniquenesses which actually inform to us as teachers actually in a number of ways, and every kind of interaction which involves two or more individuals in a classroom situation, or within the kind of larger educational context of the school or university or college, will have actually meanings to us, whether it is verbal or non-verbal kinds of meanings, and every kind of interaction would tell us something new, something different. It actually gives us the clues for our our learning. And actually at times I think you also think about certain amount of freedom actually as teachers and as students actually we experience, that it's not even if a college or university or school is very rigid, compartmentalized in terms of the hierarchical power structures and authority structures, it still actually allows certain amount of freedom for all of us actually to negotiate. And so far as the classroom is concerned, for a teacher, it's actually a liberated space for the student, for the teacher. So the teacher actually is the primary sort of sort of resource that delivers actually what he or she wants, and in the methods actually they use and the kind of approaches they use in those pedagogical kinds of contexts. So what is important actually in our understanding of this everyday life is that we begin to understand that there are different kinds of things actually we need to uh, specifically understand. What is my own understanding of myself as a teacher? Because this is a kind of the self is a very reflexive kind of quality. So therefore, what I think my role is in terms of being a teacher has a greater sort of impact on how I teach and what I would like to achieve in a classroom, and what would be the outcomes actually I want to generate in that kind of transactional process. For example, if I think, just as I think many of us as teachers think, that we are basically the lion tamers, that our students are like wild animals, and therefore our task of a teacher is to kind of discipline them, and therefore I think we need to set them right. And if, that understanding of the student actually completely kind of neutralizes the idea that any child, even if at the age of 5 or 6, comes with a body of knowledge about the society, about the circumstances, what education is. And therefore I think that messages and that information that the child also collects from his or her surroundings, from the family, from the peer groups, and that actually the child brings into the school or college. But at the same time, actually, when the teacher thinks actually that he or she is a line tamer, only a disciplinarian, then I think the notion of actually that identifying that agency of the child gets completely diluted. There are actually teachers, many of us actually can also be entertainers. Actually, we think actually that the child has to be socialized properly and the child needs to be disciplined. But at the same time, I also believe as a teacher that the student actually can have his or her own ideas, and therefore let me also listen to the student at times. So therefore my construction of myself as a teacher will have a greater impact. And there are certain other kinds of teachers who may be called romantics, a set of romantics who believe actually that my role is basically to teach what the students want, and let me first actually understand what the students know so far as learning is concerned, so far as the subject is concerned, and therefore I begin to build my own transaction within the classroom from an idea of what the student actually wants, and how much actually and what methods actually are more easy to reach the student, and to enhance his or her learning process. So therefore I think understanding of the self of the teacher becomes a very crucial objective in this. And at the same time, the whole perceptions, it's also actually the sociology of the classroom setting is also about the perceptions, and it involves actually organizing our impressions and drawing conclusions. And it is much more than seeing. Actually, what you see is not a perception. What you see actually may be wrong actually at many times. What you need to understand is that the perception is also based on certain kinds of information, certain kinds of history, certain kinds of actually experiences. So therefore, we as teachers actually use certain kinds of interpretive schemes when we are when you get into a kind of a situation, you tend to sort of interactional situation, we tend to use certain interpretive schemes. If a student actually is not performing well, then we tend to begin to kind of form the ideas that okay, the student is not doing this because he or she may have actually particular kinds of background like this. Sometimes actually these kinds of perceptions may also create problems for uh, the overall um, labeling and the stereotyping of the student. Sometimes actually these stereotypes may help the student, but sometimes actually they may, or to a large extent, they may end up actually creating more problems actually for the students. So as teachers, what we do actually most of the times is that we pick up actually certain relevant kinds of understandings only actually to deal with our kind of situation or contexts. That actually is also a problematic kind of situation. So therefore, in any kind of classroom situation, teachers and their self conceptions, teachers' definitions of what a pupil is, and pupils' own self conceptions, pupils' conception of the teachers will make what we call the classroom situation or the classroom context. That actually is very crucial for any kind of meaningful engagement to improve the quality of our teaching and learning processes at a very, very micro level of the of our context as teachers. So, for example, I think you all will agree with me that in any context of classroom, it is the teacher's definition of the classroom which will prevail ultimately. Teacher has the power to define what a classroom should be and how it should be run and how the children should be taught and what actually the children should be taught. So therefore, the what we call as the four walls of the classroom gets heavily structured around how I would like to organize that space within the four walls of the classroom. If I actually allow certain kinds of flexibilities and allow to understand the most weak student of my class and help actually that student to overcome his or her inhibitions, probably I think I might be contributing to the overall success of the classroom transactions rather than limiting the experiences of education for some kind of students. So therefore, I think and sometimes actually because the teacher has the overpowering character in the classroom context, the definitions of the students also many a times align and converge because they actually believe that whatever the teacher is set actually for us in the classroom context is what I think my role is also, is basically to kind of abide by what my teacher says. And therefore, I think that classroom tells us a situation, actually gives us an impression of a situation of concord or accord, that there is a perfect synchrony or harmony actually in terms of the classroom atmosphere, which I think, is the context of many of the teacher-driven definitions of the classroom. But when the students actually begin to define actually and having an opinion about how the classroom should be, and there is certain element of unruliness actually in the classroom, that means actually the teacher's definition of the classroom is at variance with the student's definition of the classroom, then there is a situation of discord. The teachers actually words are not anymore actually sort of authoritative, and the children actually tend to kind of if the teacher is teaching at the blackboard to the students, then the children actually are gossiping and speaking actually to each other, or drawing the pictures, I think, or looking through the window, or different kinds of ways in which the child seem to be telling us that there is a kind of, I'm not happy with the class, and I'm actually resisting the process actually of the pedagogy that is being practiced. So therefore, I think we tend to kind of get the signals actually, and therefore that actually tells us that the classroom situation is one of discord actually, and therefore I think that is where we need to really work on. And most of the classrooms actually in our context, I think, is a situation of semi concord actually. That means there is some classes there is some certain kind of discord, some classes there is a kind of a accord, and there is a kind of a mutuality or harmony actually that exists at times, and there are certain kinds of disharmony and disorder exists at another time. So there is actually kind of a situation we need to understand this. So for example, I think if you have to look at this particular picture, so any classroom, I think if the teacher is standing at the podium, and you can see that there are only few voices from particular zones of the classroom tend to be active. Either I think you have this syndrome of front bench syndrome, that front bench syndrome, or actually certain pockets of the classroom are very active voices where whenever a teacher asks a question, that is the only same set of students actually answer. But a large chunk of the students in the classroom tend to be passive, inactive, and therefore, uh, as teachers, I think in the pedagogical context, our focus needs to be on those zones of the passive and poor learning within the classroom situation, and that I'm sure, I think, will help us improve the quality of teaching and learning in our everyday life. I'll stop it here and I'll take questions if there are any. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Srinivas Rao. Now I will request to participants, if you have any question, you can ask. One or two questions we will permit. No question, it seems. So I am very much thankful, Professor Srinivas Rao ji, for giving a very nice lecture to our participants. Mainly you have discussed about quality, classroom value, relation of a student and teacher. One point I would like to add here, the quality. Quality is a dynamic thing. It is not a static. What was earlier the ideal qualities, that is not now, and after 10 years, that will be some new criteria of the quality. For example, earlier you can imagine students were sitting on the floor, then hard chairs came, and now cushion classrooms are there, and they are expecting some more better quality. Earlier without fan students were learning, now fan and now AC. More better. They were going 10 or 20 kilometers for their college. Now every village, every town is having a school, and now from their home. So what quality? Quality we define as if something is serving its intended function. That is the quality. If you are needing a 4 kg washing machine, there may be 6 kg, 10 kg, 2 kg. Accordingly, budget will change. So what is your intended function? Which problem you want to solve? That is an ideal quality for you. If you have a load of 4 kg, so 6 kg washing machine, if you are running, it will consume more electricity. You have paid at the beginning more money, so you are losing the interest of that money. It will consume more water. So
going upper side and going lower side, both results in loss. So same thing is now for quality. If some student want, it's my idea, just I am putting a comment, my comment. Kindly permit me, Professor Srinivas Rao ji,
Please, please.
because there is no question, so just I have taken this opportunity.
Please.
So, if you are saying that the student is interested that only getting the degree, he will not go very big institutions where training or means learning student can qualify IAS examination. So what is the need? That should be clear in the student's mind that my goal is this. Accordingly, I will select my institution, and that is the fulfillment of my quality. If a student want to become a IAS, that institution. So first fix your aim, then decide what will be your requirement of quality, and then accordingly you achieve. Certainly in some cases you have to pay more or you have to work hard, difficulties will also increase. So always quality is a continued thing. It cannot be achieved in a day. Day by day, slowly, slowly it increases. You achieve step-wise, like example of mobile. Earlier days, if we can clearly hear, that was the quality. Button system. Now many features are coming, clear videos, and now speed is the parameter, 3G, 4G, 6G. Still we are not satisfied. We are saying that quality is not good, we need more fast internet, more fast downloading. So you can imagine that quality has no limit in fact. जितना मिल जाएगा वो भी हमको unsatisfied रखेगा. That means this is the human nature, and that's why we progress also. Whatever development is being achieved, innovation, that is due to this nature of human being that we want more and more. ये दिल मांगे more. So that is the quality, and we are running behind that, and same is with the education system. Nothing is perfect in term of quality. Job pattern, whatever pattern you are getting these days, this will become outdated very soon, and you will say that now this is my new perception about the quality. So I hope that you have enjoyed an excellent lecture of Professor Srinivas Rao ji, and I am very much thankful to all of you and Professor Rao for giving valuable time and making us more knowledgeable. Thank you very much. You will present what after?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we would like to present you with a soft copy of the certificate of our appreciation and warmth. Please accept it on our behalf, sir.
No, thank you. Thank you.
So this is the certificate. Thank you for giving your precious time to us, sir. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Ravi Ghangai, sir, to felicitate Dr. Rajesh Singh, sir, with a certificate. Now, Now we shall be moving towards our oral presentation session swiftly. And for the same, I request Dr. Ravi Khangai sir to take over the mic.
We are having four paper presentations today also. We'll be starting very soon. I think, ma'am, in the schedule it was a tea break now, na? After presentation, okay. Because another examiner is on the way, so I think if possible we can prepone the tea break, have a cup of tea, and then meanwhile she will come, and then start with the presentation. And after the presentation, we can directly go for plenary. Uh, right? So please break for tea, just 10 minutes or so, and please reassemble once again after the tea break, right?
तुझा आहे वायवा
the four paper that is to be presented today, I'm seeing only two people who are presenting. Sujita Wagmare is there and Shobha Sahasrabuddhe is there. Sonali Gadekar, is she here? Well, Yogeshwar Bagade is not there. Okay. So we'll start with the first paper. The first paper will be presented by Shobha Sahasrabuddhe madam. The rule of the game is as it is yesterday, 10 minutes you will get total, 8 minutes you have to finish and 2 minutes for Q&A. Thank you.
Namaste all. Myself Shobha Sahasrabuddhe. I come from Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai. The title of my paper is Application of Tantra Yuktis to Innovative Pedagogical Practices. Before going further, let me explain how does the word ancient fit in the theme of innovation, which is equated with modernity. 2 points. Number one, innovation does not hang in thin air. It always rests on the foundation of tradition. And point number two, logic is the basic most science. And logic is a very essential component in our ancient knowledge systems. Coming back to the topic, the topic is very vast. I'll try to make it as crisp as possible. The doctrine of Tantra Yuktis represents a remarkable feature of ancient Indian research methodology. Etymologically, this Sanskrit word consists of two elements, Tantra meaning scientific treatise, Shastriya Grantha, and Yukti meaning technique. Hence, the basic meaning of the word is techniques of composing a scientific treatise. Ancient Indian scholars, namely Kautilya, Charaka and Sushruta, have enumerated and defined 32 to 36 Tantra Yuktis, the average number being 34. In the capacity of facilitators of communication, Tantra Yuktis would definitely be applicable to the area of innovative pedagogical and research practices even in the present era. Now there are 34 Tantra Yuktis, but since I am aware that my broad umbrella is not Sanskrit, I will not be talking about all the 34. Just briefly, I'll mention few important ones, which are important in the context of application to pedagogy and research. Atikranta Vekshano, that is reference to a past statement. Anagata Vekshano, reference to a future statement. It is a very common experience while teaching. We give often such references. I have talked about it yesterday. This topic will be talked about tomorrow or later. Okay. These are the technical terms for the same. Anagata Vekshana, Atikranta Vekshana. Then Apadesha, providing reason. Apavarga, exception to general rule. Arthapatti, presumption. Upamana, analogy. Ekanta, a universal statement. Nidarshana, an example or illustration. Nirnaya, conclusion. Nirvachana, very, very important. Etymological explanation of a word. Padartha, meaning of the word. Viparyaya, that is contrariety, proving something by negating the opposite. Samuchaya, grouping together a number of similar things. So these are some of the examples. 34 such Tantra Yuktis are there. Now coming to applicability of Tantra Yuktis. Tantra Yuktis have been primarily described as techniques of composition of scientific treatises. However, these actually represent communication skills. These are techniques of communication. Okay, these may be compared with ball bearings that are affixed to heavy pieces of furniture. What they do? They avoid friction and they facilitate movement. Similarly, Tantra Yuktis are removing blocks in understanding and they are aiding in conveyance of ideas and concepts very clearly. So, hence, Tantra Yuktis can be applicable to any communication governed field. And in the modern era, two such fields are pedagogy and research methodology. Let's talk about something about pedagogy. Conscious use of Tantra Yuktis at appropriate junctures by a teacher can greatly contribute to effective teaching. And as a corollary, students with the knowledge of Tantra Yuktis are better equipped for better grasping, understanding, and learning. Talking in terms of modern pedagogy, direct applicability of Tantra Yuktis is the greatest at the cognitive domain of learning. The other two being affective and psychomotor, which Thete sir has talked about. So, in the cognitive domain of learning, the applicability is direct. With reference to Bloom's taxonomy model, Tantra Yuktis can play an obvious and significant role at three levels, namely understanding, applying, and analyzing. In the field of research methodology, now the term research methodology involves systematic procedures adopted by the researcher throughout the research activity. The applicability of Tantra Yuktis in research methodology can be regarded at two levels. Number one, interpretation of data, and number two, presentation of data. I'm not going too much in depth here because that is a very, very vast topic. As far as interpretation of data is concerned, some Tantra Yuktis, a few examples which can lead to greater clarity or which are operational in the way we think. When I say I'm interpreting this data, my thought process is going that way. So these are not bookish techniques. Now here they are simply extracted and technically labeled. This is how our mindset is. This is how our thinking goes. When I want to interpret a particular thing, I'm taking help of Nidarshana. I'm comparing things with examples and trying to understand it better. Here is where Tantra Yukti Nidarshana is coming in the picture. Okay. Secondly, Viparyaya, contrariety. Sometimes we understand a thing by negating the opposite thing. If it is not so, yes, this is so. Got it. So there, Viparyaya, this is operative. Samuchchaya, mental mapping of a number of things or elements as a group to which you can apply a certain kinds of standards. You can distinguish that group from others. So here is what we call it Samuchchaya. Arthapatti. Arthapatti is presumption, which largely constitutes the raw material of conclusion. Atidesha, that is inductive thinking. And Uyya is deductive thinking. Okay. Now the second area, presentation of data. When we want to present data, I want to write a thesis, I want to write a research paper, how can the conscious use of Tantra Yuktis help? While formulating the title, okay, title, what is the requirement? Title should be crisp and still clear. So here, knowledge of Tantra Yuktis such as Padartha, if you know what is the meaning of particular word, you can make use, appropriate use of it in the title. So while coining a perfectly crisp and clear title, Padartha, Nirvachana, Uddesha, these Tantra Yuktis come in the picture. Hypothesis. Hypothesis represents a very important component of any research work. It may be simply defined as a presupposed conclusion. Okay, so clear drafting is the main parameter here. Clear drafting of hypothesis is very, very important. So Tantra Yuktis such as Atidesha, Arthapatti, Uyya, they may be effectively employed for this purpose. The Tantra Yukti Vidhana may be equated, yeah, sure. So synopsis, abstract. So at various levels, conscious use and application of Tantra Yuktis can prove to be really helpful. I'll come to the conclusion. Tantra Yukti represents a unique doctrine in ancient Indian knowledge system. Although primarily described as techniques of the composition of a scientific treatise, Tantra Yuktis may also be regarded as essential elements involved in the effective transfer of thoughts, ideas, and concepts. These can greatly contribute to the development and sharpening of the skills of linguistic expression, may it be written or oral. Therefore, the wonderful doctrine of Tantra Yuktis is applicable to a number of communication-governed areas of the present era, pedagogy and research methodology being important ones among those. Thank you. These are tools of communication, basically.
Okay.
They have been described in our traditional literature as tools of writing a scientific treatise. अगर आपको शास्त्रीय ग्रंथ की रचना करनी है तो आपको ये मेथोडोलॉजी फॉलो करनी है.
Okay.
So in Kautilya Arthashastra, the last Adhikarana is devoted to this. It is named as Tantrayukti. And he cites examples from his own composition. Okay. Previous 14 Adhikaranas contain the whole matter of Arthashastra. So 15वा जो जे अधिकरण आहे कौटिल्याने त्याला टायटल दिलंय तंत्रयुक्ती. He defines each tantrayukti and he gives an example from his own composition. This is how I've used etymology. Nirvachanam. Actually, there is no time. I wanted to take as a case study the same paper. Okay. So I began with Nirvachana. Okay. What is Tantrayukti? I have made use of Nirvachana there. So what can be a systematic method of presenting any research work? We are using, not that we are not using. When we say I am an effective, a good teacher, subconsciously I am making use of all these techniques. But our scholars have tried to give them in a methodical way, given definitions. And Charaka, Sushruta and Kautilya, they have given definitions. Basic concept is same, but the wording varies.
Okay.
Yes, of course. All of them have given different definitions.
Western research, yeah.
हो रहा है अभी थोड़ा थोड़ा. Even Sanskrit scholars, they are not fully aware of this. It is you can say comparatively neglected concept. या फिर people have not understood the real perspective. They have only been regarded. काव्य शास्त्र में इसका प्रयोग है. Tantra Guna. There are two, if anybody is interested, there are two very good books by Vake Lele. त्यांनी ह्याच्यावर खूप काम केलंय in 80s. I have cited in my bibliography. So
I think it is not properly interpreted, so people don't know about this.
yes, this is a very and it is applicable in all eras. It is universal and it is eternal. But we will have to modify it, of course, according to. But the basic principles are eternal. So my MPhil work was on this. I have tried to explore or study Brahma Sutra Shankara Bhashya in the light of Tantra Yoga.
Okay.
And now my PhD work is going on. It's not complete as yet. I've extended the topic. I'm studying 5 commentaries by Vedantic Acharyas in the light of Tantra Yoga. क्वांटिटेटिव्ह पण आहे ना, आहे. स्टॅटिस्टिक्स आपण काढू शकतो. वी कॅन ऍक्च्युअली लेबल अँड एन्युमरेट दोज. ओके. ऍक्च्युअली पूर्व पक्ष उत्तर पक्ष हे पण तंत्रयुक्तीज मध्ये येतं. बट आय हॅव नॉट मेन्शन्ड इट. 10 मिनिटात ते गागर में सागर सारखं. आणि आय एम अवेअर की इथे संस्कृतचे विद्यार्थी नाहीत. सो आय हॅव टू डिसाइड माय पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह असं आहे. सो पूर्व पक्ष उत्तर पक्ष आर लाईक वॉल्स. आय कॅन काउंट इट. इट इज युज्ड अगेन अँड अगेन. बट दॅट वॉज अ मेथड. असं नाही की शास्त्रीय ग्रंथ कोणी आपल्या मर्जीनुसार कसेही लिहिलेत. इवन लोकमान्य गीता रहस्यामध्ये तुम्हाला दिसतं. सो विचेवर आर इफेक्टिव्ह. येस आहे ना. ग्रामरमध्ये उल्लेख आहे, न्यायामध्ये आहे. मेनी ऑफ दीज आर ओव्हरलॅपिंग. न्याय जे आहेत दे आर अ ग्रुप ऑफ इलस्ट्रेशन्स. सो इट इज व्हेरी वाईड. आणि 10 मिनिटात हे खूप म्हणजे गागर में सागर मी म्हटलं तसाच प्रकारे. जस्ट आय वॉन्टेड टू इंट्रोड्यूस यू पीपल टू दिस जर्म. अँड दिस जर्म इज अ जेम. Thank you. Any other question?
Thank you.
Okay.
We are running. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Right. I think only Suchita Wagmare is present. And Suchita, please. But I think that would be fair then. Because we have given only 10 minutes to other and then giving more time. It was interesting, no doubt. I mean, we can have informal kind of discussion over a couple of minutes.
Good morning, dignitaries, and good morning, everyone. I'm Suchita Wagmare from Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences. I'm pursuing PhD under the supervision of Dr. Pramod Khedekar, sir. So my topic is innovative pedagogical approaches and research practices in new education policies. So content of my topic is introduction, then innovative pedagogical approaches, research practices in NAP, and conclusion and references. So, what is pedagogy? We know since yesterday we are listening to all the our guests. They were delivering seminars and lectures. But pedagogy is an art and science, how something is taught and how students learn it. Pedagogy includes the approaches to teaching and learning. Pedagogy included approaches to teaching and learning. And my question is why there is need of innovation in pedagogy? Because in last session, sir said for Q, quality. Because for quality only, we need pedagogy, innovation in pedagogy. We want to match with the 5G, 6G and 7G. Like in our education field, we have to go with 5G, 6G, 7G and what will come after. So for that, we need innovation in pedagogy. So innovation in pedagogy encourages students and demands teachers to be very active in the field of education. Innovation in pedagogy involves different way of looking at the problem and solving them by teachers. It contributes to improve overall quality of education because it lets students to think out of the box and helps to solve the complex problem by teachers. New information technology like internet, it is transferring data, it is providing information and it's giving us opportunity to learn more and more from the internet. And other thing in case of pedagogy, that is playful learning education. Playful learning education offering an active learning method by establishing emotional and psychological connection with the students. Innovation in research in every area are equally important for the progress of nation. Innovation in pedagogy requires actually number of policies for establishing National Research Foundation which recognize the researchers, support them, fund them. And national education technology there is need to develop national education technologies forum, continuous professional development that should be created for the pedagogical innovations and research. So here I have given the diagrammatic representation of the few innovative pedagogical approaches. We have seen number of pedagogical approaches. Yesterday, sir explained the skill development, capacity buildings. I have given just small which we can implement in a classroom teaching. That formative analysis, teach-back method, place-based learning, learning with the robots, learning with the drones, citizen inquiry, and again computational thinking, which includes the ICT and digital libraries, blended learning, in which online and group learnings are there, embodied learning, gaming, multi-literacy, discussion, and experimental learning. These are few innovative pedagogical approaches which I have covered. And here I have given the pilot online education study diagram I have given here, in which institute like IITs, they have done a small scale project on the digital platform, online platform, how student will get the information in the pandemic time. We have gone through this digital platform. So there is need to improvement in digitalization also in case of the education field. So I have given the diagrammatic representation that digital infrastructure should be developed, then online teaching platform and tools should be there, then content and creation, digital repository and dissemination should be there, then addressing the digital divide, then virtual labs, training and incentives for the teachers, and these things are included in a National Education Policies 2020 also. Here new innovative pedagogy and research practices in NAP. So how new education policies are given according to New Education Policies 2020, they have focused on this point in case of research and pedagogy. What they have given: respects for the diversity and local contexts, continuous review, critical thinking and creativity, union capabilities, emphasize conceptual understanding, use of technology, community participation. We have seen community participation yesterday, and in equity and inclusion. These are the points which have been covered in NEP 2020, New Education Policy 2020. So, actual research practices, what is given in the NEP 2020 in case of the research practices. So, as we know that though research is very important, but in case of India, our GDP contribute only 0.69%. And in case of the other countries, 2.8% in USA, then 4.3% in Israel, and 4.2% in South Korea. So research education that should be the priority. And since decades, we were not giving priority to the research education, but in NEP 2020, they have given the priority to research, and we can say now up to the 2040, there will be the development in the research as per the NEP 2020. So this policy aims to that the transforms India education system by 2040. So National Research Foundation will bring some hope to the younger generation by providing fund to them, by providing facilities to them. And one of the goal of National Research Foundation is to recognize the scientists, those people who are providing research, who are contributing, who are giving their contribution in research, and they are going to fund them. This NRF, I have said that this NRF will fund the grant proposal to the scientists who are working there. Then assessment and accountability of the NEP will game changers for the research innovation in the country. As per NEP 2020, they have given the assessment and accountability, and this will definitely change the, we can say, look or whatever the picture, that will be changed up to the 2040. Then another encouraging policy given by NEP, National Education Policy 2020, that is they have given the researchers to retain the intellectual property rights. Then again NEP 2020, they said that there should be the hand-to-hand with the entrepreneurship, researcher and entrepreneurship. There should be a matching. They should be collaborate with each other, and that will be definitely useful for the skill development and capacity development. Then again, NEP 2020 is also focusing on the higher education in the rural areas. And NEP 2020 said that there is no age limit for the mentor. Because if we said the mentor will get retired, he is very knowledgeable person, and he will get retired in a specific age, then definitely that will be lost for us. So that's why as per NEP 2020, there will be no age limit for the mentor. They can guide to the students after their retirement too. Then keeping experienced faculty in active research in a higher education, that will be helpful for the younger faculty also. Then NEP encourage the international collaboration. Then government should aim CSR funding norms and permit large profit-making industries to contribute lavishly to NRF. Teaching duties will not be excessive. Yes, NEP said teaching duty of the teacher that should not be excessive, and there should be the proper teacher-student ratio. Because that will be helpful for the growth of the students, and definitely it will provide the healthy atmosphere to the teacher too. Then those faculty appointed to the individual institution that should not be the transferable. Because we know that if they will get transferred from one place to another place, that will be difficult for them to make connection. And then few funding agency, that is DSTDA, that should provide the fund continuously to the researcher. Then NEP will carefully coordinate with the funding agency. And this is the research practices in NEP 2020. I have just explained all these things. So what is the conclusion of topic? We have discussed various approaches for innovative pedagogy and new education policies as per 2020 for research practices. And it will be really helpful for bringing revolution in the field of education. So education should not be filling with the pail, but it lighting of the fire. These are my references. Thank you. Yes. What is the definition of excessive? Teaching not. It is not teaching. Teacher should not spend excessive time or more time than considered in a premises. Because if teacher is spending more than 8 hours, 10 hours, 20, that will be difficult for him to give his energy, positive energy to the students. If he is spending as per decided जो भी time रहेगा अगर वो देंगे, तो वो क्या होगा कि एक interaction बराबर रहेगा और वो थकेगा नहीं. He will not get tiredness or get bored because of his job. Thank you.
Friends, there are posters displayed in the corridor, and our examiner will go around. The people who have made those posters, they will explain the concept. You can also go around and listen to their explanation, because next online session will be at 12:15. So we have a couple of 15 minutes or so. I request you to assemble here just 2-3 minutes before. It is online session again.
Hello everyone again. Due to some technical problem, we are going to prepone Dr. Smita Acharya Madam's session before Harikesh Singh's session. I now welcome Dr. Smita Acharya, Director IQAC RTM Nagpur University, as the speaker for this session. Madam will be sharing her insights on the topic integrating sustainable development goal and with higher education in India. To chair this session, we have Dr. Prashant Puranik, Professor Pharmaceutical Department and Chairperson of the Board of Studies, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences with us. Sir, ma'am, I request you to take the seat on the dais. I request Dr. Rita Vadetyavar Madam to welcome Dr. Puranik Sir over the sapling. I request Dr. Prashant Puranik Sir to welcome Dr. Smita Acharya Madam with a sapling. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Prashant Puranik has a massive teaching experience of over 26 years and research experience of over 18 years. He has 32 papers of national and 41 papers of international importance. Sir has 5 books and 3 patents to his credit. Along with the academia, he has an impressive administration competence. From being the chairperson of Board of Studies Pharmaceutical Sciences, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, to being the RRC member of over 3 different universities. He is also a member of Academic Council, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, ex-Senate member of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. He has also worked as an NBA Expert Committee member, AICTE SHC SAC member, NAC Assessor and PCI Expert Committee member, Directorate of Technical Education and University Panel member. Sir is also the President of Rotary Club of Aurangabad Metro. That's some gargantuan work to look up to, sir. I now request Sir to introduce the speaker for this session, Dr. Smita Acharya Madam.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, I thank the organizer for giving this opportunity to chair this session. And to my credit, it's my pleasure to introduce you the speaker for today's plenary session, Dr. Smita Acharya Madam. Madam, I welcome you here. All of you know Dr. Smita Acharya Madam, who is presently working as a director IQAC and coordinator NAC RTM Nagpur University. She is also a professor at Department of Physics. You must be looking her around you on the dais, off the dais, from that is from yesterday. And you must have experienced her dynamic performance off the dais as well as on the dais from yesterday. We are experiencing her performance from last so many years, but as a participant, you might have experienced her performance from last few days. Very recently, Nagpur University scored the A grade in NAC under the leadership and coordinatorship of Dr. Acharya. She joined the department in June 2009 as a reader and promoted as a professor in 2015, and she took the charge of IQAC director in September 2020. Actually, that period was quite tough period for her to work as a NAC coordinator because of the pandemic situation. And I really appreciate the efforts and the work carried out by Dr. Acharya Madam, and to see that the university will get a good grade, and she took all the efforts in the pandemic situation also. And I think most of the credit, along with the team members, along with the leadership of the Nagpur University, we must give certain credit to her also as a part of Director IQAC cell. She established an advanced material laboratory by completing the research project having the cost of 2.5 crores funded by DST, SERB, UGC, DRDO, etc. and the consultancy project of around 50 lakhs rupees. To her credit, she has 2 US patents, and both patents are fully commercialized. This is important because many of you are getting the patents, but the commercialization of the patents could not take place. But I can say that the patent should be commercialized, otherwise it has no value. She has received PhD degree in physics from RTM Nagpur University in 2008 and was a postdoctoral fellow of ISER Pune and also Pennsylvania State University, USA in 2016. She was awarded Young Scientist Award by Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi, Summer Research Fellowship of Indian National Science Academy in 2007, Fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Science. She also worked as a visiting faculty in the Pennsylvania State University, USA. She has authored and co-authored over 100 research publications in high-impact Scopus journals with 4 books. Still, she has completed 10 research projects and currently working with 3 projects, including collaborative projects with the International Crystallographic Diffraction Data Center, USA. Her current research interests are in the field of development of complex functional oxide system as energy material, electrodes and electrolytes material for the fuel cells, sensors and composite multiferric, etc. Presently, she is supervising 4 candidates for the PhD and 12 are already awarded under the mentorship. She is an acclaimed teacher in advanced solid state physics, spectroscopy, and experimental techniques in physics. She is also a member of several professional bodies, including editorial advisory boards. She is a regular referee of various prestigious journals like Dalton Transactions, Lagrangians, Physics Reviews, LET, and Journal of Applied Physics, etc. She is a guest editor of Ferroelectrics Journals of Taylor and Francis Publication, USA. So among with us today, we have Dr. Smita Acharya to deliver a plenary session in this workshop. I once again welcome you, madam, here as a speaker now, and the dais is yours. Thank you.
for this detailed introduction, but thank you as a part of organizing. And this session is just a filling the blank because our regular speaker is not there. So on just 2 days before, I has been informed to you have to fill the gap because the regular speaker is not there. So whatever topic I prepare, this is just 2 days before I read and I make some survey, literature survey, and I prepared this topic for you because I feel that this is a very important topic. And whatever the topics we have covered in this 2 days workshop, that topic is somewhere skipped. So I feel that I should highlight, okay, not in detail, but I want just to highlight few points so that all the participants as well as my colleagues of the university will get aware with this. Okay, so the topic I have just designed for you is integrating sustainable development goals with higher education. Okay, when I go through the literature of sustainable development goal, then I found that pedagogy, or we say that we are in the paradigm shift of education phase. Okay, so I think all this is a replication सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल. ओके, ये जो सब जो डिस्कशन चल रहा है, ओके, अभी आप जाओगे फेसबुक पे जाओ या यहाँ कहीं पे भी एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स पे जाओ, वर्कशॉप्स ऑर्गेनाइज हो रहे हैं. ओके, आपको भी फोर्स किया जा रहा है फैकल्टीज को कि अटेंड करो. देयर आर सर्टेन चेंजेस इन अवर पेडागोजी प्रैक्टिसेस. ओके, सो ऑल दीज आर द रिप्लिकेशन ऑफ द सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट goals. Okay, I just for this purposes I have just make my presentation to highlight few points. The first point, I am just introducing you what is the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, briefly review because most of you know these goals. Then what is the need of SDGs linkages with the HEI. अभी ये जो Sustainable Development Goal है उसका हमारे HEI के साथ क्या लिंकेजेस है. Why should we correlate it with our higher education institutes, pedagogy practices or our teaching learning practices. The next point which I am going to explain in my presentation, what is the need to integrate the SDGs with our curricula, okay, in HEI. Then key pedagogical approaches to SDG, what approaches we should adopt to implement the effective implementation of SDG, that point I am going to explain. And then challenges for implementation of SDG, because this is the basic of our NEP or National Education Policy. Okay. So in brief, I try to cover these 5 points. Okay. Now what is SDGs? Okay, this is the development goal of world. Actually, sustainable development goal is the target or mission. It is a mission statements. We can say it is a, because we know every institutes have their goals, mission, vision and mission, okay, or objectives. So this is the world mission. Sustainable development goal is the world mission of next 15 years. It was designed in 2015 and target date to achieve its 2030. So it is the 15-year goal which is designed by United Nations Adopted Development Agenda. Okay, it is the development agenda of United Nations and all the countries in the globe have accepted. Yeah, we participated. So India is also signed on this goal, and therefore we know that when we have a vision of college, mission of college, then we work to fulfill that mission. Okay, we make the short-term objective, then long-term objective, and we have to work to fulfill that objective, that mission. Same way as it is the global goals or world goals, the development goals or development agenda. Therefore, India also have to work on that objective, okay, to take part in the mission. Because if India has not accept or not work on this, okay, पहले I am just considering on national viewpoint, okay, अगर nation उस डायरेक्शन से काम नहीं करता है तो वो वर्ल्ड के रेस से क्या हो जाएगा, कंपटीशन से इट विल बी कम गो आउट. ओके, देयरफॉर इंडिया आर टेकिंग सम अटेम्प्ट to fulfill this goal. Okay, in somewhere not completely fulfill, but whatever the development path of India, that development path of India are going parallel to sustainable development goal, in the direction of sustainable development goal. That sustainable development goal are consist of 7 points. Okay, now I think everybody have cleared what is sustainable development goal, what is the agenda or idea behind sustainable development goal. Okay, the first point I briefly explain, it's no poverty. Okay, the goal 1, where the objective of this goal, okay, which just proposed to complete before 2030, is end poverty in all its form everywhere in the goal. Okay, that is the objective of this. Second goal, I'm fastly going this because we everybody here know this. Second goal, also called SDG 2, end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable activity. This is the objective of goal 2. Then goal 3, SDG 3. Goal 3 is ensure good health and well-being. Sorry, it is the third goal, and objective of the 2030 is ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Then goal 4, which is closely related to our education system, that ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This is the objective of this goal. And if you go to the goal, the objective of the goal 4, you find that your whole NEP, National Education Policy, is oriented with respect to this goal. Whatever is included in the NEP, okay, all these points are just to fulfill the objective of this point. Okay. Next is goal 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Okay, जो कल भी हमने एक point gender inequality पे ये किया, explain किया. This is nothing but the goal 5. आपने देखा होगा कि आप NAC का जो प्रोफॉर्मा है criteria 7 में पहला ही point ये है gender inequality. This is coming from what? Origin कहाँ से आया है? SDC से point है. Then goal 6, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. Okay, the name of the goal is clean water and sanitation. Under this, we will have to fulfill this objective. Okay. Then 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all. Okay, so affordable and clean energy is the motto, and this one is the objective to fulfill this up to 2030. Next, goal 8, promote sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. Okay, this is the objective, having title decent work and economic growth. Okay, this is the SDG 8 goal. 9 goal, build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation. Okay, the title of the goal is industry, innovation and infrastructure. Next, goal 10, reduce inequalities. This is the title for all scale. The objective of the goal is reduce inequality within and among countries. Then goal 11, make cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable. Okay. It is the 11th SDG point or goal having a title sustainable and cities communities. Okay. Then goal 12, ensure sustainable, consumable and production pattern. The main aim is responsible consumption and production. Next, climate action. having objective take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. Next, goal 14, life below water, where objective is conserve and sustainable use of oceans, seas and marine resources for sustainable development. Then goal 15, life on land, and goal 16, peace and justice, strong institution, and next 17, partnership for the goal. Okay, so these are the 17 goals designed by the UNESCO as a development agenda of globe. Okay, now you feel that this cover overall development. ये जो 17 गोल जो दिए हुए हैं उसमें total development plan agenda आता है. Now what is the, and only single out of this 17 goal, only single is related to SDG. Then you feel that why should there is more important in HEI or in HEI future plan or university. HEI indicate the higher institutes as well as university, affiliated college as well as university, both I am considering. Okay, then what is the correlation of this goal? Even though out of 17 only single is related to education, then why there is a necessity to reform whole education system? Why there is given so much importance to the whole education system to fulfill the world mission, world development goal? Okay. The main is why there is a need for SDG linkages with higher education institutes and universities. Okay. What is the need to linkage this with HEI and make total reform in HEI? The HEI and university have been a powerful operator of local, regional and national innovation, economic development and societal well-being. It is the epicenter. Actually HEI and the universities are the epicenter for whole development. It is a direct communicator with the society. Okay, and thus it is act as a media or medium to correlate the world goal, okay, with the society. Then HEI and university drive technological and societal progress. Of course, it is a powerhouse. Therefore, it is directly it's a bridge between society and government policy. Then next, what is the next aim? To correlate or linkage SDG with higher education is the path of providing knowledge about SDGs to students, because it is these students are the future generation which are the implementer body, because the main aim is 2030, fulfillment of main aim is 2030. तो 2030 तक हम लोग तो रिटायर्ड हो जाएंगे, लेकिन हमारी जो जनरेशन है उनको ही वो फुलफिल करना है. सो स्टूडेंट, so SDG to student, to communicate the properly aim and to understand the SDG, what should be the action taken to fulfillment of SDG, ये सब किसको करना है? स्टूडेंट्स को करना है. And we will have to aware our students about the SDG. Okay. So the path of finding knowledge about SDGs to students will lead to development and implementation of modern, sustainable and innovative solution. Therefore, to fulfill this target, the assistance of HEIs and university is indispensable. Okay, and due to that, these SDGs are linked with the HEI or university, and to fulfill that, the education reform is originated. Okay, so this is the main why SDGs are linked with the higher education institutes. Now, what is the importance of such linkage for HEI and university? अभी हमको क्यों करना चाहिए? HEI ने why we should have to take much serious about the SDGs? Okay, because after 5 years, after 6 years, whatever the demands from our students, okay, who have knowledge about SDGs, who have an attitude or who have developed a skill of problem solving related to SDG, okay, that demand of such a skill, okay, or attitude are expected. Okay. So demand for such students or graduates who have knowledge about SDGs and problem solving attitude for successful implementation of SDGs in growing. Okay. Due to that, now from today we will have to consider the SDGs more seriously, whatever the replication of SDGs, national education policy or recommendation of NEPs, that we will have to take more seriously, because this is the first agenda. Second, ranking and accreditation of HEIs and universities based on number of SDGs covered in curriculum and regular academic activities of HEIs and university. Due to that, we should have to take these SDGs more seriously, because आज ये साल में भी नैक नहीं, अभी मैं सर से सवेरे ही डिस्कस कर रही थी, लेकिन एसडीजी नेक्स्ट 2 years, नेक्स्ट 3 year, ओके, नैक में ये पॉइंट आने वाला ही है, ये मैट्रिक्स इंक्लूड होने वाला है कि हाउ मच activities or how much curriculum you are implementing, what type of outcome you have generated related to SDGs. Okay, and due to that, we will have to take the SDG more seriously as a part of academic institutes. New national and international collaboration are established on the basis of number of SDGs. Okay, national and international collaboration not only in academic basis, in the basis of research also. Okay, research basis पे भी और academics basis पे भी, because again national and international collaboration is must if you go for the accreditation process. Okay, आप NBA के लिए जाओ, NIRF के लिए जाओ, आप NAC के लिए जाओ, and there are, ये तो 3 हमारी national level की, इंटरनेशनल क्योंकि कुछ साल के बाद वो भी पूछने वाले ही है कि व्हाट इज योर क्यूएस रैंकिंग. आज नहीं पूछते, आज हमारे बच्चे भी नहीं पूछ रहे, बिकॉज दे आर नॉट अवेयर. बट आप IITs ISR के बच्चों को जाओ तो दे आर नॉट प्रेफरिंग अवर यूनिवर्सिटी, दे आर आस्किंग फॉर द क्यूएस रैंकिंग. ओके, तो कल जाके हमारे भी बच्चे क्यूएस रैंकिंग के बारे में पूछने वाले ही है. तो दैट आज से ही हमको वो प्रिपरेशंस करनी पड़ेगी कि इफ वी वांट टू नॉट ओनली वी विल हैव टू फोकस अवर नेशनल रैंकिंग, okay, but we will have to focus to take part in the international ranking also. क्योंकि आज हम स्टेट कॉलेज और ये है तो हम आज सोच ही नहीं रहे. ओके, हमारे IITs, हमारे सेंट्रल नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट जो है वो दे आर टेकिंग द पार्ट ऑन द वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग, वी आर नॉट टेकिंग द पार्ट, क्योंकि अभी तक हम लोग अवेयर नहीं हुए. लेकिन नेक्स्ट 5 साल में हमारे पास वो करना ही पड़ेगा, बिकॉज दैट इज अवर सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्रॉब्लम. ओके, सो ड्यू टू दैट वी विल हैव, आज से ही उसका प्लानिंग करो, क्योंकि एक साल के अंदर कुछ नहीं होता. इट्स अ वेरी स्लो प्रोसेस. ओके, सो वी विल हैव टू डू दिस. नेक्स्ट, early implementation and functioning of SDGs related education will ensure a bright future for institution in these changing circumstances. Okay, and due to that we will have to take seriously the SDGs. Now what can HEIs and universities do for effective implementation of SDGs? Okay, जो आज एकदम से तो हमारा we are not going to implement, okay, in full force, but step by step we will have to do this. Okay, so what is that step by step strategy? The provide students with knowledge, skills, values and behavior to understand and address the challenges of SDG. That is the main aim. Okay, we will have to start. Now how we can achieve, because when I say that कि provide the student with knowledge, skill, values and behavior, वो तो हमारा regular part है academics, but related to SDG. Okay, which knowledge, skills and values should we include in our curriculum? ये सबसे बड़ा पॉइंट है कि अगर SDG हमको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस करना है SDG का, तो हाउ वी कैन दिस पॉइंट, हाउ वी कैन इंक्लूड इन आवर करिकुलम, क्योंकि जब तक वो करिकुलम में नहीं आएगा उसका इफेक्टिवनेस नहीं बढ़ेगा. ओके, सो हाउ वी कैन इंक्लूड दिस इन करिकुलम. देन इन आवर करंट पैराडाइम ऑफ सेट ऑफ सब्जेक्ट कॉन्स्टिट्यूटिंग अ करिकुलम एडिक्वेट, आज का जो हमारा करिकुलम का सेटअप है उसके अंदर हाउ वी कैन मैनेज दिस. ओके, हाउ वी कैन इंक्लूड द SDGs. ओके, एंड नेक्स्ट, हाउ कैन वी मेक लर्निंग रिलेवेंट एंड इंटरेस्टिंग टू स्टूडेंट्स. क्योंकि आपने देखे होंगे जो 17 SDGs है उसमें से कुछ तो आपके सब्जेक्ट के साथ तो रिलेटेड है, लेकिन कुछ नहीं है. तो इज इट ओनली वी कंसिडर दैट SDG विच आर रिलेवेंट टू आवर सब्जेक्ट एंड निग्लेक्ट अदर. ओके, और हाउ वी कैन मेक इट्स रिलेवेंट. ओके, that is very essential कि we make the particular subject relevant. I can make the history relevant to physics. Okay, सिर्फ उसके लिए मुझे proper orientation और proper मेरी सब्जेक्ट टीचर की स्टडी चाहिए, आई कैन मेक द हिस्ट्री विद द फिजिक्स, आई कैन कोरिलेट फार्मेसी विद द फिजिक्स, फार्मास्यूटिकल साइंस सब्जेक्ट विद द फिजिक्स, okay, but there is required a proper orientation, proper thinking, curriculum correlation, okay, everything is required. That is the expertise of that particular curricular framer. जो फ्रेम कर रहा है करिकुलम, उसकी एक्सपर्टीज होनी चाहिए, और एक्सपर्टीज ये हम जनरेट सेल्फ लर्निंग से हम डेवलप कर सकते हैं एक्सपर्टीज, एंड वी कैन कोरिलेट एनीथिंग विथ एनी, बिकॉज मैंने देखा है, okay, I have a certain exposure with the foreign universities working, so I have seen one of the art student, they complete the computer software designing course and he start the career in computer designing with the art subject, okay. Ancient history उसका basic subject है, थोड़ा फार कंप्यूटर के सॉफ्टवेयर का ट्रेनिंग ले लिया है, कंप्यूटर सॉफ्टवेयर का सर्वाइवल है, इंटरेस्ट जो है वो एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री में कर रहा है. तो देयर इज अ कोरिलेशन कैन बी एस्टेब्लिश बिटवीन द डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट. सिर्फ हमारा ओपन माइंड से हमने एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए, नहीं तो मैं सोचूंगी मैं तो साइंस वाली हूँ, आर्ट का हिस्ट्री का सब्जेक्ट मेरा ये नहीं है, दिस इज नॉट द कप ऑफ माई टी, ऐसे नहीं है. ओके, सो एज अ सब्जेक्ट टीचर we can make learning relevant and interesting to students for particular SDG related, and that is the skill of curriculum developer. Okay. Now I have given you one case study problem, discuss you one case study problem, okay, how we can implement the SDG in our curriculum, regular curriculum, and how we can implement this. अभी ये जो case study problem मैं आपके साथ discuss करूँगी, then you will feel that कि ये तो नो पॉवर्टी, मैं बोलूँगी फिजिक्स वाले का प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है, ओके, ये तो पूरा ह्यूमैनिटीज के रिलेटेड जाएगा, लेकिन हाउ वी कैन कोरिलेट इट विथ पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट, ये कोई भी सब्जेक्ट के साथ कोरिलेट हो सकता है. व्हाट इज द मेन स्किल? द मेन स्किल इज दैट वॉट एवर द आउटकम यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग फ्रॉम द स्टूडेंट, ओके, स्टूडेंट से जो आउटकम आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो वो आउटकम आप प्रॉपरली डिजाइन करो. As a physicist viewpoint, as a chemist viewpoint, as a formological viewpoint, okay, and then you feel that कि ये जो मुझे लग रहा है वर्डिंग, दो वर्डिंग का सब्जेक्ट, ये पूरा टोटली ह्यूमैनिटीज का ये है, वो कैसे हमारे सब्जेक्ट के साथ कोरिलेट हो सकता है. तो फर्स्ट ये एनईपी में भी यही बोला गया है कि फर्स्ट यू डिजाइन, ये चालू, एनईपी आल्सो टेल यू कि फर्स्ट यू डिजाइन योर आउटकम, ओके, लर्निंग आउटकम जो है ये पहले डिजाइन करो एंड देन डिजाइन द करिकुलम. Okay, so here whatever problem I am discussing, whatever the case study I am discussing here, so in this case study first we design the learning objective. तो पहला SDG जो है वो I have selected here. Okay, the first SDG is no poverty. Okay, now अगर ये subject, ये SDG मुझे मेरे subject में include करना है, I can include in UG level as well as PG level as well as research level. Okay, ये तीनों भी levels के problem मैंने discuss किए हैं. Okay, तो पहला हम जाते हैं, पहला लर्निंग आउटकम जो सर ने सवेरे बताया, नॉलेज विच इज इंक्लूड द कॉग्निटिव लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव. ओके, नाउ कॉग्निटिव लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव में भी अभी ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ आउटकम आप डिसाइड करिए कि वो यूजी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए सूटेबल है या पीजी के लिए सूटेबल है या रिसर्च स्टूडेंट के लिए सूटेबल है, क्योंकि हर इसी के आउटकम क्या रहेगा, अलग अलग रहेगा. ओके, एंड दैट यू कैन गिव इन द टर्म ऑफ स्मॉल प्रोजेक्ट, मिनी प्रोजेक्ट. यूजी स्टूडेंट है तो उसको मिनी प्रोजेक्ट के फॉर्म में दे दो उसको टॉपिक को. ओके, अगर पीजी स्टूडेंट्स है तो माइनर प्रोजेक्ट, मिनी माइनर थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंडेड, और रिसर्च स्टूडेंट है तो उसको मेजर प्रोजेक्ट के टाइप टॉपिक में दे दो. ओके, तो पहला मेरा लर्निंग, अगर मुझे नो पॉवर्टी ये टॉपिक पढ़ाना है बच्चों को, मेरे करिकुलम में डालना है, आप ये करिकुलम में कैसे डिजाइन कर सकते हैं? आप बोलेंगे मैडम हमको तो ऑटोनॉमी नहीं है हमारे कॉलेज को, हाउ वी कैन डिजाइन? देयर आर एड ऑन कोर्सेस ऑल्सो. ओके, हमारा अगर हमारा आरटीएम नागपुर यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर आप है तो लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग वाला है, लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग वाले कुछ एड ऑन कोर्सेज, शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्सेज की परमिशन आरटीएम नागपुर यूनिवर्सिटी आपको दे रही है. ओके, या आप नया सिलेबस भी प्रपोज कर सकते हो, उसमें पूरा क्रेडिट वाइज यू कैन डिजाइन योर सिलेबस एंड गिव योर सिलेबस. अगर वो भी परमिशन नहीं देते हैं तो रेमेडियल कोर्सेज के अंदर आप एड ऑन कोर्सेज आपके ही इंस्टीट्यूट्स लेवल पे आप ले सकते हो. तो देयर इज नो बैरियर कि हम ऑटोनॉमस नहीं है तो हम कैसे करेंगे, हमारा एफिलेटेड इंस्टीट्यूट है, आरटीएमएनयू के सिलेबस में ये है ही नहीं, देयर आर सो मेनी कंस्ट्रेंट टू डिजाइन द करिकुलम. ये ये जो आप एक्सक्यूजेस है, ये एक्सक्यूजेस नहीं, अगर आपको रियली विलिंग है, इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहते हैं, तो ऑल दिस एक्सक्यूजेस आर नलीफाई है। ओके, तो अगर मैं पहली लेवल डिसाइड करती हूँ कॉग्निटिव लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव एज पर द ब्लूम टैक्सोनॉमी, तो व्हाट आई एक्सपेक्ट, व्हाट शुड बी माय लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव? द लर्नर अंडरस्टैंड द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ एक्सट्रीम एंड रिलेटिव पॉवर्टी and is able to critically reflect on their underlying cultural and normative assumption and practices. अभी ये आपको डिसाइड करना है कि ये जो आउटकम है, ये मेरे यूजी लेवल के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए इजी जाएगा या पीजी लेवल के लिए जाएगा या रिसर्च स्टूडेंट को मुझे देना है। दिस इज द स्किल ऑफ अ टीचर। ओके, ये एजुकेटर की स्किल है कि ये जो लर्निंग आउटकम मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रही है कॉग्निटिव लेवल्स का, तो ये बिकॉज सेम इज नॉट फिट टू ऑल, सेम साइज इज नॉट फिट टू ऑल। ओके, अभी अगर नागपुर यूनिवर्सिटी के फॉर एग्जांपल मैनेजमेंट में स्टूडेंट्स आ रहे हैं, उसकी क्वालिटी अलग है। कई एफिलेटेड कॉलेज के लिए स्टूडेंट्स आ रहे हैं, उसकी फाइनेंस के स्टूडेंट, मैनेजमेंट और फाइनेंस के स्टूडेंट आ रहे हैं, उसकी क्वालिटी अलग है। आईआईएम में जो स्टूडेंट जा रहे हैं, उसकी क्वालिटी अलग है। तीनों भी एक ही डिग्री कर रहे हैं, एमबीए ही कर रहे हैं, लेकिन एमबीए तीनों अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूट से कर रहे हैं, उनकी सिलेक्शन क्राइटेरिया अलग अलग है। ऑन दैट बेसिस क्वालिटी ऑफ स्टूडेंट इज डिसाइडेड। ओके, तो ऑन दैट ऐसा नहीं है कि जो आईआईएम के स्टूडेंट्स का लर्निंग आउटकम है वही लर्निंग आउटकम आपके स्टूडेंट्स का होना चाहिए, नॉट नेसेसरी। ओके, दैट इज अ एजुकेटर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, टीचर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू डिसाइड्स द लर्निंग आउटकम, लेकिन कुछ तो भी कंस्ट्रक्टिव लर्निंग आउटकम होना चाहिए। ओके, सो दैट जो पहला मैंने ये लर्निंग आउटकम दिया कि स्टूडेंट लर्न, ओके, आफ्टर इफ आई इम्प्लीमेंट आइदर एड ऑन कोर्स और सप्लीमेंट्री कोर्स, जो कुछ भी कोर्स और करिकुलम आई डिजाइन किया, या केस स्टडी प्रॉब्लम, आई हैव गिवन केस स्टडी प्रॉब्लम टू स्टूडेंट बिकॉज ऑलरेडी द सर हैव डिस्कस डिफरेंट लेवल्स, एनईपी के जो डिफरेंट ये है, दिस इज नॉट ओनली रिलेटेड टू क्लासरूम टीचिंग लर्निंग, फील्ड वर्क है, रिसर्च वर्क है, प्रेजेंटेशंस फॉर्म में है, मिनी प्रोजेक्ट के फॉर्म में, एनी फॉर्म यू हैव गिवन। Okay, you have implement this SDG to student as a assignment to student. So what you expect? The पहला outcome आप expect कर रहे हैं कि learner understand the concept of extreme and relative poverty. Poverty के बारे में उसने understand करना चाहिए, simple knowledge collect करना चाहिए, and knowledge collection is not much difficult now because there are so many platforms are available online, स्वयं NPTEL है या Google पे कहीं पे भी जाओ उसको मिल जाता है। सिर्फ ऑथेंटिकेटेड साइट चाहिए और क्या सर्च करना है, उसको क्या डेफिनेशन एग्जैक्ट लेनी है। ओके, सो दैट ही कैन अंडरस्टैंड प्रॉपरली। सेकंड मेरा लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव है, अगर मैंने ये कोर्स पढ़ाया तो लर्नर नोज अबाउट लोकल, नेशनल एंड ग्लोबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी एंड एक्सट्रीम वेल्थ। ये मैंने डिजाइन किया है। ओके, सपोज कि मैंने अगर ये सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाया तो मेरे स्टूडेंट ने क्या अंडरस्टैंड करना चाहिए। ओके, ऑन कॉग्निटिव लेवल पे व्हाट ही और शी शुड अंडरस्टैंड कि ये ऐसे डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन वाला प्लॉट, ओके, ही मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड कि हाउ इज द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, नोज द लोकल, नेशनल, ग्लोबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी का क्या है या एक्सट्रीम वेल्थ क्या होती है। देन learner knows about causes and impact of poverty such as equal distribution of resources and power, colonization, conflicts, disaster caused by natural hazards and other climates, change induced impact, environmental degradation, technological and so okay, ये causes क्या है। अगर poverty आती है तो उसके क्योंकि जब तक causes उसको पता नहीं रहेंगे, he can't control and he can't understand and he can connect his knowledge with the SDGs। ओके, जो डेवलपमेंट गोल है, वर्ल्ड डेवलपमेंट गोल के साथ वो उसके आइडिया, तो फर्स्ट हिज आइडियाज विल बी क्लियर एंड देन ही कैन डू द सॉल्यूशन। प्रॉब्लम जब तक वो प्रॉब्लम ही अंडरस्टैंड नहीं करेगा तो हाउ ही द स्टूडेंट कैन गिव द सॉल्यूशन। अभी हमारे इसमें क्या हो रहा है, हमारी जो हम पेडागोजिकल प्रैक्टिस हम जो कर रहे हैं उसमें हम सिर्फ नॉलेज उसको दे रहे हैं, लेकिन उसका सॉल्यूशन कुछ नहीं, वो मक कर लेता है। हमारी एग्जामिनेशन पैटर्न ऐसे है कि वो अभी तो पैंडेमिक में तो छोड़ो, यही मत करो, वो तो 100% रिजल्ट है उनका, लेकिन अब बाकी भी प्रैक्टिस हमारी ऐसी है कि बस वो जो मक करके आया है व्हाट इज पॉवर्टी, उसका वो डेफिनेशन लिख देगा। ओके, बट ही इज नॉट अंडरस्टैंडिंग व्हाट इज द ओरिजिन ऑफ प्रॉब्लम, हाउ द सॉल्यूशन द प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग कैन बी डन, व्हाट टाइप ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस आई कैन गिव ऑन दैट टू सॉर्ट आउट द प्रॉब्लम। जब तक वो ये आदत, क्योंकि ये आदत है, ये हैबिट्स है हमारी कि कोई भी प्रॉब्लम होने के बाद उसको कैसे सॉर्ट आउट किया जाए सिस्टमेटिकली। ये जब हमारी इसमें हैबिट्स, हम स्टूडेंट्स को एक एक्सपोजर नहीं देंगे इस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्विंग करने की, तो आउटकम तो कुछ नहीं आने वाला है। मैंने एसडीजी मेरे कॉलेज में लगा दिया, ओके, मैं नो पोवर्टी वाला टॉपिक पढ़ा रही, मैंने सिलेबस भी डिज़ाइन किया है, आरटीएम नागपुर यूनिवर्सिटी के बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज से मैंने बहुत झगड़ के सिलेबस पास भी कर लिया है और अभी मैंने इम्प्लीमेंट किया, ओके। लेकिन व्हाट इज आउटकम? आउटकम तो कुछ नहीं आया ना, आपके स्टूडेंट्स की स्किल ही नहीं बढ़ी है, ओके। सो ही मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड द प्रॉब्लम। देन फोर्थ learning outcome I have selected, learner understands how extreme of poverty and how extreme of wealth affect basic human rights and needs। उसके consequences क्या है कि अगर ये प्रॉब्लम है तो what are the consequences, he understand it, okay। तो ये मेरा learning objective रहेगा। Then next, learner knows about poverty reduction strategies and measure and is able to distinguish between deficit based, strength based approaches to addressing the poverty। इतना फॉर ये ऐसे आप बहुत सारा डिजाइन कर सकते हैं, मैंने तो आपको कुछ बताया, ओके। और ये कुछ में आपने देखा होगा लेवल अलग अलग है, कुछ यूजी दे सकते हैं, पीजी, रिसर्च और आगे पोस्ट डॉक भी दे सकते हो आप प्रॉब्लम स्टूडेंट्स को। उसमें से वो खुद सेल्फ स्टडी करेगा, खुद लिटरेचर ढूंढेगा, खुद इसके रीजन ढूंढेगा, हाँ। लेकिन ये सब इफेक्टिवनेस किस पे डिपेंड है? टीचर पे डिपेंड है। अगर उसने बहुत सारा काम करके लाया, आपने प्रॉपरली चेक ही नहीं किया, ओके सबमिट करते हैं, हम भी करते हैं क्योंकि वर्कलोड हमारे पास रहता है, हम करते हैं, तो भी उसका इफेक्टिवनेस कम होगा, ओके। तो लर्निंग आउटकम बहुत कम दीजिए, अपने अपने लोड के हिसाब से दीजिए, एक ही लर्निंग आउटकम दीजिए और उतना वो 5 ही बच्चों को दीजिए वो काम, एक ही लर्निंग। आप रिमेडियल, क्योंकि हमको नैक पूछ ही रहा है स्लो लर्नर और एडवांस लर्नर, उस बेसिस पे स्लो लर्नर के लिए कुछ असाइनमेंट दीजिए, डॉक्यूमेंट्स दीजिए, कुछ फास्ट लर्नर के लिए दीजिए, एंड इन दिस वे यू कैन इम्प्लीमेंट दिस एंड यू कैन से दैट यू कैन प्रोड्यूस द डॉक्यूमेंट इन एक्रेडिटेशन व्यू पॉइंट, या अपने कॉलेज में आप ये डॉक्यूमेंट प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं एसडीजी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए। और आपने देखा होगा कि ये जो मैंने 5 पॉइंट्स आपको बताया, इट इज़ नॉट रिलेटेड टू सब्जेक्ट। फिजिक्स वाला भी स्टूडेंट ये काम कर सकता है, मैनेजमेंट वाला भी कर सकता है, हिस्ट्री वाला भी ये काम कर सकता है, इट इज़ नॉट रिलेटेड टू सब्जेक्ट। तो आज जो हमारे ऊपर प्रेशर आ रहा है कि इफेक्टिव सीबीसीएस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी कोर्सेज इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, तो बाय दिस वे, ओके, ये तो मैंने मॉडल एग्जांपल आपको बताया, बाय यूजिंग सच ए मॉडल एग्जांपल वी कैन इम्प्लीमेंट दिस, ओके। ये पहली लेवल हो गई। देन सेकंड लेवल, क्योंकि एक पूरा एग्जांपल्स में एक्सप्लेन कर रही हूँ आपको कि कोई भी एसडीजी आप इम्प्लीमेंट करते हो तो हाउ इट कैन बी स्टेप बाय स्टेप। और एसडीजी का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का और एक ये है कि आपने एसडीजी रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स आप प्रोजेक्ट्स सबमिट करते हो, ओके। अभी आर्ट्स कॉमर्स के आई एम नॉट मच अवेयर कि कौन सी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्पॉन्सर करती है, लेकिन साइंस के बारे में मैं बता सकती हूँ कि एसडीजी के कोर रिलेटेड अगर मैंने प्रोजेक्ट्स लिया, अभी आपने मेरे बायोडाटा में सुना होगा 2.5 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट है, मुझे आए हैं, सभी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने स्पॉन्सर्ड किए हैं, क्योंकि मेरा जो रिसर्च टॉपिक है एनर्जी रिलेटेड टॉपिक है और कहीं पे भी मैं अप्लाई करूँ तो कोई नहीं बोलता है, ओके। वो प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन हो जाते हैं क्योंकि टॉपिक ही मैंने ऐसे सिलेक्ट किया जो वर्ल्ड नीड है। तो ये जो एसडीजी के टॉपिक है, दिस आर द वर्ल्ड नीड, डेवलपमेंट प्लान ऑफ वर्ल्ड। तो आप इसके रिलेटेड अगर आर्ट वाले, साइंस वाले, आप इसका प्रोजेक्ट्स लिखते हो और आपके जो फंडिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, ओके, तो फंडिंग साइंस वालों को थोड़ा ज़्यादा फंडिंग मिल जाता है, लेकिन आप लोगों को भी फंडिंग कम, क्योंकि आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट भी कम होगी, मोस्टली डाटा एनालिसिस, डाटा कलेक्शंस पे होगा। तो अगर आप इसके रिलेटेड प्रोजेक्ट्स लिखते हो तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि आपको रिजेक्शंस प्रोजेक्ट सिलेक्ट नहीं होगी, ओके। तो जो करंट नीड है उस बेसिस पे अगर आपने रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट्स भी आपके डाले, ओके, वो पर्टिकुलर लिटरेचर सर्वे करके पर्टिकुलर आपने प्रॉब्लम फाइंड आउट किया, लर्निंग आउटकम फाइंड आउट किया, ओके, तो प्रोजेक्ट्स, गेटिंग द प्रोजेक्ट इज अ इजी टास्क आई थिंक, ओके, इट्स नॉट मच डिफिकल्ट। नाउ आई कम टू सेकंड केस स्टडीज का सेकंड एग्जांपल मैं देती। मैंने पहला एग्जांपल लर्निंग आउटकम का कॉग्निटिव बेस लिया, सेकंड है सोशियो इमोशनल लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव, बिकॉज दिस इज रिलेटेड टू सोशल टॉपिक, ओके। सो नाउ यू विल हैव टू डिसाइड कि आपको कौन से लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव, आप 10 भी लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव ले सकते हैं आपके स्टूडेंट्स के हिसाब से, या 1-2 भी लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव ले सकते हैं। तो अगर मैं सोशियो इमोशनल लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव्स पे इंटरेस्ट हूँ स्टूडेंट्स के, सो व्हाट शुड बी माय दैट ऑब्जेक्ट। to empower individuals and communities to affect change in distribution of power and resources in the community and beyond. Okay, my student is able. मेरे स्टूडेंट्स में क्या एबिलिटी आना चाहिए मेरा कोर्स पढ़ने के बाद, या मैंने जो भी उसको ये प्रॉब्लम दिया है वो प्रॉब्लम उसने आंसर करने के बाद व्हाट टाइप ऑफ एबिलिटी आई एम एक्सपेक्टेड ही और शी मस्ट बी एबल to empower individual and communities to affect change in distribution of power and resources in the community and beyond. इसका आंसर देने की एबिलिटी उसमें डेवलप होनी चाहिए. Okay, how you should attach to the society in related to that problem. What type of ability? Second, to raise awareness about extreme of poverty and wealth and encourage dialogue about the solution. आप डिबेट रखिए, आप एक्सटेंड को रखिए स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, एक्टिविटी है ना ये, स्टूडेंट्स एक्टिविटी, ओके, डिबेट और उसमें स्टूडेंट्स का डिस्कशन करिए कि क्या टाइप का ये देते हैं. ओके, इसमें एजुकेटर्स शुड बी वेरी एक्टिव, सेल्फ मोटिवेटेड. वही वो पूरा एजुकेशन रिफॉर्म में यही है एक पॉइंट कि एजुकेटर मस्ट बी सेल्फ मोटिवेटेड, अदरवाइज हमारा टीचिंग लर्निंग पैसिव हो जाएगा. ओके, सो to raise awareness about extreme poverty and wealth and encourage dialogue about the solution. इस एक्टिविटी में आप स्टूडेंट डिस्कशन टाइप ले सकते हैं, ग्रुप डिस्कशन लो, डिबेट लो, एक्सटेम्पो लो, whatever be the activity suitable to your student. Okay, or to show sensitivity to the issue of poverty as well as empathy and solidarity with the poor people and those in vulnerable situations. Okay, ये सब कुछ पॉइंट्स जो डायरेक्टली आई हैव कलेक्टेड टू आइडेंटिफाई देयर पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंसेस एंड बायोसेस विद रिस्पेक्ट टू पोवर्टी. उनके डिस्कशन में उनके पास का जो एक्सपीरियंस होगा दे आल्सो वांट टू शेयर, वो भी आप ले लो ताकि उनका एक्सपीरियंस, जैसे कल हमने एक सेशन अटेंड किया जिसमें उन्होंने गर्ल्स इसमें, तो हम इनडायरेक्टली हम इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं वो अनइक्वालिटीज, वुमन अनइक्वालिटीज. अभी अब आपने देखा होगा कि पहले भी वो स्टूडेंट गर्ल्स को ही हमने ये किया, रंगोली निकालते समय हम गर्ल्स को ही प्रेफर करते हैं. ओके, सो इंडिविजुअली हम भी वो करते हैं, लेकिन वी आर नॉट अवेयर. अभी कल से हम लोग अवेयर हो गए कि नहीं ये काम अभी मैं गर्ल्स रिलेटेड है, ये काम बॉयज़ रिलेटेड है, और वो हम अगर देते हैं तो वो अनइक्वालिटीज हो जाती है. ओके, द सेम वे वी आर नॉट अवेयर, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को पता है लेकिन वी आर नॉट अवेयर विद दैट. तो जस्ट टेक देयर एक्सपीरियंसेस, ओके, अलाउ देम टू शेयर देयर एक्सपीरियंसेस इन द डिस्कशन और डिफरेंट स्टूडेंट रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज. ओके, एंड दैट्स your students are getting this type of knowledge, this type of outcome after studying that topic. Okay, socio-emotional. Now ये आपको डिसाइड करना है कि what should be your learning objective level. Learning objective level आप क्या लेते हैं, ये एजुकेटर्स का रोल. Then third learning objective, just I am awareing with you, okay, aware you that this third ये behavior learning objective is related. Okay, स्टूडेंट का बिहेवियर कैसे होना चाहिए. अगर उसने आपका टॉपिक पढ़ा, नो पॉवर्टी के ऊपर आपने करिकुलम डिजाइन किया और वो आपका टॉपिक पढ़ा, उसके बाद what you should have to observe about this behavior change क्या होना चाहिए. Learner is able to plan, implement, evaluate, replicate activities that contribute to poverty relation. उतनी उसमें एबिलिटी होनी चाहिए, आनी चाहिए, अगर आपको रियली आपका करिकुलम इम्प्लीमेंट करना है. और ये एग्जाम्पल मैं यही नहीं, यही टॉपिक एसडीजी के टॉपिक पे नहीं, आपका जो रेगुलर करिकुलम है उस पर भी रिलेटेड ये कर रहे हैं. रियली हम हमारे स्टूडेंट से हम ये आउटकम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं क्या हमारे सब्जेक्ट रिलेटेड टॉपिक. ओके, द लर्नर इज एबल टू प्लान, इम्प्लीमेंट, इवेल्युएट एंड रिप्लिकेट, ओके, द एक्टिविटीज दैट कंट्रीब्यूट टू पॉवर्टी रिलेशन. ओके, वो रिलेशंस के बारे में उसकी एक्टिविटी, what behavior change is in that student in the discussion or whatever activities you are taking from him, okay, or her. The learner is able to publicly demand and support the development and integration of policy that promote socio and economical justice, risk reduction strategy and poverty eradication action. Okay, level is different. I'm not expecting it's UG level के students से हम expect कर सकते हैं, but research problem you can take. The learner is able to evaluate, participate in and influence decision making related to management strategies of local, national, international enterprises concerning poverty generation and eradication. इतनी अगर स्टूडेंट में कैलिब्रिटी आ जाती है आपका सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाने के बाद, तो वो खुद का पॉलिसीज डॉक्यूमेंट बना सकते हैं. आज हम बोल रहे हैं वो अनएम्प्लॉयड है, ओके, आर्ट पढ़ के कल ही कोई सर ने डिस्कशन में हो रहा था कि मैं सोशल स्टडीज़ वाले रेट ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि हम लोग इनोवेशन वही डायरेक्शन में इनोवेशन सोच ही नहीं रहे, इसीलिए रेट ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, क्योंकि वो सेल्फ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन या वो स्किल ही डेवलप नहीं हो रही जो उसके सब्जेक्ट के रिलेटेड उसको चाहिए. Okay, and then the learner is able to include poverty reduction, social justice and anti-corruption consideration in their consumption activities. Okay, yeah, there are so many, these are the some examples I have just given. Okay, इतने changes, इतना learning outcome अगर मैं वो SDG goal 1 करके स्टूडेंट्स को देती हूँ, तो इतना लर्निंग आउटकम आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग एट डिफरेंट लेवल, डिफरेंट लर्निंग लेवल. ओके, अभी ये जो आउटकम है, हाउ इट शुड बी इंक्लूडेड इन करिकुलम, क्योंकि अगर ये आउटकम मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रही तो ऐसे करिकुलम डिजाइन करना है मुझे अभी. ओके, सो व्हाट शुड बी द करिकुलम, सो दैट जब मैं पढ़ाऊंगी तो इतने ऑब्जेक्टिव लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव उसके अंदर आएंगे. तो सिंपल वन एग्जांपल 1 यूनिट टॉपिक आई हैव गिवन. कौन से टॉपिक होने चाहिए अगर वो दैट SDG आई एम इंक्लूडेड इन माय रेगुलर करिकुलम. तो वो जो करिकुलम डिजाइन है, ओके, वॉट एवर करिकुलम आई डिजाइन, ओके, व्हाट शुड बी द पॉइंट ऑफ दिस. पहला पॉइंट होना चाहिए डेफिनेशन ऑफ पॉवर्टी बैलेंस, नेशनल लोकल, दिस शुड बी लोकल नेशनल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी एंड एक्सट्रीम वेल्थ एंड देयर रीजन. ओके, आई थिंक इट इज समथिंग इनकम्प्लीट वर्ड. देन सेकंड टॉपिक कौन सा होना चाहिए, मुझे पढ़ाना क्या है. ओके, व्हाट इज पॉवर्टी से मैं स्टार्ट करूंगी, उसके बाद मैं उनको पढ़ाऊंगी कि लोकल नेशनल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशंस कैसे होता है वेल्थ और पॉवर्टी के बारे में, एंड व्हाट आर द मेन बेसिक रीजन फॉर नेशनल लोकल इरेगुलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. ओके, देन इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ सोशल वेलफेयर प्रोटेक्शन सिस्टम एंड मेजर, ये मेरा सेकंड टॉपिक रहेगा करिकुलम का. Okay, then third topic, importance of equal right to economic resources as well as access to basic services, ownership and control over land and other form. What are the reason for the poverty in the world? Okay, then interrelation of poverty, natural hazard, climate change and other economic, social and environmental shocks and traces. ये टॉपिक रहेगा जो करिकुलम में डिजाइन करूंगी. Okay, then work condition related to poverty such as sweat shops, child labors, modern slavery, like this. Okay, and then okay, so for designing this course, these are few points again. Okay, so that my learning outcome will be fulfilled depending upon the level of learner. Okay, so all this is possible only the educator और जो टीचर्स है, जो सिलेबस करिकुलम फ्रेम एक्सपर्ट्स है, ही मस्ट फर्स्ट डिजाइन, ही विल हैव टू वर्क इटसेल्फ. क्योंकि अभी आपने देखा कि पहले उसको लर्निंग आउटकम देखना पड़ेगा, लेवल ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स देखनी पड़ेगी, देन लर्निंग आउटकम देखना पड़ेगा, एंड देन ही और शी शुड हैव टू डिजाइन द सिलेबस. इतना हम वर्क नहीं करते हैं, इसीलिए हमारे सिलेबस में एक लैक है. ओके, क्योंकि करिकुलम डिजाइन ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्किल है कोई भी लेवल का, एंड अगर वही हमको व्हाट टाइप ऑफ आउटकम वी आर एक्सपेक्ट, दैट इज कम आउट. ओके, दे वुड डू दैट, एंड देन सो हियर if I complete this whole work, then I can implement SDG 1 in my institutes, okay, properly. So how we can implement the SDG, I think that point you have get little bit idea. अभी मैं थोड़ा सा एक टॉपिक ये ले लेती हूँ, क्योंकि SDG 4 जो है वो हमारा क्वालिटी एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड है. सो आई अगेन टेक दैट ओनली दैट SDG गोल. ओके, एंड देन आई जंप टू अनदर पॉइंट ऑफ द आउटलाइन. ओके, तो अगर मुझे SDG 4, क्योंकि ये करना ही है, एवरीबडी हैव SDG 4 बिकॉज इट इज अ कोर ऑफ SDG. ओके, सो वी विल हैव टू इनकॉर्पोरेट SDG 4 इन अवर करिकुलम. ओके, इन नैक हम इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है, लेकिन नैक ने हमको फोर्स कर दिया है कि हमको करना ही है. ओके, और नैक को तो जाना ही है, अगर क्योंकि मैनेजमेंट आपको, अगर आपको ऑटोनॉमी चाहिए, नैक ए ग्रेड इज मस्ट, या आपको फ्यूचर यूनिवर्सिटी से ये चाहिए तो नैक ग्रेड इज मस्ट, यू विल हैव एनी हाउ गो टू नैक। कितना भी अभी अभी आपने स्टेप बाय ये किया होगा, 10 साल से आप लोग पोस्टपोन करते आए हैं, लेकिन अभी ये टाइम आया है कि यू हैव टू डू। वैसे एनईपी क्या होगा, 2 साल से इंप्लीमेंट हुआ है, कोरोना का रीजन दे रहे हैं, लेकिन 2023 उन्होंने डेडलाइन दी है महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने। ओके, फिर भी ह्यूमन मेंटालिटी के कारण थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंड करेगा, लेकिन 2025 से हमको करना ही है एनईपी, ओके, इंप्लीमेंट। सो दिस पॉइंट again it's considered we should have to implement in the SDG. So what is the objective? Ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. ये हमारे SDG का ऑब्जेक्टिव, जो एजुकेशन रिलेटेड SDG है 4, उसका ऑब्जेक्टिव है, एंड दैट इज द बेस ऑफ NEP. Now when we implement the NEP, again what will be the outcome we expect? The learner understand the important role of education and lifelong learning opportunities for all, formal, non-formal और informal. ये NEP के ही points है, okay. Then इसलिए NEP is nothing but the replicate. हम बोलते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट ने क्यों चेंज किया, इतना सारा ह्यूमन मैन पावर क्रंच है, उसके बाद भी NEP कैसे कर रहे हैं, ये गवर्नमेंट का नहीं है, ये ग्लोबलाइज ये जो NEP आया है वो ग्लोबल डेवलपमेंट प्लान के थ्रू आया हुआ NEP है, ओके. So learner understands education as a public good means assets, public assets, a global common assets, a fundamental human rights and basis for guaranteeing the realization of other rights. अगर हम NEP implement करते हैं तो what should be the learning objective of this? The learning objective is learner understand that the education is not my individual assets. मेरी खुद की डिग्री नहीं है, it's a public assets. आज मैं BA कर रहा है तो वो मुझे कुछ तो भी सोसाइटी को देना है, ओके. दैट क्वालिटी, दैट आउटकम दैट स्टूडेंट मस्ट हैव, ओके. सो इट इज अंडरस्टूड एज our academic degree is not our own assets, our academic degree is the societal assets. The learner knows about inequality in access to and attainment of education, okay, particularly between girls and boys and in rural areas, and about reason for lack of equitable access to quality education and lifelong learning opportunities, okay. ये जो inequality आ रही है access और attainment of education, तो what is the reason? So that वो जब 5 साल के बाद जाएगा as a responsible person, he can give the solution, okay. वो कोई भी पोस्ट पे जाए, कुछ स्टूडेंट IAS बन के जाएंगे, कुछ स्टूडेंट, उनको एक विजन रहेगा कि मेरा मुझे क्या करना है, okay. So due to that, learner knows about inequality in access to and attainment of education. Then learner understand that education can help create a more sustainable, equitable and peaceful world. इसलिए कल एक ने बोला था कि learning is not for us, learning is to give the life to others, okay. So आज के हमारे बच्चे में नहीं है ये, कहीं तो भी दैट इज द मिस्टेक ऑफ अस. देखो अभी अग्निपथ जैसा ये हुआ, रात को डिक्लेयर हुआ, सवेरे से उन्होंने चालू किया, एकदम 12 घंटे के अंदर इतना अग्निपथ क्या है, एग्जैक्ट क्या है, उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, इतनी लर्निंग एबिलिटी कोई स्टूडेंट्स में नहीं आई है. दे आर मिसडायरेक्ट बिकॉज दे डोंट नो द बेसिक, ओके. तो ये गलती हमारी है. आज बिहार में हो रहा है, कल जाके महाराष्ट्र में हुआ, हम सफर हुए तो रिस्पॉन्सिबल हम है, क्योंकि हमारे बच्चे वैसे बिहेव कर रहे हैं, ओके. तो ये सब हमको ही उसका इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना पड़ेगा, ताकि कुछ परसेंट में, ये तो नहीं है कि हमने ही करना है, लेकिन कुछ परसेंट में हम ये जो मिसडायरेक्ट हो रहे, प्रॉपरली अंडरस्टैंडिंग हमारे बच्चे नहीं कर रहे, उससे कुछ परसेंट में हम अवॉइड कर सकेंगे. नहीं तो वो लॉस हमारे ऊपर ही आएगा, ओके. ठीक है, आज हमको सैलरी मिल रही है, हम रिलैक्स है, कोई जरूरी नहीं है मैंने नहीं किया तो मेरी सैलरी बंद होने वाली नहीं है. ये हमारा एटीट्यूड हम बोलते हैं कि है, इसलिए हम लोग रिलैक्स, जितना मिनिमम है उतना ही काम करना है ना, बाकी ज़्यादा काम नहीं करना है. मेरे 5 घंटे की ड्यूटी है, मैंने कर ली, लेकिन वो तो प्रॉपर करो ना, क्योंकि उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस कैसे भयानक आ रहे हैं आप देख रहे हो, ओके. सो हम जब हुए थे तब हम इतने ज़्यादा ये नहीं हुए, इतने ज़्यादा जल्दी से हम लोग मिसडायरेक्ट नहीं होते थे. आज के बच्चे बहुत इजीली मिसडायरेक्ट हो रहे हैं. उसका मेन लैक क्या है कि जो बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग हो वो कुछ तो भी गलत जा रहा है, ओके. ड्यू टू दैट उनके बेसिक ही डेवलप नहीं है, देयरफॉर दे इजीली गेट मिसडायरेक्ट. कुछ भी थोड़ा सा बता दिया कि वो इंटरप्रेट कर अलग वे से कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि वो बेसिक रूट्स आर नॉट प्रॉपर, okay. So that is our responsibility. We should have to give something, okay, new to them, ओके, क्योंकि सम बेसिक जो कल्चर और संस्कार बोलते हैं वो देने की बहुत जरूरी है आज के बच्चों को। ओके, नाउ सेकंड पॉइंट, अगर मैं SDG 4 ओके वो जो कंपल्सरीली इंप्लीमेंट करना ही है, इंप्लीमेंट करती हूँ, तो लेवल 2 पे व्हाट आई एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम द स्टूडेंट, दे अंडरस्टैंड इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ क्वालिटी एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल, अ ह्यूमैनिस्टिक एंड होलिस्टिक अप्रोच टू एजुकेशन। कल से हम वही सुन रहे हैं। ओके, तो दे मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड, अभी आज हम अंडरस्टैंड करने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं, बट दे मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड बिकॉज दैट रिक्वायर्ड द एबिलिटी टू लर्नर टू अप्लाई पार्टिसिपेटरी मेथड टू मोटिवेट एंड एम्पावर अदर्स टू डिमांड एंड यूज एजुकेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटीज। आज फ्रैंकली आप मेरे साथ एग्री होगे नहीं होगे, अगर हमारे यहाँ फीडबैक सिस्टम है स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, कितने स्टूडेंट इफेक्टिव वे से फीडबैक देते हैं आप बताइए? इफेक्टिव वे नहीं देते हमारे स्टूडेंट, नहीं है, इतने रिओरिएंटेड ही नहीं है। मैंने विजिटिंग फैकल्टी करके यूएस में काम किया है, मुझे पता है कि वहां पे ऐसे होता था कि 4 यूनिट अगर एग्जाम्स के लिए है और कोई टीचर ने प्रॉपरली नहीं पढ़ाया, प्रॉपर गाइडेंस नहीं दिया, 3.5 यूनिट ही पढ़ाए है, तो प्रॉपर बच्चे फीडबैक दिया जाता था कि दैट इज नॉट टोटली टॉट टू अस, आवर सिलेबस इज नॉट कवर्ड, वो टीचर प्रॉपर नहीं दे रहा है। ये हमारे बच्चे नहीं करते, हमारे यहाँ बिल्कुल वो, क्योंकि मैं IQSC में हूँ, मैं 2 साल से फीडबैक ले रही हूँ, सब इस पे वेरी हाईली सेटिस्फाइड ही लिख देते हैं। ओके, सब इस पे टिक हाईली सेटिस्फाइड लिख देते हैं। नैक वाले ने भी हमारे को क्वेश्चन किया कि सबका कैसे हाईली सेटिस्फाइड आ जाता है, क्योंकि दे आर नॉट ओरिएंट प्रॉपरली। फीडबैक क्या भरना है ये उनको पता नहीं है, क्या किसके लिए भरना है, क्या भरना है। अगर उन्होंने प्रॉपरली फीडबैक नहीं भरा तो उनका लॉस उनके लिए ही, करियर के लिए ये, दे आर नॉट ओरिएंटेड प्रॉपरली। ओके, तो यही प्रॉब्लम है कि वो जो एजुकेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटी उनको प्रोवाइड किया गया है हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट से, हमको गवर्नमेंट ने इतना हायर सैलरी देके ये किया है उनके लिए, तो वो उनको अवेयर नहीं है कि इनसे हमारे से अच्छी तरह से एजुकेशन उन्होंने लेना चाहिए। इसलिए तो हम उनको रीओरिएंट कर रहे हैं। हम क्लास पूरा सिलेबस नहीं पढ़ाने के बाद भी वो ये, अगर मैं क्लासरूम में नहीं जाऊँ तो सबसे हैप्पीएस्ट रहते हैं, वो रहते हैं ना। अगर एक आधा क्लास हमने मिस कर दिया कुछ पर्सनल रीजन से, तो सबसे हैप्पीएस्ट। उन्होंने तो पूछना चाहिए कि मैडम इतने बजे का क्लास था, टाइम टेबल में है, आप क्यों नहीं आए, आपने पहले इन्फॉर्म नहीं किया था, आप क्यों नहीं आए? क्योंकि हर क्लास का आज हमारी जो एवरेज सैलरी है, तो मुझे लगता है 3 से 4 हज़ार पर क्लास का हमको मिलता होगा। ओके, कंट्रीब्यूटरी का नहीं, सॉरी फॉर कंट्रीब्यूटरी, बट फॉर परमानेंट टीचर मैं बोलती हूँ 2000 के ऊपर तो हमको क्लास का मिल ही रहा है। अगर मैंने एक क्लास मिस कर दिया, अभी सब टीचर है करके आई कैन शेयर, मैंने 2000 से 3000 का मतलब मुझे गेन मिला, क्योंकि आई हैव नॉट टेकन द क्लास बट आई हैव गॉट सैलरी। ओके, लेकिन स्टूडेंट्स को अवेयरनेस ही नहीं है कि वो मेरा राइट है, इनसे पढ़ना मेरा राइट था, इन्होंने नहीं पढ़ाया। मेरा 80 स्टूडेंट के क्लास का 80 आवर्स टीचर ने वेस्ट किया, हमारे स्टूडेंट नहीं है वो फॉरेन। मैंने जो यूनिवर्सिटी, जो अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी पेंसिल्वेनिया स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी का मुझे ये मिला है एक्सपीरियंस। ओके, तो वो वहाँ के बच्चे अवेयर, ये डिफरेंस है, वहाँ के बच्चे वो इसीलिए QS रैंकिंग में 100 में है वो यूनिवर्सिटी। ओके, और हमारे यहाँ का IISc बेंगलोर जो बेस्ट बोलते हैं, कल सर ने ये बताया कि हम लोग 2nd लार्जेस्ट एजुकेशन सिस्टम में वर्ल्ड में है। उसके बाद भी हमारा IISc बेंगलोर भी 100 यूनिवर्सिटी के रैंकिंग में नहीं आता है। ये कितनी बड़ी बात है, क्योंकि बच्चे ये आर नॉट मच, अगर वो सेंसिटिव हो गए तो हम भी सेंसिटिव हो जाएंगे शायद। अगर वो बच्चा मुझे पूछने आता है कि मैडम कल आपने क्लास नहीं लिया, हम 80 स्टूडेंट्स आपका वेट कर रहे थे, आपने 80 आवर्स वेस्ट किया है मेरे स्टूडेंट्स का, तो मुझे शर्म आएगी ना नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं जब लूँगी। तो हमारे बच्चे भी नहीं है उतने सेंसिटिव। ओके, तो अप्लाई, बिकॉज हमने उनको राइट क्या है, लर्निंग आउटकम क्या है, यही नहीं बताया। सो टू अप्लाई पार्टिसिपेटरी मेथड्स टू मोटिवेट एंड एम्पावर अदर टू डिमांड एंड यूज एजुकेशनल अपॉर्चुनिटीज, उनको वो ये गट्स उनमें डेवलप होने चाहिए, दैट टाइप ऑफ आउटपुट, दैट टाइप ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस उसमें डेवलप होना चाहिए। So to recognize the intrinsic value of education and to analyze and identify their own learning needs in their personal development. Okay, the learner may be able to for this. अगर मैं ये outcome expect करती हूँ तो learner is able to recognize the importance of their own skill. Okay, वो अपना skill, उसको क्या पढ़ना है। अभी देखो आपके क्लास में अगर बच्चे आए तो उनको पूछो उनको क्या करना है, यही नहीं पता ही नहीं है उनको क्या करना है, ये पता ही नहीं है। Okay, so he must know what is importance of their own skill for improving their life and in particularly for employment and entrepreneurship. Okay, so that when I implement the SDG 4 in my education system, then I can make the students to able to understand this type of skill in the student. That is outcome, learning outcome. Okay. Then third is behavior learning objective, to contribute to facilitating and implementing quality education for all. Okay, ये जब वो SDG 4 पढ़ेगा तो that type of ability the student must have to contribute to facilitating, and this is the role of implementing quality education for all. The learner is able to promote gender equality in education. Okay, after SDG implementation of SDG 4. Okay, क्या behavior change students में क्या होना चाहिए? To publicly demand and support the development policies promoting free, equitable and quality education for all. Okay, अगर उसमें really SDG 4 goal हमारे education system में implement होता है, तो he must have that type of quality to use all opportunities for their own educations throughout life. Whatever the opportunity provided, they should implement, avail this. And the next fifth learning outcome I expect under behavior learning objective is to apply the acquired knowledge in everyday situations to promote development. Okay, he acquired the knowledge, okay, from various sources. आज इतने सारे सोर्सेस अवेलेबल है, कितने बच्चे इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, NPTEL के कोर्सेज अच्छे अच्छे टीचर्स पढ़ा रहे हैं उस पर, वो व्हाट्सअप और इसमें इंस्टाग्राम और इसमें आप देखो मोबाइल में उसमें बिजी है. ऐसा कोई आपको स्टूडेंट नहीं दिखेगा कि NPTEL का क्लास है मैडम मैं वो अटेंड कर रहा हूँ. फ्री अवेलेबल है, 1000 देना है सिर्फ अगर एग्जाम अटेंड करते हैं तो. दे आर नॉट मोटिवेटेड ड्यू टू दैट. ओके, सो this means we are not implementing our education goal in our education system. इसका मतलब यही है कि हमारा स्टूडेंट नहीं कर रहा है, इसका मतलब एजुकेटर का फेल्यूर है. ओके, सो इफ आई इम्प्लीमेंट दिस इन माय करिकुलम, अगर मैं स्पेशली SDG के ऊपर एजुकेशन इक्वालिटी का सब्जेक्ट में डालती हूँ, ओके, ये भी सब्जेक्ट आप फ्रेम कर सकते हो, तो व्हाट शुड बी आइदर एड ऑन कोर्स करो या एनी पॉइंट. ओके, सो व्हाट शुड बी द सिलेबस, ये एक एक पॉइंट जो मैं अभी मैं पढ़ूंगी नहीं, लेकिन दिस पॉइंट कंटेंट ऑफ द करिकुलम, क्योंकि मैंने आउटकम लर्निंग आउटकम पढ़ाया है, अंडरस्टैंड किया है, एंड देन नाउ आई डिजाइन द कोर्स और करिकुलम. सो दीज आर द फ्यू पॉइंट्स ओके ऑफ माई करिकुलम. अभी मैं ये पढ़ूंगी नहीं, लेकिन जो पॉइंट्स लर्निंग आउटकम मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया था वो लर्निंग आउटकम के बेसिस पे दीज आर दी कंटेंट. अभी आप यूनिट वाइज कोई 1 क्रेडिट का कोर्स करते हो, 2 क्रेडिट का कोर्स करते हो, 4 क्रेडिट का कोर्स करते हो, ऐसे ही यूनिट वाइज और रुब्रिक वाइज यू डिवाइड दिस कंटेंट. ओके, एंड यू कैन use in your regular pedagogy practices. Okay, then you can design this course. Then मैं ये इसीलिए साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी, क्योंकि आई बिलोंग्स टू साइंस पर्सन, सो आई ब्रीफली टेक दिस SDG. Okay, this is applicable for all science and technology subjects. Okay. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. So this type of SDG can implement in their courses for all science, STM, पूरे science, technology, mathematics, all this subject can take this according to the need of their students. Okay, so these are the content. मैं उसके लर्निंग आउटकम ये नहीं, ऑलरेडी मैंने एक्सप्लेन कर लिया, सो लर्निंग आउटकम के ऊपर नहीं जाऊंगी. अगर कोई अपने कॉलेजेस में ये को SDG 7 इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहता है तो यू कैन एनर्जी रिलेटेड डिवाइसेस के ऊपर आप कोर्स इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हो आपके इंस्टीट्यूट्स में, क्योंकि अभी एड ऑन के अंदर मैंने 3-4 कोर्सेज चेक करके दिए थे लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग को. ओके, तो दैट टाइप ऑफ कोर्सेज यू कैन डिजाइन. तो व्हाट आर द कंटेंट ऑफ दैट कोर्स? एनर्जी रिलेटेड अगर आप कोर्स, क्योंकि एनर्जी रिलेटेड सबको ही है, कॉमर्स फाइनेंस है, ऑडिट के रिलेटेड आपको सिलेबस फ्रेम कर सकते हो. ओके, व्हाट आर, ये जो मैंने कंटेंट लिया है इसमें इन्वायरमेंटल शायद मैंने एनर्जी ऑडिट, एनर्जी रिक्वायर्ड टू द लग्जरियस आइटम्स एंड एनर्जी रिक्वायर्ड टू द डोमेस्टिक इसेंशियल आइटम्स. उसका अगर ऑडिट टाइप ऑफ लर्निंग आउटकम आप डिजाइन कर सकते हो, मैनेजमेंट वाले हैं, कॉमर्स वाले, इकोनॉमिक्स वाले हैं, ओके, तो यू कैन डिजाइन द करिकुलम बाय यूजिंग SDG 7 ऑन दैट डायरेक्शन. आप वो डायरेक्शन से एनर्जी रिलेटेड ले सकते हो. साइंस एंड बाकी जो सब्जेक्ट्स है वो तो साइंस रिलेटेड सब्जेक्ट है, वो डायरेक्टली डिफरेंट एनर्जी डिवाइसेस, डिफरेंट एनर्जी प्रोसेसेस, अल्टरनेटिव एनर्जी सोर्सेस, इसके ऊपर के कोर्सेज डिज़ाइन कर सकते हो. एंड वो अभी इसमें चल रहा है, हाईलाइट चल रहा है ये पॉइंट्स कि मोस्ट ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट्स आर इंटरेस्टेड टू डिज़ाइन द एनर्जी रिलेटेड कोर्सेज, ओके, एंड दैट इज कम अंडर द SDG 7. मतलब आप क्लेम कर सकते हो कि आई एम इम्प्लीमेंटिंग SDG 7 इन माई करिकुलम. Okay, so in this way I try to convince you how you can implement SDG, what is the need to implement the SDG, and how you can implement whatever be the your faculty, whether you are belongs to the humanities or commerce and management, or whether you are belongs to science, or whether you are belongs to interdisciplinary. आप कोई भी disciplines के हो, आप ये टाइप के आप कोर्सेज लेके आप मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी के अंदर भी दिखा सकते हो, ताकि आपका NEP का पॉइंट्स भी क्लियर हो जाएगा एंड SDG का भी पॉइंट क्लियर हो जाएगा. ओके, सो ये कोर्स के अंदर जो एकेडमिक एक्टिविटीज जो डिजाइन की है SDG के ऊपर, दैट आल्सो आई हैव रिटन हियर. सो दिस डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ एकेडमिक एक्टिविटीज आप ले सकते हो. एक्सपेरिमेंट विद रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी टेक्नोलॉजी, then reflect on and discuss own energy uses that is used for the fulfilling basic needs or luxurious lifestyle के ऊपर आप कितना एनर्जी कंज्यूम करते हो, यहाँ पे आया है वो सेट पॉइंट. ऑर्गेनाइज एक्सकर्शन टू एनर्जी साइट्स इंक्लूडिंग इथिकल डिस्कशन विद प्रोज एंड कॉन्स ऑफ एनर्जी टाइप्स एंड प्रोजेक्ट. ये टाइप का एक्टिविटी आप ले सकती है इस कोर्स के अंदर. कंडक्ट एंड एनर्जी सेविंग कैंपेन इन वन ओन इंस्टीट्यूट और एट द लोकल लेवल. कम्युनिटी बेस्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स भी आप इसके रिलेटेड ले सकते हो. रन अ ग्रुप प्रोजेक्ट ऑन हाउ मच एनर्जी इज रिक्वायर्ड टू प्रोड्यूस अवर डेली नीड्स, ओके, एंड डेवलप अ इंक्वायरी बेस्ड प्रोजेक्ट हाउ आर एनर्जी एंड ह्यूमन वेलबींग लिंक. ओके, तो ह्यूमैनिटी रिलेटेड लोग भी इस टॉपिक के ऊपर ले सकते हैं प्रोजेक्ट्स, एंड ऑल टाइप ऑफ फैकल्टीज कैन टेक द प्रोजेक्ट्स ऑन दिस. और आप रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम भी डिज़ाइन कर सकते हो, और उसके लिए अगर आपका प्रॉपर रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम डिज़ाइन हुआ तो आपको फंडिंग भी मिल सकती है SDG के रिलेटेड टॉपिक्स पे. सो नाउ what type of pedagogical approach we should have to apply while implementing SDG. Okay, आपकी ये जो है पेडागोजिकल कैसे चेंज होगा SDG के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के साथ. ओके, ये लर्नर सेंट्रल अप्रोच है. इन लर्नर सेंट्रल अप्रोच द रोल ऑफ एजुकेटर टू वन बीइंग अ फैसिलिटेटर इन प्लेस ऑफ टीचर. ओके, आपका आउटकम चेंज होता है जो NEP में एक्सपेक्ट किया है. अगर आप SDG के रिलेटेड टॉपिक लेते हो तो आपकी जो रेगुलर टीचिंग लर्निंग, ओके, दैट इज गेटिंग चेंज. आपको जो ये है आपका लर्नर सेंटर्ड अप्रोच आएगा. ये मेन इसमें NEP का ही पॉइंट है कि टीचर इज नॉट अ टीचर, ही इज अ मेंटर और फैसिलिटेटर, ओके, और गाइड और सुपरवाइजर लाइक दिस. देन एक्शन ओरिएंटेड लर्निंग. आपका मोस्टली जब आप SDG इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हो और NEP इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं तो एक्शन ओरिएंटेड आपका आउटकम रहेगा. ओके, सो द रोल ऑफ एजुकेटर इज टू क्रिएट अ लर्निंग इन्वायरमेंट दैट prompts learner experiences and reflexive thoughts process. हमारा रोल ये है इस केस में कि हमको लर्निंग इन्वायरमेंट डेवलप करना है. ओके, जो हम क्लासरूम में अभी पढ़ाते थे, ओके, दैट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. जैसे मैंने नो पॉवर्टी का पॉइंट बताया, तो इन नो पॉवर्टी में क्लासरूम में मैंने अब उनको बता दिया, उन्होंने मक किया, आंसर लिखा. सो कैसे चाहिए? एक्शन ओरिएंटेड लर्निंग. Okay, whatever activity you are designed on the basis of this course, that should be a action oriented learning. So आपका ये है कि learning environment create करना, that is the role of educators. Okay, then transformative learning. आप जब SDGs ये कर रहे हैं, okay, then the role of educator is to prepare the learner for disruptive thinking and co-creation of new knowledge, not a monotonous thing. ओके, वेरियस डायरेक्शन थिंकिंग, ओके, वर्साटाइल थिंकिंग ये क्रिएट करना है. इफ यू वांट टू इम्प्लीमेंट द SDG, देन आपको कुछ आउटकम मिलेगा जो मैंने बताया ना कि व्हाई शुड वी इम्प्लीमेंट HEI इम्प्लीमेंट द SDG. एक तो एक्रेडिटेशन प्रोसेस बताया, और दूसरा डिमांड्स ऑफ अवर स्टूडेंट. ओके, तो डिमांड्स कब बढ़ेगी? जब वो कोई प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन प्रॉपरली देगा, पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाएगा, गाइडेंस प्रोवाइड करेगा, सॉल्यूशंस देगा प्रॉब्लम्स के ऊपर, देन उसकी क्वालिटी और स्किल बढ़ेगी. सो रोल ऑफ एजुकेटर इज टू प्रिपेयर द लर्नर फॉर डिस्ट्रप्टिव थिंकिंग, वेरियस थिंकिंग एंड co-creation of new knowledge. Okay, then it's the effective implementation of SDGs is fulfilled. Okay, otherwise again कागद भरती म्हणतात ना, ते होऊन जाईल. ओके, कागद तर भरून जाईल पण इम्प्लिमेंटेशन्स होणार नाही. ओके, सो द क्रुशियल इश्यूज फॉर सक्सेसफुल इम्प्लिमेंटेशन ऑफ पॉलिसीज प्रमोटिंग टू SDGs, लास्ट. ओके, दैट इज मेन. सक्सेसफुल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए फुल पॉलिसी कोहरेंस बिटवीन एजुकेशन सेक्टर, सस्टेनेबिलिटी डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर, दैट इज द मेन लैक. हमारे यहाँ कोहरेंसी नहीं, कोऑर्डिनेशन में लैक है, पॉलिसी प्रॉपर नहीं है. कोऑर्डिनेटिंग बॉडीज एंड मैकेनिज्म हैव प्रूव टू बी सपोर्टिव फॉर इंटीग्रेटिंग SDGs इन द एजुकेशन सिस्टम. दैट इज द मेन क्रुशियल पॉइंट फॉर सक्सेसफुल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन. देयर इज नो वन साइज फिट ऑल. ये जो मैंने बताया कि सबके लिए एक ही यूनिफॉर्म नहीं है, इट्स वेरी. Okay, that is why we need locally and nationally relevant interpretation of SDGs and related form of education. Okay, सबके institutes के साथ वो vary होगा, इसीलिए आपको local, national, regional ये भी points आपको देखने हैं. Okay, and on that basis you will have to decide your learning outcome. उस बेसिस पे आप अपना लर्निंग आउटकम डिसाइड्स कर सकते हैं. रीओरिएंट द एजुकेशन सिस्टम टुवर्ड्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी, बिल्ड कैपेसिटी एट ऑल लेवल एंड स्ट्रेंथन अवेयरनेस ऑफ की इशू. Okay, that are few issues you should have to highlight while implementing the policy. Then suggested action for fostering curriculum change in view of SDG. डिस्कशन, ओरिएंटेशन, क्या एक्शन चाहिए अभी करंटली हमको क्या करना है, क्योंकि ये तो स्लो प्रोसेस है. ऐसे नहीं कि आज मैंने बताया कल आप इंस्टीट्यूट्स में इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे. दिस इज अ स्लो प्रोसेस. ओके, डिस्कशन, ओरिएंटेशन, शेयरिंग ऑफ एक्सपीरियंसेस ऑफ असेसमेंट्स एंड रिसर्च ऑन हाउ करिकुलम चेंज हैज बीन अप्रोच. Okay, it's must. Then instilling SDGs in competencies, professional standard, certification and accreditation of teacher and teacher education institution. Teacher accreditation मतलब of course teacher promotion. Okay, इसमें अगर ये points include है कि how many courses of SDG you have implemented, तो थोड़ा teacher activate हो जाएगा. Motivation, this is just a motivation for teacher. Okay, then more support for teacher in classroom. In the term of guidelines for the creation and evaluation of SDGs material, mechanism to support knowledge sharing that empowers local teacher, SDGs facilitators and in-service trainer. क्योंकि SDG implementation के लिए core body जो है वो teacher है. Okay, so flexibility in curriculum policy that allows to develop content and projects that are locally relevant. ये भी point must है if you want to foster the curriculum change in the view of SDG. Now this is the total cycle of SDG कि गवर्नेंस पॉलिसी एंड कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग. गवर्नेंस पॉलिसी अभी तो बना ली है गवर्नमेंट ने. देन कम्युनिटी पार्टनरशिप एंड रिलेशनशिप, ये चाहिए हमारे क्योंकि एसडीजी में लोकल एंड रीजनल सपोर्ट इज मस्ट. देन करिकुलम, टीचिंग एंड लर्निंग जो हम आज सोच रहे हैं. एंड देन फैसिलिटीज इन द कॉलेजेस, ये भी मस्ट है कि फैसिलिटी शुड बी अवेलेबल. अगर ये साइकिल कंप्लीट होगी तो यू कैन implement SDG properly. Okay, so I complete my presentation with a small word that you can't hope to build a better world without improving the individuals. To that end, each of us must work for our own improvement. बस खुद का improvements का पहले ये करो तो automatic everything will be वो अपने आप हो जाती है. Okay, so think on your improvement. Okay, so this is a very brief idea about the SDG I cover, and कुछ points miss हो गए होंगे या कुछ थोड़ा ज़्यादा ये होगा. Sorry for this क्योंकि ये मैंने एक दिन के अंदर बनाया है. But I try to just aware, and I think I have create little bit awareness by my presentation. Okay, so any questions? Okay.
Learn. We can say this is actually an active learning because each and every slide is showing how to implement the things. And this is again a visionary thing I can say, because we have received approval for add-on courses, and the reformations comes in 1st June in NAC, where they ask for academic bank of credit, and the add-on courses are showing the credits. So I discussed with you yesterday about academic bank of credit, and you are the one who clarified me about it, that the autonomous institute can go for the academic bank of credit. But again, because of this add-on courses, can we show the credits that students are getting through add-on courses in that 500 word data in NAC?
Yeah, because there are elective, not elective courses. ये जो elective या non-optional courses जो दिए हैं, they are without credit courses. You can additionally you can use or implemented in your institute, but these are non-credit courses. तो आप A grade, B grade, C grade certificates पे दिखा सकती हो, because these are non-credit नहीं दे रहे हैं, सिर्फ grading कर रहे हैं. तो वहाँ पे ऑप्शन है ना, आप either elective optional courses दे सकते हैं या non elective non optional courses. तो non elective non optional courses को आप सिर्फ simple grading दे दीजिए, आपके credit में नहीं आएगा. क्रेडिट में अगर उसको ए ग्रेड पूरे क्रेडिट का ए ग्रेड मिलता है तो उसका मल्टीप्लिसिटी फैक्टर फॉर एग्जांपल 95%, तो वही होगा. बट ये एडिशनली दिखेगा उसके सर्टिफिकेट्स के कि ही और शी हैज डन दैट. ओके, तो वो पॉइंट उसमें आएगा. लेकिन एबीसी आप जब तक आप खुद ऑटोनॉमस नहीं होते, क्योंकि आप एफिलेटेड है तो सिर्फ यूनिवर्सिटी को राइट है कि, क्योंकि एग्जामिनेशन बॉडी यूनिवर्सिटी है ना आपकी, तो यूनिवर्सिटी एबीसी के लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन करेगी. आपको वो विंडो ही नहीं मिलेगी आप ABC का registration.
So we have to go through university.
Yeah, you have to go through university.
Thank you so much. And because of university only, like from 2017 onwards, like we are also doing so many SWAYAM courses. So I'm really happy to convey that most of our students, although we have not yet enable credit transfer, but up till now, around 200 students qualified certificate courses from NPTEL. And this is again, I'm really thankful to university, because of which I have started implementing these things in our college. So, and it is really now helpful in NAC, because they are asking for that multidisciplinary courses, and because of these add-on courses, we have seen there are so many students who have their interest in learning different languages and the other subjects, and they are enrolling themselves for this add-on courses. So we are
वो आप तो इसमें दिखा सकते हैं ना, एडवांस एड-ऑन कोर्सेज का भी पॉइंट है, मैट्रिक्स नंबर 3rd मैट्रिक्स में है शायद. और रेमेडियल कोचिंग, रेमेडियल क्लासेस स्लो लर्नर्स एंड एडवांस लर्नर के लिए तो आप एडवांस लर्नर का दिखा सकते हैं ना. यू आर मोटिवेटिंग द स्टूडेंट टू डू द एड-ऑन कोर्सेस. तो आपको नेक के लिए तो आपको पॉइंट ही इफेक्टिव होगा, वो पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे आपको उसके लिए. यानी यूनिवर्सिटी का नहीं कर रहे, लेकिन फिर भी नेक में आपको पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे अगर आप प्रॉपरली सर्टिफिकेट्स दिखाते हो और आपने उनको मोटिवेट कैसे किया, वो प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन आपके पास है कि आपने स्टूडेंट्स को मोटिवेट किया, एंड देन स्टूडेंट अवेल दैट कोर्सेस, एंड इतने सारे स्टूडेंट ने किए हैं, तो आपका पॉजिटिव पॉइंट है इसमें.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Acharya Madam, for your wonderful, delicious dish before the lunch. I know that all of you must be waiting for your lunch, but I really appreciate whatever the madam has delivered today. My half of the work is done by the participants only. That he said that it is not a filler, it is a pillar. It was a pillar rather than filler. It was a pillar. I really appreciate the talk delivered by Dr. Acharya Madam on the topic of integrating sustainable development goals with higher education. The word sustainable development goal itself is a self-explanatory. It defines you the various goals first. So the UNESCO has asked you for 17 goals to achieve. These goals are associated with the development of society, development of students, development of teacher, and development of universe. So these goals, so big goals are there, and third word is here sustainable. You cannot achieve these goals in one day or 1 year. As madam has rightly pointed out, the teacher has to go for these goals. They have to start preparing for these goals, achieving these goals in their era. Indirectly, student will come to know about this SDF in their learning process, and then when they will become a teacher, they will implement in real sense this SDF goals in their life as well as in their teaching attitude also. So she has rightly pointed out and given us the deliberation on the 5 important parts which are associated with this SDF. I want to say that there are 4 specific points which everybody should understand and know. This is a management concept that identify, understand, analyze the things, and then you can go for solution. Unless and you identify the things, know the things, unless and until you understand the things, you properly analyze the particular things, you cannot find out the solution. This is the basic of research also. So nobody can say that the language or whatever it may be what you are going for, it is not associated with the research, because in every field these 4 points are fit perfectly. But the basic is that whatever it may be associated with the students or it may be associated with the teachers also, nobody is ready to identify the problems. Nobody is ready to understand the problems. Everybody wants solution only. The solution is not coming to you directly, but unless and until you are following this particular step-by-step process, you cannot achieve your goals. So in order to achieve these particular goals, madam has explained nicely by considering these 3 examples of goal number 1, goal number 4, and goal number 7. She has rightly pointed out how to design the different objectives for these goals, what should be your learning outcomes for these particular goals, and how to incorporate these particular points as a part of your curriculum development. As far as my knowledge is considered, there are different systems for curriculum development. One of the systems is known as DACM system, which is a day-to-day 180-day process in which a day-to-day activity is prescribed for development of this particular curriculum. And as she has rightly guided us, properly guided us, that how to go for these objectives, how to go for these particular outcomes, and then how to design this particular curriculum, it is a really nice way of presentation from your point of view, madam. And I'm really thankful to you for delivering such a good piece of a lecture with a span of short notice to you, as you already said. But as one of the participants has rightly pointed out, you are not the feeler, you are the peeler for this particular workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Acharya Madam. Thank you so much, Puranik Sir, for chairing the session. Now I request Dr. Prashant Puranik Sir to felicitate Dr. Smita Acharya Madam with a memento, Gram Geeta and a certificate. I request Dr. Rupesh Badere sir to felicitate Puranik sir with a certificate. Thank you so much, sir, for chairing this session. Now we have a small break for lunch. We need to come back as early as possible as we need to hurry up with the second presentation. In half an hour, in 30 minutes, I guess that will be fine. There is a vehicle, what? There is a vehicle number 4828. It is punctured, I guess. Sir told me. I'm afraid. Sorry. Yeah. Yesterday we found a wallet and a mask on one of the seats. Have you lost any? We'll just show it to you. There's a wallet here. You can collect it from here. It is kept here. Participants to please fill up the feedback forms before valedictory function. It's on the group, ma'am. I've shared the link. Google form. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Uh,
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. And
Okay.
now welcome
Good
Professor
afternoon.
Harikesh Singh. Good
Yes.
afternoon, sir.
Good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon.
ma'am. Good afternoon.
I welcome you, sir. Uh, Professor Harikesh Singh, sir, is a former Vice Chancellor of Jayaprakash University, Bihar. It is a sheer privilege to have a commendable persona joining us virtually today. He will be addressing us on how to overcome manpower crunch with innovative pedagogy. Thank you for joining us, sir. To chair this session, again, I would like to request Dr. Prashant Puranik, sir, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Chairperson of Board of Studies Pharmaceutical Sciences. Okay, sir, I hand over the mic to Dr. Puranik for the further proceedings.
Welcome, Professor Harikesh Singh, sir, to this today's.
Good afternoon, Professor Puranik, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, and welcome to this 2 days national workshop on quality enhancement initiative through innovative pedagogical and research practices in higher education institutes and universities, organized by this Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj Nagpur University and NAC Bangalore and IQAC cell of RTMNU. Sir, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce you Professor Harikesh Singh, who was a former Vice Chancellor of Jayaprakash University, Bihar, and sir is here to deliver his plenary talk on how to overcome manpower crunch with innovative pedagogy. Professor Singh, a JM, born in 1952 at Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh. Professor Singh has completed his PhD in education from Banaras Hindu University. He has completed his M.Ed from Banaras Hindu University and secured gold medal. To his credit, he has UGC Career Award in Humanities and Social Science. At B.Ed and M.Ed level, sir received UGC Merit Scholarship, and at secondary level, he was holder of UP Merit Scholarship. He has total teaching experience of about 41 years. Sir, hats off to you. Out of which 24 years as a professor in education at Banaras Hindu University. Sir also worked as a faculty at BHU and in Awadh University. Sir hold various positions as Head and Dean, Faculty of Education, Banaras Hindu University. He was President, Banaras Hindu University Teachers Association, Vice Chairman Banaras Hindu University School Boards, and Head Department of Foundation and Education, NIEPA. Under his supervision, 20 students been awarded PhD. He visited various countries like Malta, Italy, and England, and he is also associated with UGC, NAC, ICSSR, RCA, ICHR, NCT, and NCERT. Sir, welcome to this platform again. Now I request Professor Rikesh Singh to express his views on how to overcome manpower crunch with innovative pedagogy. Sir, dice is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Puranik, sir, the chairperson of this session. Once again, I would like to acknowledge the gesture showed by RTMU and the NAC and the organizers of this very two-day workshop related to this theme. I appreciate that the theme is relevant, and I could not join as per my scheduled session, so I apologize for that. And now I come directly to the topic. In this very session, I am going just to share some of my views with all the participants, esteemed participants, and with the dignitaries who are joining this session. Friends, it has been just noticed that even the parliament accepted that there is a great crunch in manpower in higher education. And in some sessions, the government of India and even the state governments have accepted in some way or the other that the manpower, adequate manpower in higher education is lacking to the extent of even somewhere 40% or above that. So this is a question related directly to the management and administration of the higher education. How do we plan? It totally depends upon us. And though for the last few years, every university, whether it is a private university or a central university or a state university, every university has been advised to complete the task of filling up the posts and positions, and just to meet the required need of advocate teaching manpower in institutions of higher education, and especially in universities. And when we say higher education institutions, we are certainly very much acquainted with the task that we are supposed to undertake. We are supposed to undertake three tasks, and these three tasks are very essential. I mean to say the three functions of higher education institutions are supposed to be teaching, research, and extension. And all these three make a society dynamic society. When we are not having the adequate manpower, then we cannot say that we can achieve the target of our teaching, research, and extension. When we say, or we have already admitted in our even our legislative bodies, that we fail to meet the adequate manpower, and when we say that adequate manpower, the quality rich manpower or quality manpower, but to fulfill the need of the quality manpower is still a challenge. But before that, even the number, the minimum number or the acquired desirable number, not the minimum number, but required minimum desirable number of teaching manpower is not available in any institution, including the IITs, the IIMs, the central universities, more than now 50 central universities, and about 4 or 500 state universities and private universities. So we are having about nowadays 1,000 universities. But every university is just lacking the are facing the problem of manpower crunch. So in new education policy, all the time we have been repeating, and it has been repeatedly advised that we should think to update our pedagogical strategies so that we may produce quality products. But before we deem so or we aim at so, we have to think of our own teaching manpower. And as I said, that there is a crisis in the number itself. The second issue comes later. First, we have to think how to meet the challenge of this dearth of adequate teaching manpower. So, the topic itself has two dimensions. One dimension is of the crisis or the challenge or the problem. The other dimension is one of the solution. Not all the solutions, but it is one of the solutions that by innovative pedagogical strategies we can meet this challenge to some extent, not fully, because ultimately it is a question related to quality and quantity both. So the lesser the quantity, we cannot say that we are going to cover the whole manpower. But when whatsoever is with us, with the provided situation, or with the assumption that whatsoever crunch is there, how can we adopt our pedagogical strategies in an innovative manner so that we may meet this challenge and we may just pull on the situation, rather we may encounter the situation to some extent as to what may be possible on our part by adopting the innovative pedagogical strategies. Friends, now it is very popular that knowledge is exploding, and the knowledge explosion itself is a challenge. We have to synchronize the learning needs and the teaching needs both. It has been popularly said in our National Education Policy 2020 that we will adopt the innovative practices and we will fulfill the learning needs of the children or learners at higher level. But we have to understand that ultimately someone should be there to manage the knowledge, to communicate the knowledge, to transact the curricula, to evaluate, then to provide guidance and counseling services, and then to estimate the correspondence between the projection of job opportunity and the products who are finishing their end term courses. So these challenges require quite rigorous and comprehensive trend analysis of the type of education that we are providing, and the type of manpower, the type of employment situations are coming. In between, the most challenging situation of that of employing and deploying the advocate teaching manpower. And when we say that teaching manpower, then certainly the updating of the knowledge of the teaching manpower is the first and foremost requirement that we should have to think of. That knowledge is exploding like anything, and knowledge is doubling within the smallest span of time. Earlier in 80s it was 8.5 years. During the 90s of the previous century it was 6 years, and during the first decade and this decade of this 21st century, knowledge is doubling within the shortest period. And when knowledge is doubling, our knowledge is exploding with such a pace and space, then the teachers have to accommodate, or teachers have to synchronize their knowledge with the latest knowledge. Hence, it is very essential that pedagogical strategies for updating the teacher is more essential. And then we have to understand the latest fora, online or offline, and then the other modules and the models of teaching and modules and packages or pills that are required, very essential to be communicated within the shortest period, because we cannot wait. When we have adopted semester system and we are now planning for going to trimester system, and then we are thinking, and we have already adopted from school level to the university level continuous and comprehensive evaluation, CCE. When we have adopted all such type of innovative practices which are very relevant for all educational paradigm and educational designs, then we have to update our teaching manpower. And when we say updating of the teaching manpower, certainly we should think of refreshing and orienting recurrently. There is a popular term nowadays for lifelong learning and all that, that we say recurrent learning, recurrent learning on the part of the teachers, and we have to update or refresh them from time to time in regard to understanding the quanta of knowledge, the quanta of relevant knowledge, content analysis, and then pedagogical adoption of the adoption and adaptation of the pedagogical strategies. Because now one stereotyped teaching cannot fulfill the need of the learner. Similarly, we cannot complete the courses. Similarly, we cannot evaluate objectively. So there are challenges of summative and formative evaluation. Then there is challenge of completing the courses in time, and then there is the challenge of content analyzing the curricula to make it relevant to the need of educational need of the learner. In this regard, we have to adopt always the latest strategies of research and innovation. Research, when we say research, research doesn't mean 5 years research, 3 years research. Even action researches are very essential. So one very essential part is required just to prioritize the researchable problem. And when we just identify the researchable problems, mostly on action type of research, so that we may remedy the problems inside the class and outside the class. So there should be a continuum of research activities to be undertaken by the teaching manpower at every stage, and we should have to prepare our own products who are at the stage of completing their courses. We have to motivate them, we have to promote them, we have to encourage them to undertake teaching as a profession, and we have to utilize their talent. The young talents who are just at the verge of finishing their different professional and liberal courses, they may be better teaching manpower, even in comparison to most of the experienced teachers who have never oriented them or refreshed them along the novelty of the knowledge. Hence, we have to understand our very old but very relevant monitor systems of meaning by the senior students who are very talented and who are very keen in their studies. They are very serious. Their talent must be utilized as our fellow teachers, and as their associateship, their assistantship must be taken into cognizance and must be appreciated. Rather, they should be co-trained with the experienced teachers in the classroom, in the tutorials, and even in extension activities, in research activities. This type of arrangement, new arrangement, or this type of innovation in our pedagogy regarding cybernetics, regarding semiology, regarding communication, regarding understanding the etymology of the term, we can prepare them sufficiently and to the desirable extent, and in this way we may find a lot of well prepared teaching manpower who can be employed, who can be deployed, who can be appreciated for their dedication, and for that sake, we can give opportunity to such talented youth who are very much having the aptitude and attitude of teaching, and they are ready to contribute to the sector of knowledge. That's why this innovation must be adopted. We have not adopted it in an appreciable manner, and at every stage we can, even at school level or at higher education level, we should appreciate, or we should just verify the efficacy of such teaching manpower who are young and who are coming up and who are having a zeal for teaching. So such persons should be appreciated in different way by giving them better fellowship, by giving them the prospect, by showing them the prospect that teaching itself is very lucrative and it is very essential, as Professor Daulat Singh Kothari said in his report Education and National Development in his report in 1964-66, that a nation is built in the classroom. We have to instill this value among the minds of the youth, that it is the very important task before every intellectual individual of the country, and those who are young, they are the best person to hold the responsibility, to have the responsibility of teaching the youth, talented youth who is coming up, and only such persons can teach in a better way. They may be just encouraged. Their pedagogical skills must be sharpened by giving them opportunity to understand the different components of teaching behavior, and then analyzing the efficacy of different components of teaching behavior, then integrating the teaching behavior, teaching skills, and then again just evolving teaching models. They can evolve new teaching models, they can innovate and practice new teaching models, and in this way, by analyzing their capability, we can just make the most experienced teachers also acquainted with the newer developments in pedagogy. When we say pedagogy doesn't mean only classroom teaching. It has the pedagogy is the science of teaching, and when we say science of teaching, we have to understand the technological and scientific developments in every arena of communication, and that's why the whole communication science must be synchronized, must be devised in such a manner so that it should suit the needs of the learner, and it may be the class of technology, it may be class of medicine, it may be class of agriculture, law, or fine arts, or performing arts, or social sciences, or sciences. Everywhere we have to employ the youth wing who are just within the classroom. In this way, we can even utilize our resources, our financial resources, to motivate the youth to come up and meet the challenge of the teaching manpower, which is still having a crunch, and this crunch must be met in other way also. We have to just take the help of the very senior teachers who are superannuated and living in the society. Their pedagogical skills, their pedagogical expertise must be utilized as a philanthropy, as an educational philanthropy to the domain of teaching and research. Their association, seeking their association and just paying them regard, we can meet the crunch of teaching manpower. So in this way, not only through pedagogical, certainly pedagogical innovations are there in the nucleus, and we have to give top priority to the innovative pedagogy. But innovative pedagogy does have the linkage with our traditional and conventional approaches also. And we have to understand the chasm between the conventional approach of pedagogy and the innovative pedagogical strategies. But certainly there will be a linkage. There will be not a dichotomy. To understand this linkage, again, the different generations of teachers or teaching manpower are supposed to sit together and understand as to what are the innovations. Most of the time, we educationists also fail to understand that renovation is innovation. Renovation is also essential. Renovation is also needed, but merely renovation cannot give novelty to teaching, originality to teaching, objective based achieving capacity to teaching. All these three dimensions can be obtained by adopting the innovative practices. And when I say innovative practices, certainly we have to understand the principles of synergy of teaching and learning, that the cooperative learning, then the blended learning, then such type of new devices which are known as innovation. Such pedagogical strategies are to be certainly taken into account, and in this way we can do justice with our learning lot and the learning youth. Friends, certainly it is a question related to educational management, and more or less it is related to the apex bodies to see how we can meet this challenge. When I say apex bodies certainly are the bodies like UGC or other councils, say in agriculture, ICAR, or in science and industries, the CSIR, or other councils of research. They should also be very liberal in sanctioning the research grants, then the senior fellowships like Radhakrishnan Fellowship and other, and number of fellowships must be increased. It will certainly give impetus to the new learners, the new talented youth to come towards teaching. And in this way, we should promote even the young lot and the experienced teachers to write quality literature also. The learning material, teaching learning material must not be like just stereotype or only once prepared textbook or the cheap publishers. No, such things must be curbed drastically, and the quality learning and teaching material must be produced and devised. In this way, the learning package and the teaching manuals must be prepared by experienced teachers and those who are involved in best practices. Actually, we should give insight among the coming up interested teachers to understand the efficacy or the potentiality of best practices in teaching and research. So those who are best teachers, those who are involved in best researches, and those who are writing very good teaching learning material, such people must be encouraged to orient, and such people should undertake projects wherein they can retrain the new talented youth who are very much having a zeal or curiosity for teaching. With such few words, I would like to sum up my talk, and I think this is more on my part. I am understanding the constraint of the organizers. They are having their own session, but my only submission is that we have to encourage and take cooperation of coming up talented youths who may be just attracted towards teaching, learning, and research, and even to the extension. Now we should have to shift our thrust from mere textual teaching to the field knowledge, and in this way we can do justice in the light of the recommendation of national education policy and regarding the National Research Foundation, where it has been reiterated that now our new researches must be India-centric and context-specific. So we have to imbue vision among the talented individuals that the nation building, the task of nation building is certainly vesting with quality education, and quality education is certainly possible only by the dedication of intellectually sound youth. With these words, I think we can adopt newer pedagogy. And when we say newer pedagogy, certainly it will be a blended pedagogical approach of online and offline both, cybernetics, synergy, and modern techniques and strategies of communication. Thank you.
Now the session is open for question answer.
Yeah.
If any participant is having any question, you can ask the question.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, your presentation is nice, but I have one question.
Certainly, you should.
Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, yes.
Sir, in a manpower crunch, okay, what happened? The NIRF or NAC have given particular percentage. 1:15 or 1:10. Then NIRF given the full marks on the ranking. If it is less than that, and they have considered the permanent faculty. Okay. If it is less than that, on that basis our grading is our marking is get reduced. One thing. Second thing is that if we have not that proportion of faculties, then our outcome, total outcome in the basis of research publication,
Certainly, it will be affected.
research project contribution, research publication contribution, that is all certainly get affected. So how you explain that point? How we cope up that gap with this manpower crunch?
Actually, this is the matter related to the policymakers. And as I suggested in the end of my lecture, that at one hand they have prescribed the ratio, the teacher people ratio, then number of publication and all that, and they are hesitant to sanction the positions in universities and colleges. So that's why I just submitted that both things are contradictory. At the normative prescriptions in NIRF or elsewhere also, they have suggested something, but they are curtailing everywhere. So it is a matter related to the policymakers. When this issue was this topic was allotted to me, I was all along thinking about the problem that you have raised, and that's why I have submitted that they should be very liberal in regard to the management of crunch also, and in that way they should give freedom to the institutions to see how they manage their teaching. Otherwise, it is the state sponsored requirement, and NIRF they are having their own criteria. The criteria must be certainly lower down, and there is otherwise there is no way out.
Yes, sir. Because if you are comparing with the Indian education with internationalization and all this, so in internationalization, if we compare the best institutes in the world, then their ratio, student is to teacher ratio, it's very high as compared to Indian institutes. So in one hand, we are comparing Indian institute that we are not in the world ranking, and in other hand, the human crunch or that limitation is there. So both are the contradictory in all this.
Madam, I agree with you, and I am one of them that I don't appreciate the international norms which have been just adopted by us. We should think about our own best institutions. I again reiterate that within the country we should understand and evolve our own norms. And as NAC has devised 7 criteria or anything, but all the time we should not bother for international standard norms. There are so many lacunae, and that can be diagnosed, but all the time some persons who have just visited some higher institutions abroad, just they come and they prescribe, and that's why academia has been neglected just to opine also how to develop the norms, how to decide the criteria, how to understand the clientele, the ratio between the learning clientele and teaching manpower. These things must be taken in our situation, and that's why as I say, within the country we should understand what best we have done or what best we can do. Within that, we should evolve norms, and then we should understand the possibility or the feasibility of up leveling the norms in schedule with the international. But first, when we are saying that it is national, then we are not trying to understand our national feasibility of different resources, whether teaching resource or classroom size or publication also or extension activities. And it is not that many foreign institutions are very superior to most of our best institutions, but our best institutions have also not been put into within the limit of the 500 institutions, and our students have been asked to apply for fellowship. These are the inherent contradictions which have not been visualized by policymakers and so-called chairmen. Not so-called, they will feel hurt, the chairpersons of the University Grants Commission and other policy making bodies. That's why I do agree with you that there are contradictions, and these contradictions are not remediable. These conditions are only remediable when we think of evolving our own norms and then evaluating or assessing and accrediting our institutions along the parameters that we have ascertained for our better and better achievement and reformation.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any person? Any other esteemed participants with the permission of the chairperson?
Yes. Any participants wants to ask any question? Sir, I would like to conclude your session.
Thank you.
As rightly pointed out by our earlier speaker, one size fits all. Now, whatever the discussions we had just now, it seems that policy is prepared, and it's like a policy like one size fits all. And this policy itself needs to be revamped, considering your opinion. It is to be diversified, considering the nation and the international requirements as such. Sir, in your presentation, you first describe the manpower crunch in higher education with respect to teaching, research and extension as a target for this particular higher education. And you also provided certain solutions to this manpower crunch in higher education. And you said that there are three possible ways by which you can go for this, reducing this manpower crunch, by developing new bodies like new young teachers.
Yeah.
Then by using the existing teaching skills, that's it, existing teachers. And thirdly, by using the senior teachers' expertise, their association with the universities. By blending these three techniques, you can increase our manpower, and similarly you have given more stress on how to upgrade the manpower in the field of innovation technologies. So by upgrading the pedagogical quality to create a quality manpower was the basic of your presentation, and you have suggested many innovative pedagogical methods to be implemented in strategical manner so that the really required human requirement is established in the society. As you have really pointed out, sir, nation is built in classroom. This is a very, very important point what you have raised here. And this classroom teaching, or this nation is built in this classroom, meaning to say that the teacher is the only person who is responsible for creating the nation, and teaching behavior, teaching skills and teaching models, these are the important components which are associated with the teacher, and they should be properly imbibed into the teacher so that they will create necessary required manpower for the nation. In addition to this, you also talk about certain communication skills which are very much skills which are required for teachers. So sir, we really appreciate your views here, and definitely the participants here are benefited from your expressions, your deliberations, what you have produced it here. Sir, we are really thankful to you for giving us your valuable time from your busy schedule, and definitely this your deliberation will be helpful to the university's authorities and the teaching standards here who are gathered here to listen you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us virtually. We extend our warm greetings, and we thank you from the depths of our heart. And as a token of appreciation and warmth, we are displaying the felicitation certificate to you, sir. Please accept it. Thank you so much, sir. I also would like to thank Dr. Prashant Puranik, sir, again for chairing 2 consecutive sessions. Thank you, sir. Now, swiftly moving on to the next session. Already given, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll just have a 10-minute break and we'll gather in like 10 minutes. Delay. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I welcome Dr. Somin Chattopadhyay, sir. Sir, am I audible to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
okay.
can hear you.
Okay. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University. Dr. Somin Chattopadhyay is a professor of Zakir Hussain Center for Educational Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. We welcome you, sir. The chair for today's session right now, we are having amongst us Dr. Rajeshri Vaishnav Madam, who is the Dean of Interdisciplinary Sciences, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University. I request you, ma'am, to take your seat on the dais. I may now request Dr. Smita Acharya Madam to welcome Madam with a sapling. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Rajeshri Vaishnav Madam is the Professor and Head of Postgraduate Department of Education and Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Sciences, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University. She is a doctoral level research guide in the Faculty of Education. She has an experience of more than over 28 years, and Dr. Vaishnav has 18 reference books and 2 research monographs to her credit. She has 9 books which are published internationally by Cambridge Press UK, IGI Global USA Scholars, Scholars Press Germany, Lambert Academic Publishing Germany. We welcome you, ma'am. Now I would like to hand over the mic for further proceedings and introducing Dr. Somin Chattopadhyay. Do you need a mic now? Okay.
Let's see whether I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible.
Okay.
So thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say thanks to our IQSC director. She has organized a wonderful session for all we teachers and academicians, and she is working hard from last 2 days, and this is the last session. Sir Somin Chattopadhyay, sir. So we welcome you, sir, and I hope that you will enlighten us with the World University ranking and its impact on quality education. So let me, friends, I would like to introduce you our eminent speaker for this last session. It is Professor Somin Chattopadhyay. Professor Chattopadhyay is working in the JNU University, and he is basically an economist by his profession and an economist turned educationist. Sir has done his PhD in economics, awarded in the year 2002 itself. He has also did his MPhil in economics, and his area of specialization is economics of education with focus on education policy. So this is a very rare combination where an educationist talks about the education policy and its impact on education. Sir has experience of around more than 20 years, and he was working with the JNU since 2010, and previously he was working as an economist in the National Institute of Public Finances. Sir is also having certain awards, or we can say honors. He was working has experience of working as a president and vice president in the prestigious Comparative Education Society of India. He has a lot of international collaborations. He worked with the Norway and some of the renowned economic organization. Similarly, Sir has an impact with the Global Development Network from 2015 onwards. He has authored 3 books and several journals and articles to his credit. His books are mostly referred and having the high quality impact on the readers. The very important aspect is that he has a lot of citation to his credit with his research papers, and I hope that sir will enlighten us a very important issue, that is the how the world university ranking is going on and how our Indian universities are performing before this ranking status. So we welcome you, sir, and hope that your session will enlighten us and give us a new guidelines to promote our universities in a better platform. Thank you. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Acharya, for your kind introduction. And I must express my gratitude to the organizer for giving me an opportunity to be here today. And, what has happened in the last 2 years because of online presentation, opportunities to meet you all across the country has gone up. But at the same time, we're missing the opportunity to interact with you in a face-to-face manner. But that's it. I mean, that's life, and we have all accepted this new life. So this new life has come with something positive and something negative. The negative is that I can't see you all, but I assume that you are all there. So what I intend to do is to talk about the World University ranking. It's a difficult area for me, and then also talking impacting what we do at the university. And if there are questions, you can stop me and I'll be happy to answer. So I will begin with how the policymakers in our country are responding to world ranking, how we are trying to give more importance to world ranking in all the policy documents, and therefore it is going to impact us. So there has been a growing acceptance of world ranking in India. World over, it is very much well accepted, but in India, acceptance has gone up. Now, before we talk about ranking and compare and how ranking is going to impact our research and teaching and publication, we must know how.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sir, sir, you want to share some slide or something? If you want to share, it is not visible, sir.
It is not visible?
No, sir, no.
Oh, acha. Let me see.
Yes, sir.
I didn't share with you or what? Let me see. Just a minute. No. I actually, when I left the last session, I think when I entered the next session, I did not share the screen. That may be the reason. I'll do it again. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it is visible now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, put it in a slideshow manner. That will be more easy for us. Sir, one request to you, just make it in a slideshow. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's visible. Yeah.
I've done it. So I will focus on the policy context for world ranking in the context of our country and why there's an increasing tendency among the policymakers to accept world ranking as something very important indicator, a very important target for our universities. And then we'll also talk about the ranking parameters because we must know how the quality is being assessed by the different ranking agencies before we talk about how ranking is going to impact the quality of education. And then we'll talk about
how it is affecting our institutions, and what we do in the universities, in the colleges and universities. You know, other than the national education policy, we had a policy background, 2017 and 2018. Very two important policies were mooted by UGC and they are implemented now. And these two policies are, one is the institutions of eminence, and the second one is the graded autonomy. Now, institutions of eminence, you must be aware of that the target for the universities have been set to featured in the world ranking of the universities. It is well understood that to compete in the world ranking, not all universities are equally equipped with financial and human resources. That's the major challenge that we have. We don't have enough resources to compete in the world ranking. But world ranking parameters have shown so much of importance in the world to assess the quality of what we are doing at the universities, and it has been accepted by the stakeholders. Therefore, the Government of India in 2017 decided that some select universities should be nourished with financial resources, would be given the autonomy so that they eventually become a part of the world ranking table. Now, if you read the IOE notification, you will see that the institution of eminence deemed to be university should be known for promoting a culture where faculty are encouraged to publish regularly in peer-reviewed journals and engage academically with the issue of concern at the society. And we should have a record of research publications at the mean rate of at least one per faculty member each year in reputed peer-reviewed international journals based on publication made by the top 100 global universities. And for this purpose, any paper published in international publication which are included in Scopus, Web of Science or similar international agencies can be counted. So the message is very loud and simple, is very clear that these institutions, select set of institutions, some from private and some from public, will have the target of featuring in the world ranking table, but they have to produce papers in accordance with the accepted ranking list of journals, Scopus or Web of Science. If you look at the graded autonomy, where most of us come into, how the graded autonomy has been implemented, the graded autonomy means that the entire higher education institutions, the entire set of higher education institutions have been categorized into three categories. Category 1, Category 2 and Category 3. And some of you must know that this Category 1 is the top ranking university, Category 2 followed by Category 1 and Category 3, neither 1 nor 2. And what is the rationale behind graded autonomy? The rationale is very simple, that if the institutions have performed well in terms of NAAC score 3.5 and above, or in the top 500 world ranking universities as per the QS and the Times Higher Education, then they will be given more autonomy in selection of students and recruitment of the faculty, in determination of collaboration, in everything that they do. There is a lot of autonomy that is given to the top ranking university. Category 2, NAAC score between 3.01 and 3.41 is very limited autonomy. That means the top performing universities are not to be regulated if they have done well. It is simple, very similar to the parenting, that universities have done well, they need not be regulated, otherwise they need to be regulated so that we can get the best out of the universities. Right? And so category 1, again, the target is world ranking. So how we are assessing the quality of our universities, whether it is institution of eminence or graded autonomy, the message is very clear. It is the world ranking. Are we featuring in the list of the world ranking? That would determine how we are doing. So naturally, it is expected that this very measurement of world ranking in terms of the parameters as well as in terms of the weightages that we assign to each of the parameter would determine the institutional strategy and how we, the faculty at the department level, do our research, right? Because ultimately we have to produce our papers in line with what the world ranking agencies would recognize, right? So that is very, very important. So naturally, you expect the Vice Chancellor of these select institutions of ranking to behave, operate, and strategize very differently from other universities. So you will see that how the ranking is affecting. These universities can hire up to 20% of the total faculty strength from abroad. That's it's very important. And who are the faculty? They must be teaching in the top 500 universities rank. So now even the regular recruitment process can be bypassed as long as these universities can generate resources and can pay for the increment of the faculty and the foreign faculty. Universities are also allowed to take in foreign students up to 15%, and there is an incentive structure. That means you collaborate more with the foreign universities. And you must have read in the paper very recently, the chairperson of UGC, Professor Jagdish Kumar, announced a series of steps, and one of them is to internationalize. That means the Indian higher education will get an integral part of the world higher education. So what he said in the visitors meeting held at the Rashtrapati Bhavan very recently, that 600 world ranking universities have been already contacted by the UGC along with 63 consulate, so that our universities are now being encouraged to collaborate with some of the top universities of the world. So the focus is on collaboration, focus is on tying up with the foreign universities, right? Not for not only for resources, but also for expertise. So when you are teaching and research, everywhere the UGC wants to see that collaboration. And so collaboration is supposed to improve the quality of our teaching and research, because we look forward to learn from each other. So one approach to higher education reform is that, we create a market kind of situation where we are made to compete, very, very competitive pressure. The other approach is to ask the universities that you collaborate with the top ranking universities so that we can gain from each other's experience, knowledge, and expertise. And this competition and collaboration need not be two different things, two different approaches. They can have interaction, because now we have to compete in order to collaborate. Now look at this, therefore, this internationalization, if you look at this year budget that was presented in February by our Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, that you will see that the budget for internationalization has been raised. In the same budget for 22-23, you will find that there is a budget hit for world-class university that has also been raised, right? Now, world-class university is nothing but institution of eminence. But if you read also again the national education policy along with the budget, you will see that what is the message? The message is you construct a market, be a part of the global higher education. So therefore, you select world-class universities to compete globally. At the same time, you promote internationalization. That means in our teaching and research, we have to get ourselves integrated with the global higher education. That is internationalization everywhere, starting from curriculum design to the choice of research topic. So NEP I will ignore. And so let us look at, before we talk about the world ranking parameters, how are we doing in India in terms of research? What we will see when we discuss the world ranking parameters, Times Higher Education QS and the Shanghai Jiaotong, there's a China-based world ranking that is the top of the world, top among all the world ranking agencies. It's called Academic Ranking of World Universities. You can go to their respective website and search for how we are doing in their respective ranking agencies. This can be an interesting exercise for you. Now, what is the present status of our research? How we are doing in terms of research? Let us look at, it's a little outdated, 2018, 2019 data. So we are almost having 38 million students and 1.7, 1.8, are enrolled in the PhD program. And so if you look at the numbers, you will see that how many PhDs we awarded in 2018, almost 40,000 plus, 41,000 PhDs per year that we award. Science and engineering, you will see that the 56.5% of the students from engineering and technology moved on to do a PhD after the completion of the post-graduation degree. For agriculture, it is 53%. For science, it is almost 20%, and 15% for medical science. But for social sciences, it was a surprising number for me. Only 6 out of 100 decided to do PhD after the completion of the post-graduation degree. But globally, how India's research is doing, we are producing around 4.33% in terms of publication, but in engineering is a little more, 6.62%. But look at the number of teachers and number of publications. So there was a publication in the year 2020, and in that table, I will show you the table a little later. If we assume that we have around 14 lakh teachers and 1.9 research papers that we produced, you will find that only 100 of us are writing less than 30 papers per year. So in terms of the per capita publication, we are a little low in the world. But if you look at the total publication, then we are fourth in the world. If I take you to the next table, you will see these are the top 6 countries by research output, all publication type. And you will find that after China is at the top of the list, followed by United States, UK, India, and then you have Germany and Japan. And there's a positive rate of growth of 5%. But in terms of the quality publication, it's a very important question that very often the world leaders are asking. That look, in terms of the total publication, you are fourth in the world, but why your universities are not in the world ranking table? So in terms of the quality publication, there is another ranking index called citation index, aggregate citation index, and India is 12th in the world. That means in terms of the citation, we are not that high in the ranking list. Now, this is a table. I wish I could get back to it later, but some tentative idea about how you are doing compared to the best in the world. And this is a slightly dated table, 2020. I have not updated the table in view of the 2022 or 2021, but you will get some idea about how we are doing. So on the left-hand side, you have the Shanghai Jiaotong University ranking, academic ranking of world university, and I've taken Harvard University at the top, followed by Stanford, Peking, and Santa Barbara at 49, 49, and then Fudan University 100. And what are we? We are in the range of 500 plus. Bengaluru, IIT Madras, University of Calcutta, Delhi, and IIT Delhi. This ranking would change if I take the 21, 22 figures, but more or less we are above 500. IISc Bangalore has done extremely well in terms of the QS ranking, as it was reported in the paper a couple of weeks ago. Now look at the per capita publication, right? Per capita academic performance of an institution, and weightage is 10%. Now look at Harvard University. If it is 80, 79.3, the best in our country, IISc Bangalore, is 16. So it is nearly one fifth of what Harvard University is producing, right? If you look at the total number of papers indexed in Science Citation Index, if you take Harvard University as the 100, then the top in the country, IISc Bangalore, is only 41. And then IIT Delhi 30, Calcutta 20, University of Delhi 27. So it is like 1/5 or 1/4 of what the best in the world are producing. If you look at the highly cited researchers selected by the Clarivate Analytics, highly cited researchers, those researchers were highly cited in the world. If Harvard is 100, Bengaluru, Madras, Calcutta are all are 0. This is 2020 numbers. Only University of Delhi is 7. So the number of highly cited researchers in our country, in our universities, in the top universities, are rather less. So this table will give us some idea about where are we and where are they, and how much is the distance between where are they, the top Harvard and Stanford in the world, and the position that we are stuck in some of the best universities in the world. The one thing is very clear, we are above 500, right? 500, 600, 700 ranking. And so we have to traverse a long distance. This is also sort of compared the QS ranking, Times Higher Education ranking, and academic ranking of world university. Generally, we do better in terms of the QS ranking, and Times Higher Education a little worse, 300 plus. But when it comes to academic ranking of world university, which is the target for the institutions of eminence, not the graded one, you will see that our performance declines, right? QS ranking, the numbers are all here. You can check the respective website for the latest number. But if I can remember what was reported in the newspaper in Delhi, that all the IITs have improved their performances. All the IITs. But when you look at JNU, Delhi University, Hyderabad Central University, and Jadavpur University, we are all slipped by at least 50 points. So all universities' performances have declined, and all IITs have improved their performances over the last year. This is in terms of the QS ranking. And IISc Bangalore has done exceedingly well. That is what is reported in the QS ranking. But we will get an overall idea that even in terms of the QS ranking, we are yet to be in the top 100, but more or less we are there because it is 150 plus. But in terms of the academic ranking of the world universities, we are far below. So this is the overall situation of the India's position in the world ranking tables. And in terms of the All India statistics of higher education, what are we doing in terms of the total publication, right? And what we have seen that we are not producing enough, and even if we are producing, they are not of very good quality, but in terms of the total volume of publication, we are somewhere there at the 4th or 5th in the world today. But the question is, the topic of today's lecture is that why universities are being ranked. What is the purpose of ranking? And why the Indian policymakers, UGC and Ministry of Education, have decided to give so much of importance to ranking. We just had the Academic Council meeting in JNU before lunch, and there also we were referring to ranking and how ranking is influencing our own decision. I will not elaborate here, but it's very much there in the discussion, it's very much there in the court meeting and in the policy discourse. Why universities are ranked? Problem is that universities, what we produce in the university, are not valued in terms of prices and they are not marketable. This is not the problem with the automobile companies or the laptop manufacturing companies or mobile manufacturing companies. We get a market share. How Apple is doing, how Samsung is doing, right? In terms of market share, in terms of the profitability, we can get some idea how Hyundai is doing, how Maruti is competing with Ford and Hyundai. So the numbers are all there because you know their production in terms of rupees, Indian currency, as well as the profit. Problem lies with the university because university output are not amenable to valuation in the market sphere, and they should not be, and they are not. And that is where the problem lies. In fact, a university does many things. I'll talk about it a little later. Now, why the world ranking universities? The problem is that world ranking universities, by selecting certain indicators, are giving us an idea how quality is conceptualized. So whenever we talk about quality and excellence, it's a vague term. We need to conceptualize what is quality. We need to understand what is quality. Now, when the target of the universities are being set as featuring in the world ranking table, it is very clear that we are defining quality in terms of how the world ranking agencies are conceptualizing quality. The question is therefore, is there any single notion of quality? No. So we are looking for proxies which are indicators of the quality. And when we have several indicators, how to combine them? It is a very simple concept of weighted average. So you cannot, if I take an average of x1, x2, x3, what do we write? x1 plus x2 plus x3 divided by 3. Equal weightage, 33.33% to each x1, x2 and x3. So when you are selecting university output, we are not willing to give equal importance to all the indicators of quality. We give unequal importance. And why we give unequal importance? Because that reflects how much importance are we giving to each of the indicators. What does ranking do? Why it is important for the policymakers? It is like setting a target for the universities. And when you are setting a target, if you are using it as a benchmark, then we can say how we are doing at the university. Then the policymakers can clearly tell us that, look, this is where you stand vis-a-vis the rest of the world in the world ranking table, or this is what you are doing. There has to be an objective criteria before we are being hauled up or we are being told, look, this is what you are doing. So the ranking precisely serves that purpose in the world level. In the process, what happens? It fosters competition among all the universities. And this is what the government is trying to do. It is like running a race. Right? So 100-meter race or 200-meter race. This is a race, this is a target, and how much time that we take to complete 100 meters, that is a measure of your quality efficiency. And this is what is being done. Now remember that university output, which is a function of teacher and the students, infrastructure and financial resources supported by the bureaucracy, by the university administration. Problem is that the human capital cannot be replicated. You cannot have good quality human capital replicated. Otherwise, in the team, all the 10 players could play like Messi or Ronaldo. That is not possible. Right? So the quality of human capital that is embodied in us cannot be replicated. So you cannot have, say for example, in economics, you cannot have 10 Amartya Sen in one university or 10 Stiglitz in one. But this is feasible in laptop, mobile, automobile component, because the inputs can be replicated and you can have millions of laptop and iPad and iPhone of the same quality. But for university, you cannot have the same quality because the human capital cannot be replicated. This is very simple. All of us see it every day. But this is very important for us to know. So what is ranking doing therefore? Ranking is affecting the governance. So when you are being set a target, we are trying to exert ourselves, put the best foot forward and achieve the most. And it is also a signal to the teachers and the students when they take decision for the teacher, for the students, that which universities that they should be studying from. The students who are leaving the country to study abroad, they look at the ranking of the department and the university. The job market employers look at the ranking of the university. The teachers who are globally mobile, the best in the lot, also look at the ranking of the university. The funding agency, the donor, the partners, the collaborators, before they begin the discussion with you to collaborate or not to collaborate, they look at ranking of your university. So the ranking, what does it do therefore? It does two things. It is changing the governance structure of the universities, because it is the university leaders or the vice chancellor who set a target for the faculty that this is where you have to produce. This is the number that you have to produce so that the university can feature in the world ranking. Right? So get the best out of the faculty to produce as per the world ranking agency. At the same time, because of the movement of the student and the teachers, nationally and globally in terms of the ranking, there will be a concentration of the best quality human capital in the best of the universities. And that is true. If you look at the Harvard, MIT, Stanford, generally there is a concentration of the Nobel laureate in some of the best of the universities. Right? And this is what is happening. So let me skip some of the slides. Now here you see that a very important statement was made by Derek Bock. In the context of US, but it is going to be also relevant for the Indian context. Because there is a concentration of resources among the top universities based on the ranking tables, there is a concentration, as I told you. So what happened, what is saying that if you look at the ranking table, it is more or less stable. Harvard, Oxford remain at the top, changing the position a little bit, but the 10 top remain the 10 top. It becomes very difficult for middle ranking universities to climb up unless they spend huge amount of resources and strategize and attract human capital. पैसा से सब कुछ नहीं होता है. Even if you are willing to spend resources, it doesn't mean that you can do very well. It is not a factory. You need an academic ambience, you need the best of the teachers and the students who are committed to scholarship. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So he is saying that success begets more success, which helps to explain why the list of top rated universities in 2000 looks remarkably like a similar list of 1950 and 1900. That means over the 100 years, the world ranking universities have remained more or less the same. So those who were the best in 1900 remained best in 1950, continued to remain best in 2000. There are some changes, but not much. And this is the problem with the ranking because of the hierarchy and the technology that I explained to you. You can stop me if you are finding it, if you have any question or clarification to 6 points. Feel free. Now, when you're looking at the ranking parameters, let us see what does a university do and how all these university output are measured. First is the students. Students' skills, both cognitive and social. Second is the information, when we give grades to the students. Third is the research output. And fourth is the consumption benefit. That means your transformation of being in the campus, the values which are inculcated in us. Right? So we become a transformed individual when we study in a higher education institution in terms of the values which we imbibe. We become responsible. We are supposed to become responsible citizens. And given India's diversity and the need for inclusivity, so universities inculcate those habits in us, foster citizens in the society. And the last is the outreach. Now let us look at the most important side, because you must be wondering, we have been talking about world ranking for half an hour. So what are all good things which are measured by the world ranking university? Get an idea what is being measured. Let us look at the times in higher education first. Times higher education. You can visit their website and see how the universities are ranked and what are the parameters. I hope this is the latest one. Teaching, 30% weightage is given. Research, 30%. Citation, which is a reflection of the quality of research, is again 30%. And the remaining 10% are coming from internationalization, 7.5%, called international outlook, and the industry income. That means the extent of income that the universities generate in collaboration with the industry. That means how our research is contributing to the industry and the collaboration that we have with the industry. And income, why? Because that reflects that we are making patent, earning from patent, and earning from research with the university. That is a sort of outreach to the society, connecting with the society and the economy. Now, when it comes to teaching, how teaching is being measured? 15% is based on reputation survey. So very often we get a lot of questionnaires from different ranking agencies to fill up. 4.5% is given to staff student ratio because that indicates quality. Higher the ratio, that means higher the number of teachers per student, more points that the universities get. 2.25% to doctorates, to bachelor's ratio, and 2.25% to institutional income. But that institution is also earning from various cost recovery measures. Now, whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, you can all understand. All institutional income may be a good thing or a bad thing, but now government is emphasizing a lot to generate our own resources. So what does the ranking parameters do? They not only measure parameters, they not only measure or assess quality, they are also giving us a nudge, pushing us, forcing us to move in a particular direction. That is also the purpose of ranking, right? So this is one way of telling us what we should be doing, a push, because otherwise our ranking performance would fall. Research 30%, 18% is based on reputation survey, 6% to research income and research productivity, citation 30% and all, but I already explained. Some of you must be aware of, even when NAC visits our campus, they also ask us what is the H index and all. So it is not always the quality of, it is not always the quantity of papers that we write. Even NAC and NIRF all are interested to know what is the level of our citation. Right? So this is important. Let us look at the previous world ranking, which was recently reported in the newspaper. Academic reputation, 40%. So as I said, it's a little subjective. So I will be asked, or you will be asked question that how do you rate the universities? How do you rank various departments in universities? So our impression that when we interact with each other, we develop an impression based on the person, the student, and the teacher we are interacting with. So when you listen to somebody from Cambridge, we think that we are representing the quality of Cambridge. That is getting reflected in what we say academic reputation. Faculty to student ratio, too high a weightage, 20%. And this is why I remember that our universities performance have declined in terms of the QS ranking. If the faculty positions are lying vacant, then the score that we obtain here will also suffer a bit. Citations per faculty from Scopus. UGC is also now giving importance to Scopus. You know that we have got the clear list of journals, but Scopus is also being used by UGC for various other purposes to understand the quality. And it's very, very easy to see. You can go to the Scopus website, type out the name of the faculty, either your name or somebody else's name, and the Scopus will immediately give you how many Scopus publications he or she has. Employer reputation from global survey and proportion of international students. See, both, therefore, Times Higher Education and QS ranking are giving importance to internationalization. And if you look at the weightage, it is actually heavily on research, research and the quality of research. Now, academic ranking of World University, ARWU, Shanghai Jiaotong, is the toughest of all to do what's well. And you have seen that our ranking is actually 500 and above, or 500 or below, as you explained it. And you will immediately see why we are not doing well in terms of Shanghai. They give importance to 10%, alumni of the institution winning 10% weightage and 20% to Nobel Prizes and field medals. So if our universities have got Nobel winners and field medal winners, you will get 30% weightage is given to the alumni. That's a very, very high weightage. Quality of faculty is measured by 20% weightage for most cited researchers in 21 broad subject categories. All subjects are not being included. 20% papers published in Nature and Science. These are the top quality journals in the world. And 20% weightage is given to Nature and Science. Other journals do not get adequate importance in ARWU. So basically, therefore, ARWU, the top universities in US and other universities, particularly US, they scored well. Science citation index and social science generally is ignored. Only 10% weightage is given to per capita academic performance. But science citation index expanded, social science citation index, but social science gets a little less weightage here. And when it comes to the Nobel Prizes, literature and peace prizes are not considered. So I will skip NIRF. NIRF, all of you can figure out from the website again. That teaching learning resources 30%, research 30%, graduate outcomes 20%, outreach and inclusivity 10%, and perception is given less, it is 10%. Now, how these ranking parameters are therefore affecting the research? World over, it is a very, very powerful force. In fact, when you're talking about the global market in higher education and mobility of students and teachers and our reputation being compared all the time with the rest of the world, this ranking has helped in the construction of the global market because it is overcoming the information asymmetry. You can immediately know which department that I should be applying or you should be applying to do your PhD. You, matlab, anybody that I'm talking about, because you immediately get to know from the rank. Governance reform, it is more or less in the new public management and the impact of, and it is heavily impacting policy making at the national level, which you have already talked about. Now, what is the future of the universities? Ranking is going to have a very significant impact on the future of the universities. Its functioning and the mandate, because both institution of eminence and category 1 institution, both the ranking has been set as one of the major parameters. So what does it mean for our institution now? First of all, you see the ranking indicators. Question is that are they arbitrary? Some ranking agencies somewhere in US or China are deciding the ranking parameters and the weights. And we, the policymakers in Ministry of Education and University Grants Commission, are accepting it uncritically because they have established their reputation at the top of the world. So we don't have much to do. NIRF is our own making, is our own construction. But if you want to compete globally, there is no other way but to fall in place with the Times Higher Education keyways and Shanghai's diagram. So what about the weights? How arbitrarily they have been decided? These are very important questions. Are they really considering all the parameters which are meaningful and relevant? Are they giving too much of importance to research, like 70%? Is teaching getting neglected in the process? Ranking does not consider many aspects. Students' experiences, faculty time for the student, fees and accessibility, public good character of higher education, and particularly teaching. And this is very important. So the young faculty always look forward to do well in research. This is where you stand to gain the maximum in terms of the papers, in terms of, in fact, UGC regulation also gives a lot of importance to our PBS cash system, also gives a lot of importance to research. There have been several changes in the UGC regulation over the years, but the group C of the category 3, a lot of importance was actually given to research. Right? But the question is that what does a university do? All public good character, access, admission policy, how inclusive it is. JNU is giving weightage to the students who are coming from some backward district or deprivation points. All these things are ignored. There is no place for all this. As if university should be only research-centric, internationalization, and a bit of teaching. this is the problem with the ranking. So the question is that how is it impacting the institution and the faculty? As I've already told you or mentioned, that if the university leaders decide to compete in the world ranking, the university leaders have to strategize in terms of the allocation of resources across the department and the faculty, so that universities can get the best out of the faculty given the resources. In some very well-known private university in the vicinity of Delhi or in this region, some senior faculty are given the task of writing for the papers, international journal papers. The younger faculty would be asked to teach primarily. It's like a division of labor. Those who can write good papers, let them write papers. And those who can teach, but they cannot immediately write very good papers in the journal because they're the young, after PhD, who have joined the university, let them teach. It's like an allocation of resources. And this allocation of resources are increasingly becoming important even in higher education today. I was watching the advertisement of Baiju the other day. What is Mr. Khan is saying? Mr. Khan is saying that there are now two quality of teachers. One would be looking at the conceptual clarity of the student. The other would be solving the doubts or addressing the doubt, like the doubt counters that you have in quota. So the teachers, even in US universities and anywhere, it is happening because of the online education. Teachers are now being categorized. Some teachers would be low-paid teachers. They will teach, they will take the tutorial. Some teachers will be only devising the course curriculum and teaching, and their recorded lectures will be aired again and again. So within the teachers now, there is a division of responsibilities. And ranking is affecting that. So the three questions that I have raised: loss of autonomy in research and teaching. Does teaching suffer? Right? So, because if the weightage is more on research and publication and quality of publication determined by the list of the journals, it is not any journal, it is the list of the journal which matters. And then what happens to what we do? Is our research getting impacted? For example, I can give you an example of some reputed university in the city of London. Here the target for the faculty is that you write 4 papers in 5 years, but these 4 papers have to be in the top 3 quality journals. Not any other journal will be accepted. Top 3 journals, but 4 papers in 5 years. Target is very well set. So which journal that you choose to do your research from and everything that you do are naturally getting impacted. In fact, it has well been recognized that there are resistance, there are criticism against ranking. We are skeptic, we are resisting. No matter what we do, world over I'm not talking about India alone, world over. But ranking is so powerful that universities have accommodated. It's a form of internalization. And ultimately, the institutional strategies, the rationale and the processes will all reflect. I get to hear from my own ex-PhD students who are teaching in some of the private good ranking universities that how their publication, how they are teaching, everything is being strategized. Right? In a public university, we have a good amount of freedom in terms of what we teach and all. I think later on kya hoga, I don't want to comment like that, but I'm saying still there are a lot of free spaces here. But once the leaders of the university decide that they have to rank, they have to compete to rank well in the world, it's a different game for us because it's always a top-down approach. Right? And then when you are being asked to generate resources from all other sources, as I said, the stakeholders are also being influenced by this. And ranking is a marketing tool, heavily marketing tool. You visit the universities, they would always like to say, this is your ranking in the world. So the implication is that There is a convergence of the most talented students and teachers, profusion of resources to achieve world ranking, and a very flexible governance structure, which is supportive of strategizing in that. So let me be a little quicker because time is running out. So I will talk about some of the quality, how the quality is getting affected. But the problem, as I've said, that how do you measure the quality of the publication? But what has happened definitely, that the draft of the National Education Policy, which was published in 2019, and the numbers that I've already shared with you, that we have produced papers, but they are not of quality. Quality is determined by the listing of the journals. We have got also UGC care list, as all of you know. But when it comes to ranking, it is not the UGC care list. It is the list that the ranking agencies have prepared. And there is always a lot of manipulability. They always manipulate and play some dirty games also at the top level, because that I will not discuss here today, but literature is coming up. So what are the challenges that we have faced in our research? First of all, we have to consider what kind of knowledge that we are producing. The issue of selection of journals, selection of research topics in view of the ranking parameters. Very often, the young researchers, and it is obvious that they have to produce in the journal. So their research topic is very often very narrowly defined to produce a paper in the journal. So they are all, I'm not talking about India, I'm talking about the global as a whole. I will share with you. Selection of research topic is therefore getting influenced by the ranking, because it is a journal that determines where the topic that you choose so that you can get a journal paper out. Is citation the best way to measure quality? What about the need of the country? What has happened in ranking? That some of the very good universities do not feature in the world ranking, and therefore there is a tendency to demean or undermine those universities. Those universities are not that bad. Only in terms of world ranking, they may not be there. And it has happened in Mexico, it has happened in India, that if you don't feature, the society will say, you're not there in the global list. What are you doing? So the publish or perish culture, it has infiltrated every sphere of the academy, not only in India, that we are under pressure to produce, to get promotion under the UGC cascade. It is world over. In fact, some studies show that in Canada and USA, 20% plus faculty are suffering from depression. They take medicine because the pressure of publication is so huge. And believe me, in USA, some of you must know, 30% are permanent teachers, tenure, and 70% are contractual. So they are always on their toes. If they don't produce, if they don't get the very good student feedback, there are a lot of PhDs roaming around in USA, and they will replace the existing teachers. So a tremendous pressure that is working on them. Research capacity is very important. I think what is important for us, research training. We are generally very weak in research methodology, particularly in social sciences. And that is where I believe that, at least in my discipline, I can tell you that we are unable to produce very good quality papers because we are weak in research methodology. RSC is a very welcome step. All of us are doing it. Research support in terms of the funding, we don't get enough funding from the government. That is for sure. That is also the National Education Policy has also recognized in some way or the other that we are not being well funded. Despite that, that the number of papers are not too small, given the amount of funding. Center-state disparity. Central universities are well funded in general, and public-private divide. That also exists. UGC care list you all know, and if you look at some of the ranking, just to tell you, I will not go into the details at all. I will stop after some time. In India ranking, out of 955 higher education institutions, top 100 accounted for 70% of the research publication. That means in India, out of 1,000 universities, only 100 can account for 70% of the research publication. So there is a huge disparity in terms of the publication that we are doing. So I'm just and highly cited and all are there. One important issue for us is that it is affecting the ethical practices in the university system. Now, you know that we are now supposed to teach what is called research and professional ethics, a course in a research methodology in the PhD program. All of you teach or all of you know. And this is very important. World over, this is a problem that there are a lot of unethical practices. In China, they pay the reputed USC faculty to lend their name in the journal publication so that citation goes up, possibility of papers being accepted go up. And these are all unethical practices. That means the teachers are getting sold out in lieu of good amount of money that you share my name, get my name included in the paper, it will get accepted and your university. So there's a lot of strategizing and huge amount of resources that are. Now, industry and university, there can be a lot of conflict. Like when it comes to the experimentation of a drug before it is marketed, the faculty have got a stake in the industry's profit because it is the drug produced in his or her lab which is going to be marketed. So there are a lot of unethical practices even in the context of US, right? And suppression of crucial information regarding health threat and delayed publication for patenting. Faculty are paid to endorse product and put their names as on the paper as ghost written by industry. Just mentioned. Intellectual fraud to score high on citation index take various forms. This intention, the citation witness, to get citation, a lot of dirty games are played even by us in the Indian academia. World over it is happening. I will not get into some of the dirty games. That very often what happens, a researcher would be asking his or her students and the colleagues to cite each other's papers. Self-citation is not counted, so the citation goes up, right? The interest of the funding agency very often affect the research that we do. The theoretical paradigms, nature of questions raised, the methodology, and observations made with respect to the policy making. What we can do to foster interdisciplinary research, the major problem lies with the interfaces of the data. The national education policy has given a lot of importance to the interdisciplinarity in research. To foster collaboration, UGC has already mooted a lot of steps that we can tie up to offer dual degree program, training program and all. You must have read in the paper. So these are some of the positive things. Identification of research problem and framing of research questions. How to bring sustainable development goals in this. Are we doing research which can help achieving the sustainable development goals? Policymakers very often think that most of the research that we do in social sciences are of no use to the policymakers. So once it was decided by the policymaker, particularly I'm talking about ICSSR funding, that there were 5 research areas they invited project proposal. That means you do your project which can provide input to the policymakers. It's not research, you have the autonomy to choose. So if you want funding, you choose your research area. And increasingly it is happening. For humanities and social sciences, there are a lot of societal concerns may not get articulated through the market-based funding. Because market-based funding means, the industry funding means that there will be some pressure on the researcher to choose research question and theoretical paradigm accordingly. And as I've already indicated, the ranking agencies are biased against humanities and social sciences. Even theoretical conduct of research, choice of theoretical paradigm and relevance of research topic for local concern. So, there is a possibility that if you do a research which would be valued by the neighborhood, by the local, the district and the state, and then suddenly you start thinking that whether you will get a publication out of this, then you start thinking what happens. So this happens in the choice of theoretical paradigm. There are many contesting paradigms. If you are doing research in those contesting paradigms which are not mainstream, I can talk about economics only, that you will not, you will find it very difficult to get your paper selected in international journal or international paper and everywhere. I'm giving you my own example and I stop with that. My book published by Orient Black Swan in 2018, Macroeconomics of the Black Economy, is a self-authored book. But the mistake that I made, I'm not regretting, but I'm saying that this, even after writing a full-fledged book, it is not included in Scopus. But if I could produce, so my own supervisor told me at this age that get your chapters published as journal articles rather than in book. And this is also a problem, that ranking parameters do not give much importance to the books that we write. It's always for journals. So you ended up writing books, it may not be Scopus. Latest book published by Bloomsbury London may not be Scopus. It's not included. So the choice of publisher is important. Journal versus book is important. So somewhere I feel that our autonomy, what did you do your research on and how do you get your research published, are all getting affected by these policy parameters, the ranking or even the UGC parameters. So this is how the young researchers, so now I'm just telling you, suppose I want to bring out an edited book on economics of education by papers produced by my PhD students. Possibly they will contribute to my edited volume, but they will hesitate. The first question they need to ask me, sir, will our papers be counted by Scopus if I contribute to your book? And my answer would be no. Then what do? I said, you get your papers published in journals, and you know there is a proliferation of journals. Even the Scopus journals are paid journals. You get your money, you pay a certain amount of money to get your article published. So this is how the world of research, what we do, how we do, where you get your research published, are all getting affected by these parameters. And we can't be blamed. After all, we all want career advancement scheme to pull us up across the, along the ladder of a designation. So let me stop here. So thank you very much. If there are questions, I would be happy to answer if I can at all.
So thank you so much for a wonderful session. I request the participant, if you have any queries, you can ask, please.
Thank you, sir.
It's not that I can answer your question, but I'll be happy to get your question.
Yeah.
Please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Basically, your presentation was totally highly, it was a critical analysis of the ranking system. And I have a concern over the word rank itself, because in the national scenario, when we spoke about the rank, then it comes from the competition. And competition has to be between two equal domain and entities. Because the resources been provided to one part, to one university, the second university, or the institution and colleges cannot differ when we compete them together. And therefore, I won't comment on the international competition, but as far as the NIRF has been started, and as you highlighted the different domains like the books, the reviews, and the research articles. So the citation criteria also differs in the different three entities. That is, review will always get the higher citation. Books will get the higher citation. But if you do not have a concrete, proven objective of your research, which depends specifically in the biological research, which depends on the resources, so you will have a lesser citation. And there is much pressure to highlight or to publish it in high rank journal, which will not accept unless and until you prove it with the different angles, considering all the modern instrumentation techniques and so on. So in these contexts, to compare two things, two colleges, two institutions, they should have the same input. Otherwise, it will be unjustified to compare them on the same background. Thank you, sir.
Let me share my own views on what you have said. I first admit that you have raised a very, very important question. Very, very important question. Ranking is actually constructing a market. And the policymakers, not only in India, abroad, all believe that it is competition which can lead to better efficiency in the utilization of resources. But what is missing out, exactly what you have said, competition means what we use the term in economics, it's called level playing field. If the level playing field does not exist, the competition is meaningless. And this is exactly the point that you have rightly pointed out. In fact, you can have a look at my EPW article on NEP. I will not talk about it right now. This is not the purpose. But there, in the EPW article, I exactly pointed out that if you are constructing market and if universities are not on the same field, brother, then why do you expect us to compete and do well? But what the policymakers think, you please understand, the policymakers think you get the salaries, some infrastructure, access to the reading material. Are we really trying hard enough? I'm not talking about your well science, but generally the policymakers think, and this is also reflected in the graded autonomy, that I'm sorry to put it like this is a part of the literature, that we are not trustworthy. So we have abused our autonomy. So we don't deserve to be trusted by the policymakers. So category 2, category 3, what has been said, that without money, without resources, adequate resources, try hard, get the best out of you. Resource, generate from outside. So that is the general approach to the policymakers. I don't have any problem because I write on this. So I'm not really worried about what I'm saying. Secondly, in biological sciences, as I gather from my colleagues in my own university, that if certain restrictions are imposed to comply with the GFR rule, that the ingredient that you purchase for your own library, if you compromise with the quality, as you have already said, your voice was breaking, but I could get it, some part of it, that quality of research, your citation will fall. What ingredients are you using? If you don't pump in enough resources, you cannot expect good quality resources. This is exactly what is happening. And therefore, Government of India, Minister of Education decided that not all universities should compete in the global ranking. It is the institutions of eminence and category 1. But I can tell you, hardly we are well funded, category 1 institutions. Institutions of eminence also, they're getting a lot of money, not adequate. If you look at the budget, as I mentioned to you, not that they're getting enough money, but they're getting money more than the rest of us. This is the Government of India, the Ministry of Finance budget will show. I've given the numbers in my PW article. So the government world over think that not only all universities can compete and need not compete. So only a select set of universities should compete. But in the process of selecting that set of institutions, what is happening to the rest of the world? They are suffering because resources have been dedicated to the world-class university. But other universities without resources, are we really in a position to compete? I'm afraid we are not. So I fully agree with you that unless we are given the resources, so if you mistrust me that we are not working hard enough, I can also tell you that, look, I don't have adequate resources. Give me some help so that I can also try harder. Very often the lack of infrastructure is so demotivating for us that if you blame me for what? That I am demotivated. But you don't find out why I am demotivated. So therefore, the reasons of our failure lie much deeper into the system. And without adequate resources, if we generate competition, I will not elaborate on this. I mean, you have a look at my PW article on NEP. I have expressed my apprehension precisely on this issue. If there are other questions or clarifications.
Any other participant, please? Anybody who wants to?
Anybody feel free to ask. Even if so this is my opportunity to learn your question. in the HRTC in JNU, always I used to have the interaction with the participant, but वो सारे बंद हो गया since 2020. I don't get to meet them and have a cup of tea with them. But this is a good opportunity online, at least I can see you. So anyway, if there are any questions that come to your mind, you can share. No question, but you can share your experience as well as you feel good.
So I request the participants if anybody wants to anything. Otherwise, so thank you so much, sir. You have given a wonderful insight to all of us and very rightly explained the marketing of the universities, because I have gone through a lot of the university ranking criteria, and these criteria are somehow focusing more and more on the input side from the faculty, and the Indian universities are facing a lot of crunch of faculty. If you look at the present scenario in central universities, 50% vacancies are there in the universities. The same situation in the state university, where 75% vacancy are there in the universities. So how we can focus on the quality where we don't have teachers to teach the student, then the research is a far. Another important aspect that which I could understand from your part, that as far as the research is concerned, but I feel that most of the time we focus on the Western countries to search our research area. But my submission to all that, if you focus on our local requirement, our local need, probably we'll get a good citation also, because our problem will be indigenous and we can get an indigenous solution for that. Another important aspect. Yeah. With the, yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah.
Just a minute. I think my.
No, sir, I'll change the mic. That will be easy.
Okay. No, in my university also, I mean, there could be some problem with the internet.
So, sir, now am I audible to you?
Yeah.
So I was talking about that, where the lot of vacancies arising in the state universities. If I talk about my university, we have 100-year-old university, and around more than 60% vacancies in the teaching for the teaching faculty. So definitely the quality of universities are affecting, and we are getting lot of difficulty. So another important aspect is that regarding our research citation and our researches also. See, if we focus on the research, see our researches, we are trying to focus on the foreign Western countries, what they are doing in their research, instead of focusing on our local resources. So my submission to all that, as if because we have to go for this ranking forcefully, whether you want it or we not, we have to go, because it is the government policy, where either you have to go for the world ranking or you have to go for the national NIRF ranking. So all these, if you look at all these parameters, they are focusing on the 6 broader areas. Most of the focusing, majority of them on the researches. And if you look at the condition of our Indian research, where we are not able to produce a quality research, the only reason is that we are not focusing on our local problems and indigenous problems. So I feel that if all the researchers, instead of getting disheartened with all these scenario, I always believe that just focus on their local problem. Then this local problem has to be identified. It should be pinpointedly focus on the problem and then get solution for this local problem. Then only our researches will be useful for our society also. Another important aspect, that for what we are going for the higher education. If you look at our Indian policy, every time a focus on the increase in gross enrollment ratio. Whereas if you want to focus on the mass education in terms of higher education, of course the quality of education will get deteriorated and researches also get deteriorated. So I feel that all these areas need to be think in a systematic manner, and I just want that all the researchers to remain focused on the local problem, solve this problem with the local solutions. Then your researches will be of quality. If you look at the Western scenario, their universities are getting lot of autonomy, and if you look their research areas, they are focusing on their local problems, not the problem arising in the other countries. So this is one of the way through which we can improve our quality of our researches, as well as far as the teaching is concerned. From last 2 days, this pedagogy innovative, we are discussing on the innovative pedagogy, and if you want to improve the quality of your teaching learning process also, we have to adopt the the research, community and teaching. These all are together be blend, then only the quality output will get. So thank you so much for giving us an insightful idea about the world ranking, where you have focused on the ranking system of the QS World Ranking System of Shanghai, which is focusing more on the Nobel laureates and researches. We cannot think of about that, but still we can try for that, not for the global, but at least we can try for our regional ranking to be go in a higher manner. So thank you so much. Thanks a lot, sir.
I'm leaving therefore, okay.
Sir, just a minute. Sir, we would like to display our felicitation certificate. Thank you for joining us today, sir. We're just sharing a soft copy with you. Thank you for joining in, sir.
Namaskar, namaskar. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Veena Belgamwar Madam to felicitate Dr. Rajeshri Vaishnav Madam with a certificate, Gram Geeta and a memento. Thank you for gracing the chair, ma'am. We shall now have a quick 10 minutes tea break, and we will join in for the valedictory program thereafter. I request everybody to gather inside the hall for the valedictory program. Let us now begin with our valedictory program for the 2 days national workshop. We have with us Dr. Rajashri Vaishnav Madam as our guest for the day. I request the dignitaries to please take their seats on the dais. Dr. Rajashri Vaishnav Madam, Dr. Smita Acharya Madam, Dr. Ravi Khangai Sir, and Dr. Rajesh Ugle Sir. I may now request Dr. Khangai to brief us with a summary of the extravagant workshop.
Please don't look so bored. I'm not going to take a lot of time. It's going to be very short. I know we had 2 days of brainstorming and it was quite taxing, and I'm not going to tax you anymore. So the first day begin with an inaugural session presided over by Honorable Vice Chancellor, and the tone of a workshop was set by the keynote speaker, Dr. Devendra Kaware. The first plenary talk was given by Professor Gupta, who spoke about the challenges that we face while engaging with the multidisciplinary curriculum designing and research. Professor Kumar Suresh, he highlighted the need of bridging the gap between community and academia. Professor Madhu Kushwa's insightful lecture made us conscious about the gender bias that we sometimes unconsciously carry in our mind. Then among the paper presenter, Dr. Bhakare, she spoke about the dissatisfactory scenario about publication in the Indian academia. Then Om Chaudhary spoke about the language games that can be useful tool for language teaching. Rohan Taure, he spoke about the issues and challenges in the biotechnology education. Rohini Palekar spoke about the collaborative learning between community and education institution. Today's day begin with a lecture by Dr. Ajit Thete, who talk about the integrated, comprehensive and alternative pedagogical approach in higher education. Then we have Professor Rao's online lecture, who joined us from JNU. There was some technical issues, but he did talk about the classroom innovations. Then we had a paper presentation. Sahasrabuddhe Madam, she spoke about she spoke about innovative pedagogical approach in national educational policy. Then we had again three plenary sessions. Professor Smita Acharya ma'am, she spoke about how a sustainable development goal can be integrated into the pedagogical methods and design. Professor Harkishan Singh, he spoke about how we can overcome the manpower crunches, and Dr. Soman Chattopadhyay, the last plenary lecture, he spoke about how the ranking of the universities are done worldwide and where does India stand. In between, we also had a poster presentation. Near about 7 posters were presented where the scholars, they displayed their theme and explained it to the participants as well as to the expert. About the paper presenter, I just wanted to say one thing. If I had been sounding like a hard taskmaster or a very strict headmaster, please forgive me. I know that you came with a lot of research and a lot of effort, but in between I had to stop you. That was not a very right way. But we have a task to perform. So I hope you understand that. And that was a quick wrap up of these 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I may now request Neha Raut and Dr. Nirzar Kulkarni to share their feedback with us.
Good evening, respected dignitaries on the dais, respected teachers, my friends and colleagues and students present, everyone here. I'm Neha Raut, Assistant Professor, Srimati Kishorita Ivar College of Pharmacy, Kamptee. I'm really grateful to the organizers for organizing this workshop on quality enhancement initiatives through innovative pedagogy and research practice in higher educational institutions and universities. As Sir already mentioned so many things about and the detail of the program, I am really thankful to organizers for inviting the eminent resource person who have actually highlighted so many things which are really new to us. And as Acharya ma'am said, the learning objective she has designed for this workshop to enlighten the new things to us, and definitely it would be a part of coming NAC. And recently, on 1st June, we receive it. But as I heard from the organizers, this is planned before 3 months. So it is what we can say, the vision of the organizers, it's really good. So, we learned a lot. So considering this learning objective, I learned so many new things, ma'am. And I think, with me, all teachers present here, we learned about SDG, like that sustainable development goal, which is really new to us. And again, we learned something new about quality ranking framework by Chattopadhyay sir. Khushwa ma'am very well explained about gender inequality, because this is very sensitive thing, but the criteria 7 is very important in NAC, and as it is a qualitative matrix, so it is very important to explain that things in the direction of gender inequality. We learn so many things from Acharya ma'am. Genuinely speaking, I got before coming to this workshop, I have planned so many things, what I'm going to learn here, what sort of instructions methods I'm going to learn, but I learned a lot. So thank you so much. And I'm really thankful to the coordinator, Dr. Ugle sir, for regularly coordinating, for updating everything to us. And I'm really thankful to Khangai sir. I would like to express his very smooth and very happy face to explain everything very well. So I learned these things from you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you all. Thank you.
Respected dais, on behalf of all the participants, I would present some notings.
the first and foremost, this is the very important initiative of Director IQAC of RTMNU. Such initiatives are rare to find in universities. I work very closely with university administration and the teaching people, but the rare attribute of this personality, she is leading from the front from last 2 days and and ensuring everything falls in its place properly. Naturally, the resource person selection is very good. It addresses to the need of the hour, and it was focused on what she intended to deliver. So that is, I like that. Sensitizing about NEP is required, which the outcome is achieved, I suppose, through this workshop. Dr. Thete was at its best because everybody tells what, but Dr. Thete and Dr. Acharya narrated how. It's a hand-holding which is required to us in many of the affiliated colleges, and it should be demonstrated. Then people learn. Simply telling won't help. I also expect that in future, some such initiative, if it is taken, a hand-holding session for how it is to be implemented actually, that would serve the purpose of the larger interest. This workshop also has enabled us to understand and foresee the larger picture of education scenario in India, which we fail to see, which only big shots can only tell us, because they look from their perspective and from the top. This is also very nicely narrated over here, and we got that viewpoint. The real challenge of NEP is the implementation part, and we Indians are very poor in implementation. Policy framing is great, but implementation is poor. So I believe that implementation is done by the teachers and the students. Now, like Dr. Acharya madam said, the responsibility of teachers, she focused on responsibility of teachers. I will focus on responsibility of students, because in NEP, to have some productive outcome, it is the student who has to be very responsible and come and participate. Now, if he is not present, he cannot participate and no progress can be achieved, so no outcome will be achieved. So something must be done to foster responsibility in the students, also along with the teachers. That is my observation and experience. NEP also puts and expects and entrusts a lot of responsible behavior on part of teachers, because see, it is the assessment part, and if we have to show that outcomes are achieved through experiential learning and activities, the activities need to be designed, planned, and they have to be assessed. So this all assessment burden, sorry to say that word burden, but the assessment will itself is a daunting task for teachers, and there is a paucity of teachers. So something has to be thought of for making assessment relevant to NEP. Otherwise, the outcomes will not be achieved. That is what I feel. My request again to IQAC is to conduct some programs on OBE and the community engagement part, and we need the input on how it is to be done, with examples like you have narrated. So it becomes a real help. Now on 24th, that is day after tomorrow, we are going to present a syllabus of a new syllabus incorporating NEP as per the advice of Honorable Vice Chancellor in faculty meeting. So we are doing that activity now. So we need your presentation and Thete sir's presentation. It will be a real help to us, because that will be a ready reckoner and a guide to incorporate many POs and COs, the how sequentially you have done it. So if it is with us, then probably we can write in our subject or in our program. So I request the organizing committee to provide the presentations and share it with the participants. जी 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 ऑल
मैंने ऑनलाइन लिया था, शायद आप लोगों ने मिस किया था,
नहीं,
पूरा इसका
लिया
सिस्टम पे दिया हुआ था
जी. All the organizing committee members were very cooperative and hospitality was, I mean, unmatched. So there was no question about any other thing. Incorporating research in the curriculum is a great challenge. That is what I learned from the Chattopadhyay sir. Particularly if you read NEP, then PG second year will have to be totally research, not classroom teaching. So there has to be, our teacher has to think about so many topics relevant, mapped through OBE, and those need to be executed. Then only the PG degree will be awarded. So I suppose there is a big challenge regarding incorporation of research as a part of curriculum in particularly postgraduate teaching. There is a possibility of, there is an opportunity to have a program on that also. I hope this program has really enlightened us, and we have also learned from these speakers, resource persons, personality at their way of presentation and what they have told. So this is also very important. So I thank the organizers for conducting such a nice event, nice program, and this is an initiative taken by University IQAC for affiliated college, which is, I am overwhelmed by this, the feeling of gratitude. Thank you very much, madam. We look forward that such events will occur in future also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, madam. Let us now swiftly move towards the most euphoric moment of the event, that is the prize distribution. I request Dr. Rajeshri Vaishnav madam to present the best oral presentation prize to Shobha Sahasrabuddhe madam.
What prize you are giving? Announce that.
Best oral presentation prize.
One year.
The cash prize is 2,000 rupees, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks everyone for your appreciation. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please pull this up?
Yeah, sure.
I now request Dr. Rajeshri Vaishnav madam to present the best poster prize to Dr. Alpana Asnani. The cash prize is worth rupees 2,000. Ma'am. Congratulations to the winners and gratitude to the dignitaries. Now I request Dr. Rajeshri Vaishnav madam to preside over with her presidential address.
A very good evening to one and all. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Acharya for organizing such a wonderful event. She's working hard from last 2 days, which I witnessed at the time of NAC visit also, because she is a very good taskmaster. She can take all the things in a right manner. It's some attitude of a physician, or physicist, sorry. And the combination of pharmacy also makes a difference. So both, and then with the social science, a human touch, all this is really a good team. And whatever the...
Are you example of multidisciplinary
Yes, we can say that. And whatever activity we perform, it is always a teamwork. So as a teacher, we always believe that team makes a difference in our performance. At the same way, Dr. Nirjar Kulkarni has rightly said so many things, and he has showed his concern about the evaluation, about the implementation of NEP, or the utilizing of conducting good research activities, making the classroom activity based. Bringing the student to our brain classroom is one of the very important problem before us. But I'm telling you, friends, all these things is possible if you have a right attitude and right thinking what you are doing. First, the question Nirjar sir has raised, they want to present a curriculum. You know, curriculum is the base of whatever you are doing, or whatever you pretend to do, or whatever you expect from your learners to learn. So preparing a good curriculum with the right outcomes. If you prepare a right outcome for your curriculum, and now a very simple question comes in our mind, what is this outcome? The simple meaning of the outcome is what you expect from your student to be able to do. So that point, keep always this point in mind, that whatever the outcome you are framing, it should be measurable. Measurable means the same, what outcome you have prepared, the same thing you have to ask in the question paper also. Whatever you intended your learner to learn from you, that has to be measured, that has to be judged by devising right evaluation tool. So this all, the combination is also, and whatever you want to achieve, that has to be achieved through a right pedagogy. So this innovative pedagogy is basically the idea how to make my student learn from me. It is not important what I am teaching to them. It is more important that what my students are getting from me. So keeping this thing in mind, be prepared for that, and do not get afraid. This NEP is, see, lot of national education policies have already arrived. If you look at different policies, if you look at the 1964 policy, the major focus was enhancement or the expansion of higher education system. And we were witnessing our IITs, quality institutions, because of this 1964 policy. Later on, the Kothari Commission came, and they have focused on the vocationalization of education. So what this vocationalization of education, the recent, the polytechnics, the women institutions, IITs, ITIs, these all are the because of that policy. Now this new education policy is categorically emphasizing on quality enhancement of school education as well as higher education. So if you talk about the quality enhancement for school education, of course, you have to make the student capable for delivering literacy or numeracy capabilities. So a minimum literacy and numeracy is required because in the 2005 one survey was conducted, and later on in 2015 the survey was again conducted by NCERT, and they found that the school student lacks their proper numeracy and literacy ability. They are not able to read and calculate properly. So this is the major thing on which this NEP is focusing. As far as the higher education is concerned, what is the problem with the higher education? We have the major problem is that our youths, our graduates do not have employability skills. They do not have proper competency. They are lacking in the subjective knowledge as well as right attitude towards the education. So keeping these things in mind, this NEP has focuses on three basic aspects: improving the teaching learning of higher education institution. That means you have to make your learner actively involved in the teaching learning process. Then a question comes in my mind, how I can make my learner to become actively involved? A very simple answer is that make whatever you are teaching, give them idea how to implement this concept in their day-to-day life. A very simple aspect is that do not go for very much theories and all these things. Whatever every day you are teaching, give them idea where the student can implement this idea. Give some example correlated with his day-to-day life. Higher education do not require very higher quality of examples. Give them example, code such example which is related with the students' social background, which is related with his day-to-day life. This is one of the very important aspect where a teacher can make use of his skills. Then another important aspect comes in our mind when you give them the idea of application of concept, then of course how they can think later on that what if means a very simple way where this knowledge can be applied in a new situation. Then when you give the idea about application of knowledge in a new situation, of course you will moving towards the research. What research is? Getting something new knowledge or creation of new knowledge or solving the problem of day-to-day life. The same thing, that attitude can be imbibed amongst the learner. And the most important aspect or most important parameter is the social concern of higher education. See, we are working in an isolated compartment where our graduates do not find comfortable with their home environment. A villager's or a farmer's son do not want to go for the farming. Why? Because our higher education is not involving community aspect in our teaching, in our education. So that's why NEP is focusing on involve the community in the teaching learning process. As I rightly said that teaching, research and community. These all are the three legs of one stool, and that stool cannot be completed without a single leg. So that means if you involve teaching, you involve research, and research focused on community. So of course the prime concern is the community. Your teaching should be based on the need of the community. Your curriculum should focus on the community need, as well as your research should focus on the need of the community. So once you start thinking in that direction, this NEP will be very simple to implement in our day-to-day teaching learning process. It is also helpful, it will also help to increase, like a lot of deliberations were going on that what is the new pedagogy, what type of activity we, my simple concern is that the way in which your student wants to learn, the way they want to take something from you, that will be the best pedagogy to give them. But at the same time, do not go for talk and chalk only. Involve some sort of activity. As in the first session, the Vice Chancellor sir was telling that the teachers are irrelevant. There is no need because the students are getting the knowledge on their fingertips. But I always believe in that. Teacher cannot be replaced by any technology. Our role is just to transform our classroom into not only the just to disseminating of knowledge, to transform the utilization of gained knowledge through the activities only. Once you involve several types of activity in your teaching, in your classroom situation, and the best concept is coming is the flipping the classroom. What this flipped classroom says? Simple way is that whatever you want to give the theoretical knowledge, send them or give them the student beforehand. When they come to your class, just convert your classroom into a discussion session where the student will discuss, they will present whatever they learn, and you just rectify them. Give them some activities, give them some projects, and discuss during the on-screen or face-to-face classroom situation. So this is the simplest way where we can use innovative pedagogies. Another very important aspect is, I have seen that collaborative learning. What this collaborative learning is? Just give the responsibility to the student to learn by their own efforts. Have you seen that on the internet or the Facebook? Lot of groups are there which is preparing for the NET examination. What they are doing? They are exchanging their ideas. That is the part of collaborative learning. Give the responsibility of higher education student to learn by their own efforts. Then what our role is? Just to rectify their mistakes, just to add on whatever they learn, that's all. That will help. So this is a way and thought which I could understand about the innovative pedagogy. At the same time, we require to go for the researches. As I already told you, why to go for the very high journals and why all these things? No need. Just see what is the problem which is arising in our local. When we involve community, don't involve the community engagement like just doing some activity or helping them. Go to the community, send the student to the community to identify the problem, to mix with the people, to give them some opportunity to discuss, and then try to identify their problem, and with their own efforts try to solve that problem through your researches. So that is a basic aspect of community engagement. We have conducted a very good workshop in the year 2018 from my department, where we have conducted this community engagement project. Right from 2018 onwards, we are conducting this community engagement regularly. It is a regular practice. Every year, our student, the student who is belonging to the same village, we select that village only. Because we have most of the students are coming from the village background. So we ask the student, select your own village, because selecting of the same village gives upper hand. They are known by the local people. All of a sudden, if you go to the village, nobody will talk to you. They think that you came for giving some money or some helping them. No, give the village to the same people. Like the student, we have selected the same village student. What the student will go, he collect with some of the student, and they see the surrounding of the village, they see the locality, they see with the population, they see with the poverty level, they see the education level, they see the medical facilities. All this sort of tracing or all this sort of activity they perform there, and they identify one or two problem of that village. So that type of village engagement helps us, and that is the basically needed for the community engagement. So this project in our department, if you want to see, we have lot of projects done by the student only. During this COVID period also, we have done the community engagement. A very good idea which I would like to share you if I have 1 minute time only. So what they have done, they went to the village, and through mobile, all the students were connected, and they do the community project. So this is the way we can involve the community also. So I hope that this NEP, we can implement this NEP in a very systematic manner, in a very effective manner, if you try for that and try to understand the basic the input of this NEP, then only we'll be able to implement it. I hope that, as Madam has pointed out, I'm out of time. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity and sharing your ideas during this deliberation will always help others also to learn. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we will have this certificate distribution session. I request all the dignitaries to please hand over the certificates. Yeah, I'll read out the names simultaneously. Mr. Chandrasekhar Padore, Dr. Anshuman Borkar, पूर्ण सगळेच घेऊन उभे राहा है ना. Dr. Anshuman Borkar, Ms. Dipali Vanode,
ऑर्डर नहीं गलत करना, तुम्हारा ही कंफ्यूज हो जाएगा.
okay, that will be better. Yeah, it will save up time also. Okay, Miss Dipali Vanode, Miss Disha Dhabarde, Dr. Dhanashri Tumme, Dr. Aarti Shanware, Dr. Mujahid, Dr. Nafees Khan, Dr. Neena Dhamge, Dr. Nirzar Kulkarni, Dr. Ram Bavankar, Dr. Ruhi Bakhare, Dr. Sanjay Taude, Dr. Saurabh Zogrekar, Dr. Shubhada Zambulkar, Dr. Veena Belgamwar, Dr. Sundar Singh Danga, Dr. Vandana Dhawad, Mr. Imtiaz Shehzad, Mr. Khwaja Ahmad. He is not there, I guess. Imtiaz Ahmad. Khwaja Ahmad. Mrs. Kumud Bhindarkar. Mrs. Latasha Taiwade. Miss Madhuri Meshram. Mrs. Megha Ambatkar. ताइवाड़े नहीं है बहुत हाँ डॉक्टर मोरेश्वर देशमुख डॉक्टर निरुपमा ढोबळे मिसेस मीनाक्षी सरपांडे मिस अश्विनी इंगोले मिस नैना जायसवाल मिस नेहा राउत डॉक्टर निधि सपकाळ डॉक्टर नीलेश वाघ मिस्टर प्रदीप हीरापुरे डॉक्टर प्राजक्ता नांदे प्रोफेसर राहुल एस भुसारी डॉक्टर राजश्री कडू मिसेस रश्मि दंडे मिसेस रश्मि मिश्रा रश्मिदा मिसेस रश्मि मिश्रा मिस्टर रोहन ठावरे मिस रोहिणी पालेकर मिसेस रोहिना क्वाजी नहीं मिस्टर सचिन मोरे मिसेस श्वेता परांजपे मिस सुचिता वाघमारे मिस टीना शेटे डॉक्टर उज्ज्वला डांगे मिस योगेश्वरी भोंगाड़े मिस्टर ओम चौधरी डॉक्टर शैलेंद्र सिंह ओम चौधरी. Thank you. Yes. Okay, I request Dr. Rajesh Shugle sir for the vote of thanks.
थँक्यू. कसं सांगू किती आनंद होता आभार प्रदर्शन करताना. पहिल्यांदा अनुभव होत आहे की आभार प्रदर्शन खरंच किती आवडता विषय असला पाहिजे. असू द्या. बट under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Acharya, she took an initiative to attract this audience, our own colleagues, towards this NEP 2020 and the all reformation. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचा आभार आमच्या विद्यापीठाचे, आमच्या कुलगुरूंचे, आमच्या सगळ्या डीन अँड डायरेक्टर्सचे ज्यांनी आपला विशेष वेळ आमच्यासाठी दिला, इथे सेशन चेअर म्हणून आलेत आणि आपल्या मार्गदर्शन केलं. मी सगळ्या माझ्या कलिग्सचा जे माझ्यासोबत ऑर्गनायझिंग टीममध्ये होते सगळ्यांचा आभार प्रदर्शन करतो, कारण त्यांच्याशिवाय हे सगळे प्रयत्न पूर्णपणे सफल नसते झाले. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं आभार प्रदर्शन तुमच्याप्रती की जे पार्टिसिपंट्स म्हणून इथे आलेत आणि हॉल रिका म्हणजे मोठा असताना सुद्धा भरभरून दिसला. प्रत्येकजण कोणी या कोणत्यात कोणी त्या कोणत्यात असं करून आपलं जमलं ते मेन आहे. आणि महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे सगळे पार्टिसिपंट्स एक गोष्ट कळली की हे निश्चितच पिढी घडवणारे टीचर्स आहेत, ज्यांनी सगळे लेक्चर्स दिवसभर ऐकलेत. सो थँक्यू ऑल माय कलिग्स. अँड तुमच्याकडे बघून एवढं निश्चित वाटतं की NEP सक्सेस होणार आणि आपण या प्रवासासोबत पुढे जाऊ. माझे विशेष आभार इथल्या टेक्निकल टीमला, डोळस म्हणावं लागेल त्याला, डोळस टीमला, आणि इथल्या व्यवस्थापन मॅथमॅटिक्स डिपार्टमेंटचे आमचे हेड डॉक्टर गणेश केदार सर, त्यांनी पूर्णपणे आम्हाला सहकार्य केलं आणि सगळी व्यवस्था आम्हाला उपलब्ध करून दिली. माझे सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचे आभार या विशेष काळात, कारण एक्झाम सुरू आहेत, माझ्या सगळ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना जे इथे उपस्थित आहेत, उपस्थित नाहीत, पण त्यांच्या सहकार्याशिवाय हे आम्ही करू शकलो नसतो. आणि मी जसं सांगितलं इथे विशेष आभार याच्यासाठी की रीटा वडेट्टीवार मॅडम ज्यांनी हे सगळं इनॉग्रेशन बघितलं. मला पेडागॉगीचं P हे माहिती नव्हतं, आता थोडंफार कळलेलं आहे. आणि मी तुमच्यासारखाच होतो, पण आता मला एवढं कळलेलं आहे की ते रॉबर्ट वर्ड्सवर्थची एक कविता आठवते, माइल्स टू गो. आणि मला असं वाटलं की आपल्याला खूप अजून पुढे जायचं आहे. सो वी शुड रिमेंबर माइल्स टू गो. अँड विथ दिस आय होप डॉक्टर धीरज कदम, त्यांचे विशेष आभार. कॅटरिंगची व्यवस्था फार सुंदर त्यांनी केली. आणि याशिवाय माझे सगळे ऑर्गनायझिंग टीममध्ये डॉक्टर बधेरे, डॉक्टर दडमल, डॉक्टर धीरज कदम, आणि मी जेवढं नाव नॅशनल घेतलं ते सगळ्यांनी मला फक्त माफ करावं, कारण आभार प्रदर्शनामध्ये मला खूप आनंद होतो आहे, तुम्हाला होतो की नाही माहिती. सो थँक्यू ऑल ऑफ यू कलिग्स. तुमचा वेळ न घेता, कारण बऱ्याच लोकांना बाहेर जायचं आहे. सो वी विल कन्क्लूड द सेशन हिअर. ज्यांचे धनश्री मॅडम नाही आहेतच माझ्या टीममध्ये, प्रश्न मी ऑर्गनायझिंग टीम सगळं म्हटलं. सगळ्यांचे आभार मानतो. माझ्या ऑर्गनायझिंग टीमला नॅचरल आम्ही सगळ्या डिफरंट डिसिप्लिनला आहेत. तुम्हाला सांगायचं म्हणजे इथे सगळे पार्टिसिपंट्स हे विद्यापीठाच्या बाहेरचे आहेत. आणि तुम्हाला आश्चर्य वाटेल की आम्ही एकमेकांशी, आमच्या ऑर्गनायझिंग टीममधले एकमेकांशी वर्ष कदाचित आम्ही मिळत नसतील, म्हणजे फार कमी मिळत होतं, कारण 53 डिपार्टमेंट्स आहे, वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी आहेत. पण अशा निमित्ताने आम्ही एकत्र येतो, जेव्हा काम करतो तेव्हा वाटतं की हां, ॲज अ युनिव्हर्सिटी सिस्टम चालतं आहे व्यवस्थित अँड वी आर डुईंग अवर बेस्ट. आम्हाला जरूर ही आशा आहे की आपण जे काही इथनं डेलिब्रेशन्स ऐकलेत त्या सगळ्या ह्याच्यातून एक मेसेज जरूर मिळाला आहे की आपल्याला सगळ्यांना मिळूनच पुढे जायला पाहिजे, एक एकटं आपण जाऊ शकणार नाही. सो अगेन थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. थँक्स टू ऑल.
One last request for the day. I request everyone to rise and praise for the national anthem. Jay, thank you so much.